Prologue. The Beyond. Kakyōin Noriaki drifted through the ether, lost in his thoughts. He had been the third and last member of the so-called Stardust Crusaders to die against Dio, as even although Joseph Joestar had died, Jotaro had been able to revive him. He was glad that Joestar-san had been able to decipher the dying message he had left with his Hierophant green, and that the monster known as Dio had finally been killed. But, I wish I hadn't had to die as well, the young man thought sadly. He wondered for the nth time how his parents had reacted to his death. Not well, in all likelihood, which distressed him. He had dearly loved his parents, who had cared deeply for him in return, despite his social isolation from his peers, which was due in part to his stand and due in part to his inherently superior intellect. As he had floated through the void, he had come across many people, including Joseph Joestar, Muhammad Abdul, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, and Kujo Jotaro, who had either already been here or had arrived when their time came, although he hadn't come across his parents for some reason. Recently, though, there were a lot of people coming through talking about quirks, new powers that were very different from the stands that had been one of the only superpowers that Kakyōin had seen in his lifetime. Still more had come through speaking about the quirkless, the ones who didn't possess quirks. They tended to live lives of suffering and tragedy, simply because they lacked a bizarre power or physical mutation. While Kakyōin himself had tended to not socialize with people who he didn't see as being his equal, he had also not disdained them for not matching him. The world may have changed, but sadly some of the darker aspects of humanity remain the same. He sighed sadly. Humans will always find a reason to discriminate against each other, and those that cannot defend themselves are always the first to suffer. Suddenly, he found himself in a swirling area that he quickly recognized. It was a dreamscape, a rare instance when the mind of a living human interacted with the beyond while they were asleep. Kakyōin had been sucked into a half a dozen of these during his time in the beyond. Normally, he went out of his way to avoid the person dreaming due to the risks of encountering a living soul while being a part of the eternal, but in this instance, he could hear the sound of a child crying. The sound brought back many sad memories of the tears of frustration he had shed when he was too young to understand why no one else see his stand, Hierophant green. The sound tugged at his heart and, for once, he let his heart overcome his pride and logic, and allowed himself to be drawn toward the source. Sitting in the very center of the room was a boy, about 8 years old. He had fluffy green hair and was curled into a ball as his small body shook with sobs. "Young man," Kakyōin said softly as he landed nearby. The boy jerked his head up, revealing red-rimmed eyes the color of emerald. "Who are you?" the boy asked, his voice slightly hoarse from the crying he'd just been doing. "Is it not customary to give one's name before asking another theirs?" the red-headed man asked calmly. "Oh, and my name's Midoriya Izuku." The boy introduced himself with a flinch. "A pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun," Kakyōin said with a nod. "I am Kakyōin Noriaki. Why were you crying just now?"
I am quirkless,"
Midoriya confessed, looking depressed. "I've been quirkless for 4 years, and I'm alone, apart from my mother." "No father? No friends?" the stand user asked with a frown. "Dad's in America, working." The greenette shook his head. "And Kakin doesn't like me, so no one else likes me." "Kakin?" Kakyōin asked with a raised eyebrow. And then it came pouring out how Kakin, Bakugo Katsuki, had once been his friend, but had turned into his primary bully. How he had the nickname of Deku, which meant useless. How his classmates and even the teachers followed Bakugo's lead because of the powerful quirk he possessed, and how likely it was he would become a professional hero because of it. Throughout the entire tale, Kakyōin only barely kept his distaste for the Bakugo boy at bay, as it seemed that, for whatever reason, the boy in front of him still considered his bully a friend. Quite why puzzled the man, but Midoriya was just a child. Children often clung to the familiar when faced with great change. "I see. You have endured much," the stand user said at last. "What are you going to do about it, though? Are you simply going to allow them to do as they please without fighting back?" I want to be a hero, and heroes don't stir up trouble," Midoriya said stubbornly. "There is a marked difference between stirring up trouble and avoiding being turned into a punching bag, Midoriya-kun." Kakyōin said dryly. A hero would stand up for themselves, because if he can't stand up for himself, then how could he stand up for others? As Midoriya worked through that, the man frowned. While convincing the boy to not be a doormat was all very well and good, it wouldn't solve what the world nowadays saw as his main problem, his quirklessness. With a pulse of his will, Hierophant Green appeared at his shoulder, making Midoriya jump in fright. Waha! Is that your quirk? The boy asked after yelping in shock. I was born in the era before quirks came into existence, over 200 years ago. Kakyōin replied. Back then, I possessed the ability to materialize my life force as an image that stood by me. I was known as a stand user, with Hierophant Green here as my stand. I died in 1989, if memory serves. So you're a G-ghost? Midoriya looked freaked out.
No.
Kakyōin looked thoughtful. A ghost implies that my spirit was somehow bound to the living world via unresolved issues or grudges. I passed on as soon as I died. My spirit intersected with your dream for some reason, Midoriya-kun. Technically, I would refer to this as a form of seance. Oh. The green-haired boy faltered. With a mental command from Kakyōin, the puppet-like stand swooped over and touched the boy on the head with one finger. He had done this once before in one of these intersections. His stand was his life force made manifest and controlled by his will. How he could summon in the beyond was a puzzle, but by having Hierophant Green touch someone on the head, he could see the true character of the person in question. The last time, the man had been a piece of scum, pure and simple. That had put Kakyōin off from trying to do this again. But he had decided to look at this boy's character to see if his inner self matched his exterior persona. A slew of emotions and feeling washed over him as Hierophant Green connected with Midoriya Izuku. Pain, suffering, torment, despair, hopelessness, hope, determination, intelligence, insight, longing, adoration, love, protectiveness, self-sacrifice. Blinking and shaking his head, Kakyōin looked down in awe at the boy below, who had recoiled from the finger of his stand in surprise. Despite everything he has been through since he was declared quirkless, he still carries a core of unbreakable determination to become a hero. The stand user thought in amazement. Despite having every reason to give into his despair, he continues to walk forward. In spite of those who mock his dream as a fantasy, he still holds it close to his heart. In spite of how most would become twisted and bitter after all he has been through, he still cares for others, even above himself. This boy. Kakyōin-san? The questioning voice of Midoriya broke him out of his stupefied state. My apologies, Midoriya-kun, Kakyōin said with a nod. I just read your character using my Hierophant Green here. You are quite the amazing person. That made the boy squeak in surprise and hide his face in embarrassment. Unsurprising, as he was not used to being praised for anything by anyone other than his mother these days. Making Hierophant Green back away, Kakyōin blinked as the stand also cupped its hands, a green glow appearing there until it became an emerald, such as the ones that his stand used in its signature attack, Emerald Splash. Why, oh, could it be? The stand user mused. Turning his attention to Midoriya, he smiled. Would you like that emerald, Midoriya-kun, as a present to commemorate our meeting? Is that okay? The boy asked in amazement. Of course. I wouldn't have offered had it been otherwise. Kakyōin reassured the boy, making Hierophant Green lean down to offer the emerald to the young boy. Gulping, Midoriya Izuku reached out and carefully took the fist-sized jewel, which then vanished into the boy's hands, making his body glow and a pair of familiar dual circles appear on each of Izuku's palms. Each! The boy exclaimed. As I thought. Kakyōin mused. Midoriya-kun, it seems that Hierophant Green has either bestowed its abilities upon you, or it has given you the ability to summon a stand with great similarity to itself. Can you try and force your spirit to call forth something? Even if you say that, Midoriya stammered before he screwed up his face in concentration. After a moment, a figure slightly taller than Midoriya himself appeared behind him. It was indeed greatly similar to Hierophant Green in appearance, vaguely robotic, with gray-white armor, but that was where the similarities stopped. For a start, the figure's unarmored portions were a deeper emerald green compared with the original, making the white lines crisscrossing its skin like veins stand out more vibrantly. The armor was also slightly more elaborate, with extra ornamentation running up and down it. In the center of the chest piece, a single emerald rotated. The final difference was that the eyes of the brand new stand were not the yellow of Hierophant green. They were a bright sky blue. "Teach this is?" Midoriya gasped. "This is your stand, Midoriya-kun, your own power," Kakyōin said absently as he examined the boy's stand clinically. "I wonder how much similarity yours has with mine." Hierophant green, emerald splash. Placing its palms together, Hierophant green then pulled them apart, revealing a tunnel of bright emerald water arcing between them. With a glow about its limbs, the stand fired a barrage of emeralds from the water across the dreamscape, away from Midoriya. "Whoa!" the boy gaped. "Can you try and make your stand do that?" The older stand user asked the boy. "I'll try." Midoriya looked at the stand hovering next to him and concentrated for a moment. The smaller stand repeated the actions of its original, but was only able to fire 3 emeralds. It was interesting to note that the emeralds were also a darker color, while the water was the same shade of green as Hierophant green's attack. It looks as if you're a bit young to use Emerald Splash just yet," Kakyōin mused. "Well, before anything else, I think you should name your stand, Midoriya-kun." "And name it?" Midoriya looked tired. "Certainly. Mine is one I named as a child, after the Hierophant card of the tarot. Most stand in my time were named after one of those cards," the man explained. "Star Platinum, Hermit Purple, Silver Chariot, the Fool and Magician's Red were the stands used by my allies back when I was alive." "What are the names of the other tarot cards?" the boy asked. "The World, the Tower, Strength, Wheel of Fortune, the Moon, the Devil, Temperance, the Hanged Man, Emperor, Empress, Sun, Justice, Lovers, Sun, Death, Judgment, and High Priestess make up the rest of the major arcana," Kakyōin recited. "The minor arcana are cups, swords, wands, and coins." "Can you choose?" the boy asked timidly. "Me?" The redhead raised an eyebrow and looked thoughtful. "Certainly. I know. I'll give it the name I originally gave to my own stand. From here on out, your stand is known as Hierophant Emerald." Just then, the dreamscape started to darken, and both Hierophant Green and the newly named Hierophant Emerald vanished back to their users' bodies. "What's happening?" Midoriya looked around in a panic. "You're waking up," Kakyōin informed the boy. "As you do, your mind is being drawn from here, so the dreamscape is collapsing." "Will I see you again?" the boy asked hopefully. "I've never seen someone in a dreamscape twice," Kakyōin confessed. "Then again, I've never given someone a stand before here either, so it's possible. In case we don't, I'll give you some advice. Experiment with your stand and those markings on your hands. It could be you can use Emerald Splash without summoning your stand." Hierophant Green was fairly weak in close combat, but while Hierophant Emerald was copied from my stand, it isn't the same stand, so don't discount anything until you have seen it with your own eyes. Finally, never give up or let someone tell you that you are less than you are. My stand and I think you are worthy, so stand proud, Midoriya-kun.
Yes.
Midoriya nodded before he vanished along with the rest of the dreamscape. "Things are going to be interesting if I can find him again," Kakyōin mused. Stand name: Hierophant Emerald, child. Stand user: Midoriya Izuku. Stand type: undetermined. Stand appearance: organic humanoid. All stats unknown at this time. Special abilities: Emerald Splash.
Chapter 1, Standpunkt Izuku.
The following day, Quirk Specialist's Office, Mizudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. Midoriya Inko had been having a very emotional day today. Ever since she'd gotten up this morning and found that her baby boy had apparently developed strange patterns on his hands, she'd been bouncing constantly between panicking, worried, sick, and confused out of her mind. Finding that the marks weren't hurting her baby had calmed her panic enough to call the doctor and make their way to the local clinic. There, a new emotion was added to the confusing mess that was Inko's emotional state. elation that her baby had somehow managed to develop a quirk 4 years late at the age of 8. The doctor, a normal pediatrician, had quickly made a few calls and directed them to a quirk specialist's office, where little Izuku had been undergoing a series of tests and examinations since shortly after they arrived. "Well, Midoriya-san, I've run Izuku through our entire palette of emergency exams, and to start with, he's perfectly healthy," stated the doctor as he dabbed at his brow with a handkerchief. Dr. Minamoto Maka, unlike Dr. Tsubasa who'd given Izuku his initial quirkless classification, hadn't stopped at a simple X-ray of Izuku's toe joint. "Your initial quirk doctor appears to have been a bit of a lazy quack. Frankly, if I didn't know that Dr. Tsubasa's clinic had closed last year with his retirement, I'd have reported him to the doctorate board for negligence. While the toe joint test is a fairly common indicator of quirklessness, it is only accurate about 95% of the time. Doctors doing a child's first quirk diagnosis are supposed to do several tests in addition to ensure that the diagnosis is accurate, particularly given how quirklessness is treated in modern society. But Izuku hasn't shown any signs of a quirk in the last 4 years," Inko said haltingly, thankful that her son was away having some further tests done by a kindly nurse. "Ah, and that's where things get interesting." Dr. Minamoto nodded. "Again, the reason that we have such extensive quirk screening processes on a child's first quirk diagnosis is because several situations can leave a quirk dormant until biological, environmental, or even psychological conditions are met. Oh, there are certainly quirkless individuals out there, but this is due to a mutation in the quirk gene, a throwback to the pre-quirk era showing itself, or any one of several other reasons, but they are even rarer than most people believe. At least half of the currently quirkless population actually suffer from what's been labeled latent quirk syndrome, and simply have not met the requirements to awaken their quirk." The doctor stopped to dab his forehead again. "Some people with this disorder have quirks that are simply too strong for their bodies, and thus their own natural defenses instinctively suppress their quirk's awakening in order to prevent the body from harming itself. Others need a certain form of stimulus to awaken their quirk, like exposure to a specific material or a life-or-death situation. Ever rarer types, in the category I believe your son falls into, simply require more physical or mental development to activate. All the indicators seem to point to your son requiring inspiration, stress, willpower, and time in order to activate his quirk." "Inspiration, stress, willpower, and time?" Inko blinked. Dr. Maka nodded again. "The common misconception is that quirks will manifest within a year of a person turning 4. While true in roughly 75% of the population, there are other circumstances. The biggest and most commonly known aberrant in that is when a quirk manifests from birth. The luminescent baby, the first recorded quirk holder, is the best known example of this, but a more recent example would be the professional hero present mic. Even after 200 years of research, we still don't know why quirks manifest at these points, or why it is rarer for some quirks to require certain triggers to activate." Reaching for a PDA, he brought up a sheet of data on it before handing it to Inko. "This is an analysis of your son's quirk factor, which I received less than an hour ago. I requested your pediatrician deliver the blood sample he took from your son immediately to a local laboratory, even as he directed you here. Given how chaotic certain latent quirk activations can be, the sample was given priority and run through a sequencer to get a full readout of his quirk factor. Now the readout is a bit on the complicated side, so I won't bore you with all details on what each point means, but the total results point toward a quirk that requires both a strong imagination and what can be best described as immense willpower to activate and utilize. Given those factors, I'm honestly surprised a child so young could activate it. Izuku, he's always dreamed about being a hero," Inko offered, her expression falling. "He loves watching them, and he's filled out several notebooks doing a self-made analysis on other people's quirks. He tries to figure out how they work, and then tries to build up new ideas on how to use. I doubt most of the real users have put half the thought Izuku does into their quirks. He's always been so dedicated and stubborn about being a hero. Even being told he was quirkless didn't shake that desire for more than a few weeks. I know it's caused him a few problems at school, but he refuses to talk to me about it, and it hasn't slowed him down in the slightest. Bullying would explain the elevated stress levels we've been seeing in his tests. He's at over double the amount normally seen in a child his age. Minamoto frowned, grumbling slightly under his breath. I take it the main cause is his presumptive quirklessness? TCH, how typical. I know I had a few troubles when I was his age thanks to my own quirk. Kids at that age can be cruel. Noting the puzzled look Inko was giving him, the doctor elaborated. My quirk is an emitter type called level down that allows me to release a wavelength of energy from my body that interferes with the quirk factors of others within a certain radius of me. When I activate it, most weaker quirks around me are completely disempowered, while stronger ones are severely weakened. As you can imagine with how important having a strong or cool quirk is among children, having one that made everyone else feel weak didn't make me a popular kid. Inko winced. Yes, she could well imagine that. Erasure, negation, or suppression quirks were never popular among those with powerful and simple quirks, at least when they were kids. To return to the subject of your son and his quirk, the most visible effect is an emitter ability that allows him to generate a torrent of some form of green, semi-viscous liquid between his hands, using those strange markings as a source and end for the stream. Dr. Minamoto said, turning the PDA around and scrolling through it. With a bit of concentration, it seems he is able to solidify portions of the liquid and fire it as a form of crystalline projectile at such a speed that it can embed itself into concrete. A bit of training and experimentation, and I suspect that he'll be able to control the speed and power of the projectile to the point it can be used non-lethally. The gem in question closely resembles some form of emerald, but degrades back into a liquid state before dissolving completely shortly after it impacts. Which is a good thing. The jewel market is unstable enough, and the ability to produce precious stones at will would put a very large target on your son's head. That sounds like a good quirk. Inko offered, smiling softly. Her emotions were still bubbling unstably, but the fact that her baby now had an ability that would let him chase his dream was slowly untangling years of built-up stress and guilt. That isn't even all of it. The doctor offered her a smile. He also seems to be able to manifest some sort of floating, humanoid avatar that he manipulates mentally. The avatar is capable of interacting with the world. Your son had it lift and carry a pin around the testing office, but is primarily insubstantial and can even manifest the same emitter ability as your son. Though the projections is noticeably stronger, firing 3 to 4 projectiles rather than Izuku's single shot. What's more, the projection is completely invisible unless your son concentrates on it. Oh my! Inko murmured in surprise. Indeed, at first I thought he had some form of telekinesis or levitation ability, probably a mutation of your own quirk, but your son was able to manifest it long enough for us to get a photo of it. The doctor paused, bringing up said photo to show Inko before he started chuckling. I'll admit, watching your son's emitter ability originate from seemingly nowhere was also a bit shocking. I believe that manifesting it was the key contributor to both the imagination and willpower requirements of your son's quirk. Imagination to give it form, and willpower to manifest what is essentially a psychokinetic construct out of nothing. The doctor paused again, dabbing at his forehead. The only issue we've found so far is that Izuku-kun can't seem to manifest both abilities at the same time. He can either form his projection or utilize his projectile attack from his own hands, not both at the same time. Oh dear, that does sound like it could be troublesome, the Midoriya matriarch said with a worried frown. Well, that's only for now. Minamoto offered her a smile. Don't forget, many quirks grow and mature both as the holder ages and as they train with their abilities, and that is just as true for latent quirks as normal ones. If your son continues to develop his mental strength, it is entirely possible he'll be able to manifest both abilities at the same time. He's already shown remarkable focus and mental fortitude and strength for a child his age. If he continues to develop as he has, I have no doubt his ability will grow with him. Yes, I suppose that is true. Inko nodded firmly, her eyes blazing with determination on behalf of her son. Izuku will have my complete support in this, sensei. Minamoto's smile grew slightly. It was always so good to see parents who wholeheartedly supported their children. In his clinic, he had to deal with all types of parents. Some wanted their children's quirks to follow some preconceived ideal or perfected image. Others, such as a particularly arrogant, glory-seeking flame hero who had used his services, only saw their children as a means to an end. His PDA pinged again, and he opened the new file. "Oh, it seems like your son has decided to name his quirk," he mused. Interesting choice. Emerald Hierophant. Apparently, he took the name from his projectiles and the coloring of his projection along with the prayer stance he has to assume in order to activate his quirk. Descriptive without giving away anything of importance, your boy is quite the clever one. Yes, he is, Inko said, pride for her son in her voice. Later. Izuku's room, Midoriya home, Mizudafu. Running into his room, one Midoriya Izuku was thrilled. He'd thought, when he'd woken up this morning, that he'd merely had a weird, but good, dream about meeting a cool-looking guy called Kakyōin Noriaki and getting a quirk from him. Except that it had been real, somehow. He really had met someone who had been dead for 2.5 centuries who had somehow given him his quirk, or a stand, as he called it. The boy thought in awe. He'd never heard of any kind of superpowers in the era before quirks, other than in TV, movies, cartoons, and anime, and he was determined to do some research about the year that Kakyōin-san had mentioned, 1989, to see if he could find out anything more about him and how he died. He doubted he'd find any mention of these stands. Superpowers emerging before the luminescent baby would have certainly been big news. Then again, stands were mostly invisible. That was a surprise when he realized that the nice nurse and doctor couldn't see Emerald. It had taken a surprising amount of concentration and effort to make Emerald Hierophant visible for even a brief moment, and he remembered his history teacher mentioning that it had taken years of quirks manifesting before the world accepted that they were real and not some hoax. If it took that long for people to accept people gaining actual, visible superpowers, then maybe it wasn't that unbelievable that no one would accept or acknowledge invisible ones. Still, that was going to be relegated to a side project for now. The new stand user's top priority was going to be experimenting with his new power and discovering everything it was capable of. After all, everyone else he knew had had their quirks for years now. If Izuku wanted to be a hero, he was going to have to work hard to catch up. I'm really not looking forward to Kakin finding out about this, he thought with a sad grimace. While a tiny part of him was hopeful Kakin would start liking him again now that he had a quirk. His talk with Kakyōin-san had forced the boy to honestly evaluate his former best friend. Given his past actions, it was far more likely that Kakin would blow his top at the useless Deku, suddenly gaining a quirk out of the blue. At worst, he'd accuse him of lying about not having a quirk all this time rather than admit that he'd been wrong. Deciding to turn his mind to more pleasant thoughts, Izuku decided to make his own private hero analysis book for his stand/quirk. Peeking to the side, he saw Hierophant Emerald floating there ready to move at his command. It was odd to think that his stand was invisible to everyone unless he focused and concentrated on making it visible to the world at large. Not only that, Hierophant Emerald was selectively intangible in its invisible state, allowing it to pick up something on a table while phasing its arm through a table or something. It was pretty cool to think about, really. The sheer variety of uses having an invisible, intangible, at-will humanoid avatar at his mental command was already causing his analytical side to salivate at the possibilities. And those were only the base abilities every stand possessed. According to Kakyōin-san, each one had its own abilities, and Izuku had a feeling he'd only scratched the surface of Emerald Hierophant's. I can really become a hero, Izuku thought as a broad, cheek-aching smile spread across his face. He had never allowed the words of others to drag him down or get him thinking negatively, at least most of the time. After 4 years of constant harassment and abuse, though, even his determination had been starting to flag in the face of near-constant adversity. Now it had been completely restored in the space of a day. He was going to become a hero, and nobody, not his classmates, not his teachers, not even Kakin, were going to stop him. He may not have the explosion, quirk user's natural talent for close-range combat, but something told Izuku that Hierophant Emerald, much like its parent, Hierophant Green, wasn't meant for close-quarters combat. It was a tiny bit disappointing that he wouldn't be able to fight like his idol All Might. But after finally gaining his own ability, Izuku was determined to use it to its fullest. That meant he had to be his own kind of hero. Reaching up and wiping tears out of his eyes, Izuku grabbed the expensive-looking notebook that his mother had bought him as a congratulation gift on their way home from the clinic. With a rich brown leather cover and a thick pad full of ruled paper, it even had a slot for a small placard to be placed into it to identify the contents. Removing the blank one already in it, Izuku sat down at his desk and carefully wrote the new title of the book on it in as smooth and precise kanji as he could produce before slotting it back in place. Stand Notes for Future Heroics, Volume 1. I'll still make notes about other people's quirks in my hero analysis for the future notebooks. It's fun and interesting. But this one is for me and me alone, he thought with a smile. Now, I don't have to imagine what it would be like to have a quirk. I actually have one of my own. I won't waste the chance that Kakyōin-san gave me. I will become a hero. With that determined thought, Izuku opened his notebook and started to write down what he knew of his quirk and his stand based on what he had accomplished with it so far, as well as what he had seen Kakyōin-san do in his dream. Hierophant Green's usage of Emerald Splash made Izuku shiver in mixed fear and anticipation. There had to have been at least 36 gemstones in the short little barrage that he'd seen, and it was obvious the man hadn't even been trying hard, while Izuku could barely manage one, with Hierophant Emerald firing a meager for at most. I have a long way to go, the boy said aloud. But you'll have my help with it, Izuku, Inko said as she came in. Mummy? Izuku looked up at her in surprise. Oh, my boy. Inko walked over and drew her baby boy into a hug. You've persevered for so long while bearing things alone. I am so sorry for that, Izuku. I was fine, though. Izuku protested. I didn't want you to worry, so it's fine. No, Izuku, it isn't, his mother said firmly as she pulled back and cupped her son's face with one hand. Quirk or not, you are a good boy, with a strong will and a good heart. Just because you were thought to be quirkless until now was no reason to bully you. None whatsoever. That you thought you had to protect me from the truth was my failing as a mother. On Monday, I'll be coming into school to explain your new quirk and ensure that your teachers get the message that their time ignoring you and everything that happens to you is officially over. Any more bullying, and I will sue them for every yen that they possess. Tears started to form in Izuku's eyes as he realized just how much him keeping secrets from her had hurt his mother, and yet she took it as her own fault. He had known that his mother loved him a lot, but this was the first time he had seen exactly how far she was willing to go in order to support him. It was humbling to realize. Allowing his tears to fall, Izuku started to cry, swiftly joined by his mother's own crying as well. The two allowed all of the stress, frustration, and heartache of the last 4 years to pour out with their tears. By the time they calmed down, cleaned up, had their dinner, and went to bed, they both felt as if an immense burden had been lifted from them that they had been unaware of carrying. That night, their dreams were untroubled and free of worry. Monday. Asesu Elementary School, Mizudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. Bakugo Katsuki liked to think he had a damned good handle on life for an 8-year-old. He was in the middle of 3rd grade, was easily the most popular kid in class, feared/respected, they meant the same to him, by all the other students and even the teachers, and was getting pretty damn good at using his explosion quirk. All in all, he thought he was well on his way to completing his destiny of becoming the #1 hero. So he was more than a little shocked when a teacher took him aside before classes started and warned him not to put Deku in his place as he had been doing before. What the hell? He has a quirk now, Bakugo-kun. The teacher, a boring old man with a receding hairline and Coke bottle glasses so thick you couldn't see his eyes, said weakly. There's a boatload of proof from a well-known quirk specialist, and his quirk registry has been updated. It is apparently a fairly powerful one as well. A quirk? Deku? Deku has a goddamned quirk? Bakugo screamed in his mind. It was as if a vital part of the world was suddenly turned on its head. Deku was weak, quirkless, and fit to only gaze in awe at what he could never have. For him to have a quirk was impossible. No one develops a quirk after they are 4, aside from some very special cases. He mentally recited the most commonly known fact about quirks. Deku ain't special, which means either this is total bullshit, or he's had a quirk since he was 4 and never told anyone. He's been fucking laughing at me for 4 years. That little bastard. Due to the potent mix of ego, superiority complex, and inferiority complex that had shaped Bakugo Katsuki's worldview ever since his quirk had manifested, this was the only conclusion he could allow himself to draw. Anything else would force him to admit that he'd been wrong about his childhood friend, something neither his ego or superiority complex would allow. Meanwhile, his inferiority complex constantly fed off the idea that Deku thought he was better than him, that he was smarter, or would be a better hero than him. Forcing Deku down into his place assuaged that crippling feeling of self-doubt and allowed him to maintain his confidence and worldview. He literally could not allow himself to view Deku to be anything other than weak, otherwise his own strength would become meaningless in his own eyes. Given those facts, Katsuki's reaction to the school's first ever serious attempt to warn him about his bullying activities was somewhat predictable. DKKKKKUUUU, he roared as he stormed into the classroom, eyes glaring daggers and mouth practically frothing at the bit. Never before in his life had Katsuki felt such pure rage as he did at this moment. No one made a fool of him. No one dared to mock Bakugo Katsuki. He'd blow the shitty bastard into next week for this. Kakyōin. Deku gulped from where he was stood next to his desk. That was per usual, but what wasn't per usual was his stance. Rather than cringing into himself and flinching away like usual, Deku was actually standing tall. And he was even trying to meet Katsuki's eyes, trying to act like he was an equal. Obviously, that pissed the blonde bomber off something fierce. "What's this crap about you having a quirk?" Katsuki snarled, hands flexing and popping off minor explosions in a threatening manner. It usually made Deku shrink and cower away from him, but the bastard barely flinched. Where the hell had he gotten a backbone from? In reply to Bakugo's demand/question, Deku raised his hands to display his palms. On each were two circular bumps that had emerald green rings around them. Katsuki wasn't an expert, but he was damn sure that those hadn't been there on Friday. Then, they had been smooth and not marked by any kind of bumps or colors beyond the human norm. Fuck, so he really did get a quirk. Is that what you mean to tell me? The blonde boy growled to himself. Even his disjointed worldview couldn't deny an obvious physical development like that, nor could he believe that Deku had managed to hide them for 4 years. That after 4 years, he actually developed a goddamn quirk? That he's somehow special?
No.
Fuck that. Quirk or no quirk, he's just a Deku who doesn't know his place. So what? You got some little bumps on your hands? That doesn't mean you got shit, Deku. Bakugo sneered. He spotted the teacher entering and clicked his tongue in irritation. He didn't want anything serious on his record, so he'd have to leave Deku alone. In school, anyway. TCH. Meet after school in the usual place, Deku. You know what'll happen if you don't. Having said his piece, Katsuki turned and swaggered off without staying to hear Deku's response. There was no point, after all. Deku may have a quirk now, but he was still the same spineless loser as before. Kakyōin. Deku's voice stopped him. It wasn't weak or quivery as had been just a moment ago. It was firm and determined. Katsuki looked back over his shoulder to see Deku looking him right in the eye again. I'll meet you there, but don't think that it'll go the same as it has been for the last 4 years. Murmurs swept around the gradually filling classroom at Midoriya Izuku, actually standing up to Bakugo Katsuki for once. Most of the class had been together since kindergarten, so they all knew what the class hierarchy was supposed to be, Bakugo at the top and Midoriya at the bottom, with the rest of them stuck in the middle. No one had ever challenged this hierarchy, at least not more than once, and no one had ever expected Midoriya to ever grow the balls to do so himself. A sudden urge to explode the Deku swept over Bakugo, but he tamped down on it firmly. Bakugo was no fool. He knew that the teachers wouldn't ignore his behavior now, not after he got a serious warning. And he was smart enough to know that a record of starting fights or bullying, he couldn't understand what was wrong with showing extras their place. But he was smart enough to recognize how others viewed it would only damage his goal of becoming the number one. Deku would get what was coming to him once school was over, and the bastard was away from the irritating eyes of the teachers. He was also going to enjoy it.
After school. Mizudafu Public Park.
Izuku gulped as he headed to the isolated part of the park where Kakyōin practiced with his quirk, which basically meant blowing up anything he could get his hand on in the most destructive way possible and occasionally using it on Izuku. It was an infrequent occurrence, especially since the blonde boy's current control over his quirk limited him to 2 settings: firecracker pops and a full-fledged explosion. As reckless and angry as the explosion quirk user usually was, he didn't want to actually hurt Izuku, at least not enough to leave more than the occasional burn or so. I have to do this. I have to stand up to Kakin, the green-haired boy thought determinedly. Kakyōin-san was right. If I can't stand up to a bully, how can I think of myself as a hero ever? All Might wouldn't let someone talk to him like Kakin does to me. Unbeknownst to Izuku, a certain short and elderly semi-retired pro-hero sneezed violently and looked around suspiciously before resolving to see if a certain pupil of his had been bad-mouthing him behind his back again. He had been trying to draw on the strength and confidence the stand user had projected in his dreams all day, and it had been working too. His classmates hadn't bothered him as much after Kakin had left. Most were seemingly keeping their distance, trying to see if these new changes were permanent or if the old status quo would quickly re-establish itself. Kakyōin had done more than simply grant Izuku a stand in their brief encounter. He had inspired the boy in a way that only All Might had done before. Now Izuku had 2 idols warring for dominance in his ideology: the calm and collected stand user and the boisterous symbol of peace. The meshing of those 2 idolized figures would shape Izuku in many ways in the coming years, and would result in a very unique young man emerging. So, you actually showed up, Deku? Kakin growled from where he was leaning against a tree. The glare drilled into Izuku, and he barely managed to stop himself from flinching, once again calling on Kakyōin-san's cool image to gird himself. 4 years of habit weren't going to fall away all at once, but the words of Kakyōin Noriaki and his new quirk had strengthened his spine. He was, for the first time ever, ready to face his old friend's wrath. The previous day had let him experiment some more with his quirk and stand, allowing him to gain some very important bits of information about both, some of which he'd use to good effect here if Kakin pushed him to it. Kakin, he said with only a very slight stutter, which was quite the accomplishment for him. Since when have I ever not shown up if you've asked me to meet you somewhere? TCH. The explosion, quirk user sneered slightly as he moved towards Izuku, hand flexing. Forget that. You think you getting a quirk means that you're my equal? That you aren't a Deku anymore? Know your place, extra. You're just a pebble for me to kick out of the way on my way to the top. With that, Katsuki raised his right arm and flung it forwards, going for his usual attack pattern that started with a right hook. Izuku quickly clapped his hands together and drew them apart, the shining green water appearing between them. Katsuki noticed the water, but was too committed to his swing to do anything about it. As I form the emeralds that are fired with Emerald Splash, with just a bit of concentration I can manipulate both their properties and velocity as they solidify and launch. He chanted within his mind, recalling the first major breakthrough he'd had while working with his quirk yesterday. From shape, cut, size, and sheen to smoothness, hardness, and length, he could control the properties of the emeralds with perfect precision, so long as they were fired from his own hands rather than Hierophant emeralds. Those were stuck at a fixed size, shape, cut, and hardness. Emerald Splash. Beanbag Round? Izuku shouted, the name he'd come up for his first ever super move coming to the forefront of his mind. It was the softest emerald he could create at the slowest velocity he had found would work as an actual offensive attack without harming someone more than bruising them. A large emerald about twice the size of a baseball shot out of the liquid and slammed into Katsuki's body, throwing him back before he could set off his nitroglycerin-laden palm in Izuku's face. Gah! Bakugo choked out as he felt like he'd just been punched in the gut by an adult. He landed on the ground, rolled and lay sprawled out on the ground, sucking in air for a moment before he staggered to his feet, eyes glaring death at Izuku. Deku! The enraged roar and full-power explosions erupting from his former best friend's hands was enough to tell Izuku that he might have just screwed up. Crap! Izuku gulped, realizing now that his old friend was unlikely to react logically to getting hit. Deciding that escape was a better option than fighting with a power he still didn't have full control over against an enraged berserker who'd had access to there for nearly half a decade, he immediately utilized the second thing that he had found out yesterday. That Hierophant emerald was several times stronger than he was and could use that as increased jumping power to leap a fair distance. Combined, that meant he could escape from dangerous situations by having his stand jump him out of there. Katsuki's jaw dropping at the sight of Izuku flying through the air without using his legs was a sight that Izuku would look back on and laugh about in later years, especially as it was the first of many times. "Deku, get back here." Katsuki howled in fury and started to chase his prey. "How about no?" Izuku deadpanned before gulping at the increased fury of his old friend. Oh dear. Fortunately for Izuku, he was able to escape to his home before Bakugo was able to catch him, making the blonde boy swear loudly and relatively creatively for an 8.5-year-old. He had indeed learned well from his mother's explosive vocabulary, if nothing else. Over the next few days, Izuku had to get increasingly more inventive in leaving his school in order to avoid Bakugo challenging him to another fight. He may have stood up to him when called out, but he really didn't want to have to fight every day. Thank you very much. Eventually, Inko got fed up of Izuku being chased all over the place after school and called Bakugo Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, to make her reel in her son and get him under a semblance of control, which the other woman was more than glad to do. She had always hated how her idiot son had an ego the size of Mount fucking Fuji, and now had more than sufficient reason to crack down on him. Needless to say, Katsuki was not pleased by the fact his mother came to pick him up from school every day after that, complaining loudly that it was embarrassing. Mitsuki told him to build a bridge and get over it, as she'd be doing it until he graduated to middle school. Things were tense between Izuku and Katsuki in class because of this, to say the least, but due to Izuku now possessing a fairly powerful quirk, the teachers were no longer so willing to pull a blind eye to Bakugo's antics. Sensing this, the explosive boy reluctantly settled from using harsh language towards Izuku in classes, and the occasional bit of attempted physical tormenting in gym classes. Attempted because Izuku was quickly gaining the ability to stand on his own, and his attempts to mimic his newest idol were slowly starting to bear fruit. His classmates were simply confused at the upending of the social order and unable or unwilling with Izuku's change of status, so he was mostly left alone. All in all, Izuku could safely say that it was an overall improvement to his situation. With Bakugo defanged for the most part, he could focus on his studies and learning about his quirk and stand without having to constantly look over his shoulder for a blondzerker coming to blow him up. Life was good. End of the month. Room unknown location. The room was dimly lit and shrouded with shadows, to the point that it was hard to distinguish the engulfing darkness from the shrouded forms of the three people who sat around a small table in the center, each wearing no masks. One wore the black, snarling visage of the Hanya, a jealous female demon. Another bore the red, laughing, ape-like face of the drunken sprit shoujo. Lastly, the third wore a white mask depicted a golden-horned and snarling oni. A new stand user has recently awoken. A woman's muffled voice came from the Hanya masked figure. "You are certain?" A man's voice echoed curiously from the shoujo mask. "I have never been wrong before." Hanya replied icily. "I believe that Hanya has the benefit of the doubt, shoujo," the oni mask offered calmly. "She has, as stated, never been wrong before. Though you must admit it is surprising. New stand users have been rare since the defeat of Enrico Pucci by Jolan and Jotaro Kujo over 2 centuries ago. We just recruited that pair of new stand users 2 weeks ago, and it's rare for more than 2 to awaken worldwide these days. A third awakening this month is unusual enough, but for all 3 to awaken in the same area is practically unheard of. Whoever they were awoke just over 2 weeks ago," Hanya said gruffly. "Roughly a day after the Neo twins awoke. The location is, unfortunately, in mainland Japan." "That is most unfortunate." Oni sighed, though there was a subtle hint of a growl in his voice as he continued. "All for One has made it very clear that any villain stand users are to stay out of his little fiefdom after we recovered the Neo twins, and even Oyakata-sama is wary of declaring war on that particular devil just yet. The sheer number of abilities that creature can throw out is enough to promote some wariness, and the fact that he could likely bring hundreds of quirk users against our more limited numbers is enough reason to exercise caution. Even so, members of our Danshaku division are starting to grow impatient to be allowed to enter Japan in proper and claim it for themselves. Shoujo snorted. I can see why. All for one's power to steal quirks is a useless threat against a true stand user, and no extrasensory quirk, no matter how powerful, has ever let anyone see a stand. Any one of our higher tier members could kill the fossilized bastard easily enough if we're cautious enough and can set the stage to our advantage. He turned his head to Hanya. What about your stand? Have you been able to see anything regarding the ancient leech? Hanya shook her head. My stand points to a great confrontation brewing in Japan, and a particularly bright light is growing to face the ancient darkness, but the details are still unclear, particularly since neither possesses a stand. Hanya replied tiredly. And the situation is not yet at a point I would bother Oyakata-sama with it. Oni let out a sigh of his own. To be fair, Oyakata-sama has been trying to track down any of the golden arrows that the Speedwagon Foundation has yet to destroy. It is truly a shame that they destroyed all traces and memories of Dio's diary. Otherwise, we would be able to continue Enrico and Dio's plan to attain heaven. The golden arrows I can understand wanting, as they would allow us to vastly swell our numbers with just a bit of trial and error, but I see the diary as no great loss. Hanya disagreed. We would essentially be killing ourselves by attaining heaven. It is best to look to the future rather than reach for what is beyond our grasp anyway. True, Oni admitted, before seeming to dismiss the subject. In any case, we are to ignore mainland Japan for the foreseeable future. As we are in Okinawa currently, we will likely relocate to either China or Korea inside of the next month or so, until All for One is either killed or weakened enough that we can remove him without risk. Remaining even as close as Okinawa to his center of power would be most unwise. Shoujo, you are to leave in the next week to oversee the purchase of new facilities. Hanya and I will oversee the mothballing of our facility here and join you upon completion of that, along with the dozen stand users we have with us. Very well. Shoujo nodded. I do wonder what manner of person awoke their stand. It is a shame that they, and any other stand user in Japan, will be left out in the cold until we are able to return. It would be better if we could figure out who they were and keep an eye on them. The Joestar family in America and the Speedwagon Foundation in Europe are irritating enough. If a stand user awakens here and acts against us, like Jotaro, Josuke, and Jolan did, it would be almost an echo of what happened with Dio-sama and Enrico Pucci. Hanya growled out in annoyance. Sadly, you know the way things are. Only a stand user can see a stand, unless it's one that possesses material objects or substances.
Oni shrugged.
All for One has made sure he knows all members of the Danshaku division, so we cannot leave a mole behind to investigate. We merely have to hope that whoever it is who awoke to their stand is not of the heroic inclination. In that, we are in luck that most people who do awaken a stand have their own goals and personality quirks that make them either villainous or disinclined to bother with the hero/villain situation unless it encroaches on them first. Unlike the past organizations who were formed of stand users, we do not press gang lone stand users into joining us, and we do not allow our members to run rampant and potentially stir stand users to act against us for personal reasons. Oyakata-sama made sure to learn from the lessons of Dio-sama and Enrico Pucci's failures. Just so. The only female present nodded. Still, the feeling that my Baku Tower leaves me when I look into this newest stand user is unsettling. I will have to consult with Oyakata-sama to see if he can throw more light on the situation. Sadly, that will not be possible. Oni shook his head. Oyakata-sama has gone into seclusion in Nepal as of last night, leaving instructions to not be disturbed until further notice. That leaves the Council of Nobility in charge. The heads of Kishi, Danshaku, Koshaku, Hakashaku, and Oak are to make decisions on matters of the organization in Oyakata-sama's absence. Why now, of all times? Hanya growled. Oyakata-sama usually has his reasons. Shoujo shrugged. I find it better to not question him. Last time I did, I got demoted from Hakashaku to Danshaku. Hanya grumbled, but nodded in agreement. Right then, as that's everything, I suggest that we retire for the night. Oni said with a slow nod. Chasing our tails so late will merely have us running in circles. For the circle of Dio. For the circle of Dio. The other two echoed before they stood and left as one. Chapter 2. The True Power of Hierophant Emerald. 4 years later, middle of April. Classroom, Aldera Junior High. Midoriya Izuku, age 11, sat at his desk and pondered for the nth time since the year began precisely what kind of crimes he'd committed in his previous life. How many gods he'd somehow offended to be cursed to share a homeroom with Katsuki Bakugo. Every year. For the past 4 years. Ever since he had acquired his quirk, Bakugo had somehow managed to get even worse. Before he'd been a bully, but one content to ignore his existence until he did something to gain his attention, like breathing too loudly. Now it seemed that the explosive blonde couldn't go a day without issuing some sort of challenge or threat at least twice. The only relief offered was that Aunt Mitsuki's constant presence and her very real threat of tanning his rear and shipping him off to a volatile quirk institute where he'd be taught some goddamn discipline that kept the younger Bakugo from lashing out and actually attacking him, or at least trying to anyway. His quirk, Emerald Hierophant, was apparently a very confusing and interesting development that had quite a few quirk researchers scratching their heads, or so his mother had told him. This was due to the fact that it actually seemed to function as two separate, if related, quirks. An adaptive mutation/emitter ability primarily centered around his hands, and an extremely strong emitter-based projection with a similar, if more rigid, emitter-based attack. Looked at objectively, it showed all the signs of a composite quirk, a rare phenomenon that sometimes occurred when two people with highly compatible or complementary quirks copulated and produced a child with a quirk that had all or most of the qualities of both quirks, essentially having two quirks acting as one in their body. The secondary fact was that his quirk was what was referred to as a quirk shift, an equally rare phenomenon where a child develops a quirk that has no correlation with either parent's quirk or any quirk in their family history. Neither of his abilities were comparable to his mother's, attraction of small objects, or his father's recorded fire breath, nor had anyone on either side of his family, from what his mother or the doctors could find, have anything remotely similar to either of his abilities. For him to have one of those traits would make him an intriguing curiosity, but for him to manifest not only a quirk shift, but also one that appeared almost identical to a composite quirk, was apparently unprecedented. Izuku himself, of course, knew that it wasn't a quirk, or at least not entirely, something both he and Kakyōin-senpai agreed on. For 3 nights every year, the 15th of July, the 10th of August, and January the 16th, Izuku had discovered that he could meet Kakyōin Noriaki, the person who had granted him his stand, in a dreamscape. These dates coincided with Izuku and Kakyōin's birthdays, as well as the day that Kakyōin had died. Thanks to the constant contact with his benefactor, Izuku had a fairly good handle on how stands, and their various generic abilities, worked, and what part of his unique abilities did not correspond to the powers granted by one. The two had eventually deduced that the ability born from his hands was likely his own quirk, and hence the reason the doctors had been able to detect some form of quirk factor in his genetics. Though why it seemed to so closely mimic the abilities born from his stand was something the two were still trying to figure out. It was a mystery the two would often consider, ponder, and discuss whenever they had a bit of time during their thrice-annual meetings. Thanks to the thrice-a-year coaching, plus Izuku's own, somewhat extreme, training sessions, he was now a great deal calmer and more in control of himself. He'd long learned to stare down Bakugo's constant glares and not even flinch when the blonde attempted to intimidate him with his explosions. Naturally, with the ability to ignore Katsuki, his other classmates, and most other children in general, couldn't even hope to even try and intimidate him. As Katsuki swaggered into the classroom, acting for all the world like he'd already earned the #1 spot, Izuku masterfully restrained himself from doing more than rolling his eyes. Even if the blonde bomber finally lost his tenuous grip on his temper, it wouldn't amount to anything. Unknown to anyone else, the entire classroom was entangled in Hierophant Emerald's tendrils. All it would take would be a single thought from Izuku, and the other boy would be bombarded by an emerald splash from less than an inch away. While Bakugo had learned not to try his old antics against Izuku inside of school, being prepared was never a bad idea in Izuku's opinion. It was also excellent practice for maintaining Emerald's spread-out form in a contained area. Caution and training in one action, Kakyōin-senpai would most definitely approve. Finding out that his stand could actually dissolve into numerous paper-thin strands about a couple of inches or so wide had been something of a shock. Kakyōin had chuckled at Izuku's gobsmacked expression when Hierophant green had separated into hundreds of strands in front of him. The multitude of uses it offered with proper training had made Izuku break down into another geek-out moment. Mobility, capture, offense, and even defense. Even more than Emerald Splash, this was an ability that was practically made for heroics. He'd spent the past 2 years training it and getting as fine a mastery of his stand's morphing abilities as he could. "Hey, Deku!" A sudden shout from a certain blonde pulled Izuku from his thoughts. "What is it, Bakugo?" he asked in a bored tone, not even bothering to glance away from the notebook he'd been reviewing to cover his wool gathering. Katsuki practically snarled when the other boy didn't even look away from his freaking notebook to respond to him. Somehow that fucking Deku had gotten cocky enough that even letting off an explosion less than a foot from his face couldn't do more than put an irritated frown on his face. The sheer gall of the bastard, to act like he was so far above him that he could ignore his very existence, enraged Katsuki like nothing had ever managed before. He was Katsuki Bakugo, the next #1 hero, and the man who would surpass All Might. No one ignored him. "You make sure you keep out of my way, or else," the blonde boy growled out threateningly. Izuku actually turned to face him at that, facing his former friend with a single eyebrow raised in mild disbelief. "Oh? And do tell what you think you can do to me, Bakugo? In case you've forgotten, our last confrontation ended in my victory, not yours." That ignited the rage burning behind Bakugo's eyes into a veritable bonfire of almost rabid fury. It had been just after the end of their last in elementary school, and the old hag was out of town for the weekend to attend the wedding of a distant relative. That had been all the opportunity that Katsuki had needed. He'd cornered Izuku in an isolated corner of the local park where he liked to train and had managed to force Izuku into an actual fight. Katsuki had lost, overwhelmingly so. It was as if Deku had known where he was and how he moved even as he did it. Just what the hell kind of weirdest quirk did he have? More than that, the more he tried to change directions and angles to attack, the more of those damned green emerald things had been sent at him. It hadn't taken long before Katsuki had been lying on the ground, dazed, bruised, and bleeding. And what had the bastard Deku done? He'd just shaken his head and then walked the fuck off, as if he wasn't worth the effort. The little shit. "Tise, don't think so highly of yourself, Deku," Katsuki sneered. "I've kicked your ass so many times that I've lost count. And each and every one of those times occurred before I even got my quirk, Bakugo. Hence, you were beating up on someone who couldn't even fight back on an even footing." Izuku responded calmly, leaning back slightly, a small, knowing smirk spreading across his face as he allowed himself a bit of vindictive satisfaction in reminding his former bully of his own shortcomings. "We've only faced off twice since then. The first time was less than a week after I received my own quirk, and I decided to retreat rather than fight against someone who had a vastly superior amount of experience in handling their abilities than I did. 3 years later, you once again forced a confrontation, and this time I had closed that gap in experience and defeated you handedly." With a slight sniff, he turned his head. "To be honest, I no longer have time for your childish posing. I've moved beyond you, Bakugo. Get over it and stay out of my way. I have my own dreams to accomplish." Despite his own words, there was still some part of Izuku that still admired aspects of his old friend. His drive, his conviction, and his talent were all things that Izuku could admit were admirable about Katsuki Bakugo. Sadly, there were too many hurts and harsh words between them over the years for Izuku to still consider the blonde boy his friend, let alone some to truly admire. He had a better role model now. Regrettably, the two boys that had once been best friends, the fierce and brave Kakin and the loyal and starry-eyed Izu, no longer existed. As the teacher came in and started calling the class to order, Bakugo threw Izuku one more sneer for good measure before slouching off to his seat. Letting out a breath of relief, Izuku settled in for a long, boring day of getting acclimated to his new school. He honestly wished that he could have gone elsewhere due to the fact it was the closest junior high to both him and Bakugo, thus the likelihood of his old friend attending Aldera was pretty high. Unfortunately, the commute to other schools was too long, so he had to suck it up and put up with Bakugo for another 3 years. Ugh, the green-haired boy really wished he could speed time up. 3 years couldn't go past quickly enough.
After school, Mizudafu Park.
Standing in the middle of a clearing in the small, wooded section of the park, Izuku watched as his Hierophant emerald floated in front of him. The past 4 years had wrought changes on his stand. Not only was the emerald and white projection, which only Izuku could see unless he willed it, a couple of inches taller than Izuku now, the armor had changed, extruding a cape composed of multiple thick, interwoven white strands that flowed down its back, which were useful for things such as englobing Bakugo without forcing his stand to completely disassemble. Then there was the chest plate. When he'd first gotten it, Hierophant Emerald had only a single emerald swirling in its center. Now, it had two, with an obvious opening awaiting a third. There was also a blank area beneath the little triangle that suggested a fourth might appear, forming a little diamond of emeralds. Quite what they represented, Izuku wasn't entirely certain, but what he did know was that the first one had been the basis from which his Hierophant Emerald had sprouted, while the second had appeared after he had first tried out disassembling the stand into strands. So far, the only correlation he could find was that one appeared whenever he discovered one of his stand's abilities. But what can the third ability possibly be, let alone the fourth? Izuku wondered. With the raw power of Emerald Splash and the versatility of disassembly, Hierophant Emerald is already an extremely powerful stand, particularly when paired with my quirk. What else can it possibly develop? Flexing his hands, he felt the slight bumps on his palms and smirked slightly. His experimentation and training with the quirk version of Emerald Splash had also been progressing quite nicely in his opinion. In addition to the beanbag round version he had quickly improvised against Katsuki 4 years ago, he had developed various forms and types of rounds for various uses and situations, some of them more destructive than others. Some of the various rounds he developed were, to put it bluntly, nothing short of lethal, especially when set against regular humans who lacked any sort of quirk protection. He'd actually been against the idea of developing those kind of techniques, but Kakyōin had pointed out that it was better to have the options available and not need them, rather than to need them and not have them. Izuku knew, statistically, there had been villains that had been killed by heroes. It wasn't a common occurrence, and most often occurred when dealing with highly dangerous or extremist villains, like the terrorists of the nigh-forgotten Quirkless Freedom Alliance, or the fanatics that made up the Meta Liberation Army. People who could not be taken alive without sacrificing numerous innocent lives. There was an entire branch within the Hero Public Safety Commission that was dedicated to carefully investigating and scrutinizing those kinds of incidents and the actions of any hero involved. Even if the hero involved was cleared, there was a certain weight, if you will, to the idea of taking a life among the hero community, no matter the necessity of the action. A hero involved in multiple incidents like that would be under very close scrutiny indeed, both by the committee and his fellow heroes. Shaking those dark and heavy thoughts away for now, Izuku got back to the matter at hand. Training. Do it. Izuku ordered his stand, which nodded and shot its cape of vines/tendrils outward, each extending and weaving across the clearing in dizzying, criss-crossing lattice. From what Izuku had been able to determine, each strand had a maximum length anywhere between 20 and 30 meters, varying based on the strand in question, with the excess of their lengths stored within Hierophant Emerald's body when not in use. It took only a few moments for the entirety of the clearing's floor to be covered in a grid-like array of tendrils. This was an imitation of what Kakyōin called his sensory barrier, a technique that Izuku had trained to master over the years. While invisible and to non-stand users, for the most part, untouchable, Hierophant Emerald's tendrils were still disturbed if someone moved through them. When that happened, if Izuku had ordered it, Hierophant Emerald would instantly fire a barrage of Emerald Splash right at the location that had triggered it. He still struggled to accomplish what Kakyōin referred to as his strongest technique, albeit with a tone of self-derision in his voice, an Emerald Splash that fired omnidirectionally and simultaneously at a single point within the barrier at a maximum radius of 20 meters. Izuku had privately referred to this technique as an emerald splash storm, and he'd only ever been able to use it within a 5-meter radius. Of course, Kakyōin had counseled him, just this January, that even at the age he had died, 17, it had required focus and preparation to use, so Izuku managing to use it in any capacity at the age of 11 was a great achievement. "Okay, one at a time now," the green-haired boy said, moving into an easy stance. Seconds later, a single emerald was spat out by his stand, aimed at him. It was slower than it could have been, but still about as fast as a powerful punch. With a quick motion, Izuku avoided the ballistic emerald with the bare minimum amount of movement needed. Just after that, another emerald was shot at him, at a different angle. As Izuku dodged each individual emerald, the firing rate and speed of the projectiles slowly began to tick upward, forcing him to be quicker and more economical with his movements. He also had to strain his senses to discover where the emeralds were being fired from. He could cheat by sensing via his connection to Hierophant Emerald, but that would defeat the purpose of the exercise. Not only did it make him practice his situational awareness, but it also helped him exercise somewhat. He had taken up jogging and started a small exercise routine of crunches, push-ups, sit-ups, and the like, but doing this was also an excellent form of exercise as well. Eventually, though, oof, Izuku grunted as one emerald slammed right into his stomach, making him fall to his knees. "Okay, I'll be feeling that one in the morning." Thankful that his stand had been pulling its punches, metaphorically speaking, Izuku pulled himself over to the nearest tree to rest for a moment. His training had been paying off, but he did wish that there was some kind of preparatory school for entering a hero training academy, as he had no idea whether his efforts were in any way helping his chances. "What I need to do is to figure out how to use both my quirk and Hierophant Emerald at the same time," the boy thought with a sigh. "That's my biggest weakness right now. I have to use one or the other, not both at the same time. That leaves me vulnerable to being swarmed if villains manage to get around Hierophant Emerald." Being a ranged fighter, Izuku had signed up for lessons in self-defense and in Aikido to better protect himself in case of emergencies, but plugging the hole in his abilities would improve his combat power immensely. With the larger-than-life inspiration of All Might and the influence of his long-deceased mentor, Izuku had never stopped wanting to be a hero. He felt that Katsuki was, if anything, trying to be a hero for the wrong reasons. He wanted to show others how strong he was and be acknowledged that he was the strongest, that he was the winner. All of his reasons seemed to based around proving and validating his own sense of worth and strength. Kakyōin had been an intensely intelligent young man while he was alive, and his time as a spirit, passing through the dreams of mortals, had only increased his ability to read and analyze human nature. After listening to Izuku's descriptions of his interactions with Katsuki, the young explosion wielder's developing inferiority/superiority complex was quite easy for the ghostly stand wielder to diagnose. However, the question of why no one seemed to be able to notice the ill-tempered boy's burgeoning psychological issue was something that worried him immensely. Time to head home. Izuku sighed, a soft part of his heart still aching at the loss of his first and dearest friend. As he stood up and started for home, he huffed as he remembered the day at school. Katsuki was as charismatic as ever. A quick demonstration of both his powerful quirk and his immense physical prowess had been enough to wrap everyone around his finger. Both teachers and students were in awe of Katsuki's explosion quirk and were eager to kiss up to him due to the possible reflected glory they might receive. Izuku's own abilities were no less amazing, and he was no slouch in the physical department thanks to his training, even if he was more analytical about things than the instinctively gifted Katsuki. However, his distaste for showboating, in sharp contrast to Katsuki's love affair with the limelight, meant that his own abilities were more easily overlooked, which was honestly how Izuku preferred it. He had no interest in collecting bootlickers and hangers-on like his former friend did. He'd much prefer to have friends who he could count as comrades, like the Stardust Crusaders had been for Kakyōin. As far as he could see, no one in their class had the heart or drive to count themselves as his comrade, but he'd wait and see. If he found them, that would be grand. If not, well, it wasn't like Izuku wasn't used to being alone. A few minutes later, he walked into his home and called out to his mother. "I'm home." "Welcome home, sweetheart," Inko called back from the kitchen. Dinner will be ready in a moment. Poking his head into the kitchen for a moment, Izuku smiled at the sight of his mother. While she was still slightly overweight, she was working hard to get rid of the last vestiges of the result of her stress-eating habit. Since she had put herself very firmly in her son's corner, the depression and stress that had been triggering it had quickly started to fade, the excess pounds slowly following afterwards. Once Izuku changed out of his school uniform into more casual clothing, he and his mother sat and had a nice family dinner, which was homemade katsudon, Izuku's favorite. So, did it happen again? Inko asked after they finished. Yup, Kakin and I are in the same class again. Izuku grumbled. It has to be deliberate by this point. Seriously? Oh dear. Was he the same as ever? His mother asked with a wince. She and Mitsuki were still friends, but their sons were long past the point of reconciliation, which was a shame. They had been such good friends as children, loud, arrogant, brash, cocky, pretty much his usual charming self. The stand user dismissed airily, waving a hand around. I swear that if I get put into his class next year, I'm gonna scream. I'll have a word with the school if it happens, Izuku. Inko promised darkly. She had lost any tolerance to people picking on her baby boy, whether they be children or teachers, and wouldn't stand for someone making her boy miserable. Being placed in the same class as someone who had bullied her boy for the 4 years previous to getting his quirk, 4 times in a row no less, was beyond coincidental. Thanks, Mom. Izuku beamed, offering her an honest smile. No problem, she replied with a soft smile back. Do you have homework? Not on the first day, thankfully, but if we are given any, I'll try to finish it during lunch. Izuku reassured her. He was very smart, and the coursework at Aldera, if the first day's lessons were any indication, wasn't going to be anything too strenuous. If anything, it was average. Only do that if you aren't in a stressful period like before your exams. Inko warned her son. The last thing you need is to push yourself too hard at such a time. Yes, Mom, he promised. I'm gonna go and watch TV now. Is that okay? On you go, she nodded, and watched fondly as her pride and joy headed towards the living room. Most teenagers wouldn't bother asking permission to watch the television. Mitsuki often complained that the brat never bothers to consider what his own fucking parents want to watch in regards to Katsuki, which made the Midoriya matriarch appreciate her son even more. The effort that Izuku's put into mastering his quirk is astonishing. I know that I could barely do anything with mine when I was only 12. Inko thought with maternal pride as she gathered up the dishes and started the post-dinner tidy-up. Her quirk, attraction of small objects, was a fairly weak, gravity-based emitter quirk that allowed her to draw objects towards her, so long as they could be held in her hands. She also had to use a grasping gesture frequently in order to draw the object. Weight wasn't a limit, only size. She had always hoped and prayed that her boy would find a way to be a hero so he could live his dream, and 4 years ago her wish had miraculously been granted. His quirk was so very different to hers or his father's own, but she didn't care about that. Only that Izuku was happy. Being a hero was risky, with frequent retirements from injuries and the like, not to mention the very real threat of death at the hands of a villain. But, as much as the thought of her baby being hurt made her want to burst into tears, she still wanted to support him. Remembering the fake smiles and reassurances that Izuku had given her since his quirk didn't awaken when he was 4 made her heart twist and lurch in agony. All I can do is support him, the mother thought with a smile. What little good it may be, but Izuku will never lack for support from me. That determined thought finished at the same time as her cleaning of the kitchen, so Inko dried her hands and went off to spend an evening with her son. 15th of July. Dreamscape. Kakyōin Noriaki smiled in greeting as his protégé phased into the dreamscape. The past few years had been a lot more pleasant than the 2+ centuries before combined had been. Spirits rarely interacted in the afterlife. Otherwise, he would have found his parents and apologized to them for dying so young. Hi, Kakyōin-san. Izuku greeted him with a smile. And a good day to you also, Midoriya-kun. The deceased stand user replied with a nod and a small smile. How have you been since January? I'm in junior high now, and in the same class with Katsuki, again, the greenette moaned. He's up to challenging me thrice a day now. I'm honestly close to losing what little patience I have left and letting him start another fight just to quiet him down for a while. Kakyōin let out a huff of annoyance at that. He honestly marveled at his young protégé's sense of restraint at times. Had it been him, he'd have likely lost his patience within the first few days and beaten the little miscreant bloody before simply repeating the process as needed until he'd gotten the point across. Then again, perhaps a physical response was the best one in this case, since simply dismissing the foul-mouthed ruffian obviously wasn't working. It would perhaps appear that your situation requires a more direct solution. If this Bakugo child refuses to desist in his challenges, perhaps it would be best to face him on your own terms rather than waiting until he forces another confrontation, the redhead suggested. Perhaps agree to fight him once every other month on the condition that he desists his constant antagonism in between your bouts? Perhaps even involve that mother of his. From what you've told me, she seems the type that should be able to enforce his end of the agreement on the lout, he offered. Izuku blinked in surprise before frowning thoughtfully. Could that actually work? As he went over the idea in his head, it started to make more and more sense. Agreeing to a regular, sparring bout would likely satisfy both Katsuki's aggressive personality and his need for acknowledgement. Getting Aunt Mitsuki involved would also ensure that Katsuki would be forced to follow their agreed rules and prevent the ballistic blonde from taking things too far. He honestly didn't have any issue with the prospect of fighting his old friend. It was more that the aggressive boy hadn't given him a moment's peace since shortly after he'd lost their last bout and had started chasing him around Mizudafu, demanding a rematch shortly afterward. That had lessened significantly since they started junior high. The increase in workload, while not exactly mentally strenuous, was time-consuming and interfered with Katsuki's out-of-school attempts at aggression. His in-school attempts, however, had only been ramping up as the explosion carrier got more and more frustrated with Izuku's refusals. Then there were the actual benefits that having a regular sparring partner could bring. Even if he no longer admired Katsuki like he did when they were small, Izuku was still willing to admit that he was an amazing fighter with a powerful quirk and natural fighting instincts. A regular match could help point out flaws in his own training and Bakugo's as well, he supposed, and allow new insights into his own training and improvement. That he would then have an extended period of assured peace to focus on his training without worrying about the overly aggressive blonde interrupting or interfering would also be a much appreciated improvement to the current paradigm. Honestly, I think it's the best solution we're going to find for now. Agreed the dual stand/quirk user, nodding decisively. I'll have my mum get in touch with Aunt Mitsuki and see if they can get the ball rolling. I know they're both as annoyed as I am with this one-sided feud Katsuki's been waging. If this can get him to settle it down then, good. Kakyōin nodded. Now, how goes your training with your stand? Have you figured anything else out? Izuku nodded, getting back on track for the real meat of their meetings. He started briefing his ghostly mentor on everything he'd learned, tested, and improved on over the months since they'd last seen each other. The older stand user nodding absently as he took everything in, mentally cataloging his apprentice's findings and improvements with ease. Midoriya Izuku was an incredibly bright young man, with an intellect Kakyōin was sure would one day match, if not surpass, his own, even if the boy tended to be a tad overly excitable, to the point of getting so wrapped up in an issue that he'd miss things right under his nose. So, are you still of the hypothesis that the gems on your stand's chest represent the powers that it has unlocked or that you've awakened? He prompted once Izuku had finished. It's the only conclusion that makes sense at this point. Izuku agreed. The only noticeable difference between the time it manifested with single gem and 2 gems is that it was after you demonstrated Hierophant Green's disassembly ability and I attempted to imitate it with Hierophant Emerald. However, until we discover if my stand has any further abilities, there's no way of testing it. My Hierophant possessed 3 abilities of note. If Emerald can mimic the first 2, then it's likely that it could imitate the third in some way as well. Kakyōin offered thoughtfully. First is, of course, Emerald Splash. Second is the ability you've dubbed Disassembly, which allow it to shift between its natural strand form and a humanoid combat avatar. Third, well, I've never mentioned it because I didn't believe it would coincide with your ideals of heroism. What do you mean? Izuku blinked. Hierophant green is capable of sliding its tendrils into a person and assume control of their body from the inside, rather like manipulating a marionette. It can also use this state to attack a target internally, constricting their airways or internal organs. The deceased man stated clinically, "It basically allows me to transform another living creature into my personal puppet." That Izuku gulped a bit at the rather disturbing ability. That doesn't sound like an ability you'd invent yourself, Kakyōin-san. His mentor was many things and not all of them pleasant. Even Izuku could admit that. The ghostly teen could be blunt and abrasive at times, and had no qualms with resorting to violent means in response to threats or even obstacles and annoyances if they proved insurmountable with other means. His tactics, whenever they discussed combat situations, were often as brutal and ruthless as they were effective. Still, that kind of technique seemed too overtly manipulative and needlessly cruel for his mentor. I was not in control of my faculties when I first created that particular use, and I tended to save it as a trump card unless necessary afterwards. Kakyōin admitted sourly. He'd avoided telling his protege about the exact circumstances that led to the rather extraordinary journey that led to his demise, partly out of pride and a lingering distaste for the monster involved, and partially to protect his young protege from having to learn about the darker side of the world while he's still so young. Still, the current circumstances demanded some measure of explanation at least. There was a powerful being called Dio involved. He not only possessed a stand, but he was also a vampire. A vampire? Izuku responded in shock. Part of him thought his mentor might be pulling his leg, but Kakyōin was not the type to joke, particularly given the circumstances. Drinks blood, turns to ash in the sunlight, that kind of vampire? Unfortunately, yes, the red-headed man grimaced. He'd spent several years of his ghostly existence traveling the dreamscape, learning what he could of the undead. What he'd learned had been disturbing and something best not fully shared with Izuku yet. Still, best the boy knows something of the dangers within the night now that he was aware of them. Just as the stories go, they are undying monsters that possess eternal life and youth but are in turn burnt to ash by the touch of the sun. However, unlike the old legends, they do not feed using their fangs. Instead, their hands are their primary feeding tools, stabbing them into a victim's flesh and drawing blood into their own body like a set of syringes. They are also monstrously strong and possess heightened senses and powerful regenerative ability against anything but sunlight and similar energies. They also possess an innate ability to control and twist their own bodies with time, allowing them to develop a host of other abilities as they age. Dio himself was over a century old and possessed a rather unique and frightening ability. He could pluck off pieces of his own flesh, or even his own hair, and twist it into a small writhing spore of flesh roughly the size of the reverse end of a knitting needle that could be planted into the head of his victims in order to brainwash them. He took me completely off guard and enslaved me to his will using one of these spores. It was then, while I was twisted by that beast, that I first perceived this use of my stand. Izuku blinked several times trying to take all this in. Vampires being real was one thing to take in, but considering he regularly met with an actual ghost and his knowledge of the history of stands, then it wasn't that far of a leap to accept that world was far wider and weirder than he'd ever believed. But the kind of power that Kakyōin described this Dio having, those were chilling. Deciding to move on rather than dwelling on the rather terrifying realization that the monsters that went bump in the night were actually real, Izuku did what he did best.
Analyse.
While I'll admit, it's not exactly the most heroic ability, it's not an inherently villainous one either. It could just as easily be used to contain and secure someone who might otherwise harm themselves or others as it could to hurt an innocent person. Izuku offered after a moment's analysis, his eyes hardening in determination and flaring with life as he made his decision. Yes, it is an ability that could easily be abused, but all forms of power have that risk. It is how someone uses their power that defines it. Marionette, that's what you called it, right? It is definitely a power that can be used by a hero. As Izuku spoke, the form of Hierophant Emerald appeared over his shoulder, a third emerald shimmering into existence, with a fourth space in the stand's white armor growing more distinct as the other three formed a sharp, triangular shape. Kakyōin hummed thoughtfully as he moved in to examine the new gem on Izuku's stand. It appears that informing you of my stand's ability and you accepting it were enough of a catalyst to trigger an awakening of the ability within your own stand, he offered, before frowning in thought. Bravo, but unfortunately we now face a rather serious conundrum. Unlike either of our Hierophant's other abilities, this isn't one that can be practiced without a live test subject. Izuku blinked, before frowning in thought. He hadn't considered that. It wasn't like he could puppeteer himself after all. It should be fine, he decided eventually. One of the pro heroes that recently started working at UA is called Ectoplasm. He can create clones of himself that don't transmit sensations back to the original. When I get in UA, he'd probably be able to help me train with it. I see. If the clones are anatomically correct and resistant enough to not disperse, they would make the perfect practice dummies for this ability, the red-headed stand user deduced. This is quite the fortuitous happenstance for you, Midoriya-kun. Assuming I manage to get into UA in 3 years, the verdette added, a touch of nervousness entering his voice. If you think you can, you will. If you think you can't, you won't. Kakyōin repeated a mantra that he'd shared with Izuku several times over the years to help with the boy's confidence. Remember, my young friend, half of a battle is decided by your belief in your ability to accomplish your desires. The other half is merely pushing yourself to your utmost in order to make those desires a reality. Izuku smiled at that bit of wisdom, his resolve reaffirmed from the brief moment of doubt. Hi, he agreed with a sharp nod. Now, I do wonder what your stand's fourth ability could be? The ghostly teen returned to the topic at hand, attention focusing back onto the fourth slot in Emerald's armor. Hierophant Emerald already has access to all the abilities that my Hierophant Green possessed, so this is entirely new territory. Could granting you a copy of my stand have increased the power available to it? Rather like the golden arrows that Jotaro-san told me of when I last encountered him. How odd. Golden arrows? Izuku blinked. A legend for another time. They aren't germane to us at the moment. Kakyōin waved one hand idly, thinking, and hopefully never will be. Anyway, it would appear that inheriting the core abilities of my stand has allowed your own energy to focus on empowering your stand rather than shaping and awakening an entirely new stand. This has in turn allowed Hierophant Emerald to evolve from Hierophant Green and gain a new ability all its own. That makes sense. Izuku nodded along, following the older teen's train of thought. What do you think my stand's power could be? There's no way of knowing for sure, but I believe it most like has to do with that cape it has. Kakyōin replied thoughtfully. Minor changes in coloration and ornamentation aside, it is easily the large and most noticeable physical difference between our stands. Izuku nodded. The biggest difference between the two was the most likely place for a new ability to originate from. I've done some experimenting with them. The tendrils they're made of seem to be particularly good for forming sources points for Emerald Splash, particularly that 20-meter radius version you mentioned. But other than that, a thought suddenly struck the verdette as he stared at his stand. Mind working into overdrive as an idea began to form. With a single mental command, Hierophant Emerald's arms, shoulders, back, and cape all began to split and divide into strands, transforming most of its upper body into a mass of placidly floating tendrils.
Midoriya-kun.
Kakyōin asked cautiously. I think I know what Hierophant Emerald's unique ability is, Izuku offered, a grin spreading across his lips as a fire burned in his eyes. It isn't Emerald Splash, nor does it have anything to do with its marionette ability. No, its true strength lies with its disassembly ability, or, to be more specific, its ability to reassemble itself. Watch. In an instant, Hierophant Emerald rebuilt itself, but with major differences. Instead of its former appearance, the stand now resembled a heavily muscled Azura, 6-armed and 3-faced. This is... Kakyōin blinked. Can it fire Emerald Splash bursts from all of its hands? Let's see. The green-haired boy focused. In unison, the 3 hands clapped together and spread apart slowly, revealing the light green liquid substance surging between them. With a twist of the wrists, A large barrage of emerald splash shot out from each set of hands. Kakyōin Noriaki observed the power put out by his protégé's stand and knew instantly that he couldn't do that with Hierophant Green. Spreading the strands of its body out like a web, yes. Dismantling its body into a barrier to entrap an enemy, yes. This, on the other hand, reassembling its body into an entirely new form, this was very much beyond him and his stand. Well, it appears as if you have discovered your stand's more unique power, Midoriya-kun. Kakyōin said mildly once the last of the emerald splash faded away. You can consider me quite jealous. Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. Chapter 3. Opposing Ghostly Ripple. 1 year later. Front Gate, Aldera Junior High. Midoriya Izuku couldn't hold in a sigh as he was released from the abysmal excuse of a junior high he was forced to attend for another day. Honestly, the teachers could at the very least attempt to hide their blatant quirkism. It had taken a single instance of sending Hierophant Emerald snooping around the faculty room to find their hidden shrine. Said shrine featuring a single portrait of one Yatsubashi Chikara, better known as Destro, the former Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army, in a place of honor at the center. Honestly, the fact that the faculty was made up of supporters of a supposedly defunct Quirkist terrorist organization explained so very much about why the imbeciles seemed so intent on fawning over and ingratiating themselves to any student with a strong quirk. The Meta Liberation Army, from his own research, might have espoused free quirk use and liberation over regulation as their primary slogans, but their rhetoric had just as much to do about how those with the strongest metahuman abilities should stand at the top of the hierarchy. Quirkism disguised under a rhetoric of freedom and free expression was still very much quirkism. By all rights, he should have already reported it, except he hadn't. Why? Izuku's biggest reason was that it simply wasn't worth the hassle at the moment. Right now, an investigation would simply disrupt his education, if you could call it that, and possibly make things problematic for him in the future. So far, the faculty had done nothing worse than blatant nepotism and favoritism toward a few students which, while morally unacceptable, wasn't precisely illegal. Unless he found proof that the MLA was still active and they were actually members, rather than merely supporting the idea behind it, then they were doing nothing illegal. The worst that would happen to them if he managed to tip off the police and heroes would be Aldera Junior High being shut down from the scandal and the teachers all blacklisted. A not unpleasant result in his opinion, but not one worth the disruption it would cause to his own plans, nor the smear it could leave on his own record just by being associated with the school. So, Izuku would keep his peace for now and wait until he was securely enrolled in UA High as a Hero Corps student before he dropped an anonymous tip about the location of the shrine and anything else he found to the police and a few hero agencies. He'd also continue to keep a weather eye on his teachers. If they ever crossed the line, then, well, Izuku was always of the opinion that plans should always be subject to change as circumstance demanded. A sudden, loud bark of laughter broke him from his train of thoughts, turning Izuku's attention to where Bakugo was laughing his head off as he led a couple of his flunkies off towards the shopping arcade. Thankfully, Kakyōin-san's advice had borne a surprising amount of fruit. Their bi-monthly matches had managed to burn off much of the explosion wielder's excessive hostility during the times between them. He was still an abrasive asshole, but he was at least no longer as rabid about antagonizing Izuku, merely growling and snarling as usual whenever they were forced to interact. Though at least some of that could likely be attributed to Bakugo Mitsuki gleefully cracking the whip to keep her dumbass son in line. Izuku frowned a bit as he considered that. Bakugo Katsuki was many things, but stupid was certainly not one of them. The blonde bomber had quickly started training to train his speed and reflexes after their first match, even managing to come up with a way to use his explosions to accelerate his movements, a technique he dubbed explosive turbo. It had only taken 2 or 3 matches before the aggressive teen had managed to start blowing through the unseen and nigh-intangible tendrils of Hierophant Emerald faster than his stand could fire its emerald splash. This had in turn allowed Izuku to stop holding back his firing reflexes and actually cut loose a bit in their fights. The end result was much the same as their previous matches, with Bakugo ending up in a battered, bruised, and bloody heap. Still, His progress was immensely impressive, and Izuku had been in such a good mood that he'd offered a bit of advice on how his opponent could improve, most notably refocusing on the fundamentals of his defense in addition to increasing his evasive skills. His thanks for that well-intentioned advice was a blistering diatribe of invectives, along with a particularly foul suggestion that he perform some anatomically improbable feats with barn animals. Charming, simply charming. So much drive and talent. An immensely powerful and versatile quirk mixed with such a keen combat instinct. And it is all wasted on someone who is more interested in becoming a hero for his own self-aggrandizement and to further bolster his sense of self-importance. Izuku thought bitterly, and not for the first time over the years since their relationship had truly soured on both ends. In his mind, there was truly no greater example of the inherently unfair nature of the universe than the fact that someone as self-centered and maliciously natured as Bakugo had been born with such a plethora of natural gifts, while he'd needed something that was nothing short of a miracle to gain his own abilities. I can't help but shudder as I consider how I might have turned out had I never had my fateful encounter with Kakyōin. Izuku thought morbidly as he started to head home. I'd likely still be following Kakken around like a lost puppy, trying to escape the world by diving into my hero analysis hobby. Not that he'd ever given up his hero analysis, he simply didn't use it as a way to escape reality any longer. Even Kakyōin had praised his analytical ability and had encouraged him to further hone and practice with them, saying that an ability to quickly break down, analyze, and counter a foe's strengths would serve him well in the future. Turning a corner, he was surprised to come face to face with a poster placed on a telephone pole, warning everyone about a local villain that had been killing people. Izuku frowned, recalling the, admittedly limited, information he'd been able to find out about the villain involved. They struck once a week, on a different day each time but never less than 3 days apart, with the victims being seemingly selected at random. Despite in-depth examinations from the police and several hero agencies, there had been no solid links connecting any of the victims. The only commonalities were that they were all found in isolated areas of Mizudafu, and they were all killed via brute force decapitation. Their heads had been literally ripped off their shoulders. Honestly, villain seemed to be a bit of a blasé term for the type of person they were dealing with. Everything Izuku had found out about the case had pointed to this being a full-on serial killer. The amount of force needed to kill someone like that means that they'd need at least a mid-tier strength-enhancing quirk to accomplish it. Izuku murmured to himself. But if they are doing this by hand, some physical evidence should have been left on at least one of the 24 victims that have been found so far. So, either the killer is insanely cautious about leaving any traces behind, or they are somehow killing their victims from a distance, most likely through some form of advanced telekinetic quirk. That would also explain why the police haven't been able to find any evidence of them at the crime scene, even when using enhanced sensory quirks. They were never physically at the site. The killings had been going on for nearly half a year now, and none of the local heroes or police had been able to discover anything about the villain. Their appearance, quirk, motives, and even their gender were all still unknown. There was even some talk about bringing Principal Nizu from UA for advisement. The genius hero excelled at these kinds of cases and had a reputation for solving seemingly insolvable crimes. Izuku had learned a great deal about the investigation through the liberal use of Hierophant Emerald to sneak into police stations and simply listen in on the various conversations. He wasn't actually breaking the law, since it only covered the use of bugs or a quirk to eavesdrop on people, and, technically, a stand was neither electronic nor a quirk. Another sign of Kakyōin's influence on Izuku, his belief in the law had become far more flexible since they'd met. The exact reason why he'd skirted the law was simplicity itself. The killings were getting closer and closer to this side of Mizudafu, and he was starting to become concerned that the killer could very well be in his own backyard right now. While Izuku wasn't personally scared of someone attacking him, if anything were to happen to his mother, then he was fairly certain that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from hunting down the bastard responsible and killing them in the slowest, most agonizing way he could imagine. Izuku was a generally good person, but he was also a devoted son and loved his mother with all his heart and soul. Any harm to her would bring forth his wrath like few other things. "I'm home," he called out as he entered his house, absently removing his shoes. "Welcome home, Izuku." Inko returned as she came out of the kitchen to greet her son. She'd finally managed to shed the remaining pudge from her worry-eating and now looked just as lovely as she did back when she was a younger woman, with only the addition of a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showing her age. Despite her renewed appearance, she'd yet to show any interest in dating, content to simply raise her son and manage her investments. "Oh, another flyer came through the door today, about that terrible killer," she added with a grimace. "They've started calling them the Bloody Ripper now. The mass media strikes again, I see." Izuku offered with a sigh and a shake of his head. Apparently, it had been the same even back in the pre-quirk era, according to Kakyōin. Reporters would always try and give serial killers sensational names to try and sell papers or raise their ratings. What was the flyer about? "A standard, do not go out late alone notice," Inko answered, frowning at the offending paper. "Honestly, is that all they're doing? This person has murdered at least 24 people by now, and they're just telling everyone to stay together and not go out late. Are they even taking this seriously? There hasn't been a killer this capable of avoiding capture in a long time, Mum. Particularly this close to UA High," Izuku pointed out as he placed his bag down and took a seat on the sofa. Normally, either the police or the heroes are able to track down killers like this fairly quickly thanks to sense enhancement and information-gathering quirks, but this Bloody Ripper has somehow managed to find a way around them so far. I'm honestly worried that they're going to try and institute a curfew for all of Mizudafu if this keeps up. That would really make it a lot harder to keep up with my training program. Oh dear. Inko began to worry at her lips slightly. "Sweetie, I know you take your training seriously, but it would just destroy me if something happened to you because of this horrible person. I won't ask you to stop, but please, be careful, promise me." "Of course, Mom," Izuku promised at once. "I have no intention of wandering around the more isolated of Mizudafu, so I'll hopefully be able to avoid wandering into their sights either way." "I know, sweetie, but just better safe than sorry, you know," his mother agreed, before leaning over and kissing him on the crown of his head. "I'm already working on dinner, so go get washed up and changed out of your uniform." As his mother walked back into the kitchen, Izuku let out a slightly weary sigh as he got up and head to wash up and change into his casual clothes before sitting down to refine his costume design proposal for a bit while he waited for dinner to be ready. He was honestly grateful he'd asked Bakugo Mitsuki for help with it. The woman was a professional clothing designer after all, and she'd been eager to help out. "Bah, it's the least I can do after all the grief my brat's been causing you, Izu-chan," she'd waved him off. He was truly glad he'd asked for her help. His first couple of design attempts had been truly dismal. He knew, from browsing a few forums regarding UA and its hero course, that first-year UA students normally only submitted a general outline of what they wanted and would then let the professional support companies UA had contracts with handle fleshing them out, but Izuku had a very specific set of ideas for what he wanted to get across for his costume, and he wanted his design to show them off as clearly as possible. Later that night, Mizudafu outskirts. "Stay back! Get the fuck away from me!" a terrified voice shrieked as its owner tried to escape his pursuer. An ordinary, if taller than average, salaryman with a single large eye ran, looking positively terrified and nearly tripping over his own feet as he fled down the street. His hands were a bloodied mess, with several fingers obviously broken, looking like he'd just tried to punch his way through a steel-reinforced wall. "I've got to get away." "No, you need to come closer," a voice purred out from the darkness behind him. The fleeing salaryman suddenly found his body freezing up, coming to sudden halt before he began to jerkily turn around and start walking toward a figure standing beneath a broken streetlight, the flickering light casting them completely in shadow. His single eye seemed to bulge with effort as he unsuccessfully tried to fight off whatever was controlling him, doing everything he could to try and break free and run again. But his body simply wasn't listening to him any longer. In the next moment, the man's head seemed to suddenly twist atop his neck, the sheer force of the motion quickly ripping it free from his shoulders in a fountain of blood, some of which flew in the direction of his killer. "So much for the might of the Cyclops, quirk." The figure sneered down at the body that was still at least 3 meters away from them as the head seemed to hover in midair for a moment before dropping on top of its former corpse. "Taste what real power is like, you trash."
The next day, Midoriya residence.
The latest victim has been identified as Kakyōin Noriaki, age 34. His body was discovered earlier this morning by a dog walker. He possessed a heteromorphic quirk known as Cyclops that, in addition to granting him a single eye with enhanced perception, also bolstered his strength and durability. The news announcer on the TV reported, "This marks the 25th identified victim of the Bloody Ripper in the past 6 months. Both police and local hero agencies have been baffled by this spree of murders, with no links between the various victims and no motive for these grisly crimes being discovered despite investigations into every victim's background." Chief of Police Tsurugami Kinji had this to say. The image on the screen quickly shifted to a large man with the head of a beagle, standing in front of the Mizudafu police headquarters. The entirety of the police department are giving their all in attempting to find and identify the one behind these gruesome crimes, and even more resources are being allocated to our department as we speak. Woof. A special task force of both heroes and police officers has already been created and, as of earlier this morning, Principal Nizu of UA has volunteered his services to take lead on the investigation. Woof. With all these factors in place, I have no doubts that the perpetrator will soon face justice for their crimes. Woof. A canine-based mutation quirk only affecting the head? How unusual. Izuku murmured absently, even as he twirled a pin between his fingers, his mind racing with this new information. His forays into the various police departments had found that there was a single commonality between the various victims of the Bloody Reaper. They'd all possessed fairly weak or harmless quirks. One of the first victims had simply possessed a mutation quirk that gave them gills in addition to normal lungs. Another could extend their nose to over a foot in length. Another could change their eye color at will. Yet another had been able to produce soap from their hands. However, this latest victim was different. Cyclops was mutation quirk that granted its possessor a middling amount of enhanced strength and durability. It was nothing compared to what some other quirks could offer, but it was a sharp increase in power compared to the Bloody Ripper's previous victims. It could be a copycat, but Izuku doubted that. No, it was more likely that the killer was growing more confident in their abilities after so long without being confronted. They were getting bolder, and that would make them far more dangerous if they were ever cornered. Oh my, how dreadful. And that was just a couple of miles away. Inko murmured in worry from her spot next to him. "It's a good thing you decided against going out to train yesterday, Izuku." "Yeah, that's yes." Izuku nodded, swallowing his own thoughts. He was relatively certain of his ability to defend himself should he be attacked, but advertising that fact would only make his mother worry about him going looking for trouble. "Mom, I want you to be careful as well. From the way things are looking, whoever's behind this is obviously not right in the head." "Don't worry, Izuku. I'm always finished with my shopping long before it gets that late." Inko offered her son a reassuring smile. "Now, you'd best be heading out, or you'll be late for school." Izuku glanced toward the clock, noting that he was indeed running a bit behind. "Gah, I'm going to be late." Inko could only giggle as her baby briefly lost the composed mien he always tried to project these days and ran about grabbing his things. Her boy had become so self-controlled over the past few years that she honestly didn't mind teasing him every once in a while to get him to act his age. "Bye, Mom. Love you." Izuku shouted as he ran pell-mell out of the door. Smiling softly at her son's departing figure, Inko gently closed the door behind him and set about her daily cleaning. There wasn't much she needed to do. Both she and her son tended to be quite tidy and organized by their very nature, so it only took an hour or so to keep their apartment clean unless she was going the whole 9 yards. Humming happily, the single mother began to bustle about her home, quietly happy and content with her life at the moment.
After school.
Streets of Mizudafu. Izuku was in a good mood as he walked down the street, heading toward Ichigaya's butcher's. It was only a minor detour on his usual route home, and his mother had texted him at lunch requesting that he pick up some meat for tonight's dinner, his personal favorite, tonkatsu. He just barely kept himself from drooling at the mere thought. His mother's tonkatsu recipe was simply to die for in his humble opinion. Anyone who preached about the glories of professional chefs or the high-quality ingredients of fine dining had obviously never tasted a home-cooked meal made with a mother's love. He'd take his mother's cooking over any restaurant's paltry attempts 10 times out of 10. Out of the way. A sudden shout from behind him quickly drew him from his hunger-induced musings, mere moments before he was body-checked from behind and sent sprawling across the ground. Fortunately, several years of Aikido and various other forms of self-defense training kicked in, allowing him to fall properly and quickly regain his feet. The moment he was standing again, he was glaring down at the one responsible, a woman who looked to be in her 30s or somewhere thereabouts. Her pink hair was rather sloppily cut, as if someone had simply chopped off the excess hair with a knife, and hung down to her shoulders, framing a fairly plain, ordinary face. The woman's only remarkable feature were her intense, heterochromatic eyes. One eye was simply an empty pool of black, from the sclera to the iris and pupil, while its opposite was an equally blank pool of stark white. She was dressed in a typical office worker's skirt suit, a boring beige in color, and she was currently scowling up at him in frustration. "Kid, when someone tells you to get out of the way, you're supposed to freaking move," she barked at him from where she'd fallen. "Now I'm going to be late. Perhaps you should try watching where you're going then, rather than just expecting everyone to simply leap into traffic at your command, miss." Izuku shot back coolly, utterly unimpressed with the woman's arbitrary vitriol. She was the one who'd barreled into him, after all. "Grr. You're fucking lucky I don't have time to deal with disciplining a worthless brat right now," the woman growled as she got back to her feet. "You'd better hope I don't catch you hanging around here again, boy." With that, she pushed past him and vanished into the crowd, leaving an irritated Izuku staring after. "Humph." Izuku grunted as he dusted himself off. "Some people are such a—" he muttered before coming to a stop when he noticed a wallet on the ground. Picking it up, he casually flipped it open, quickly noting the commuter pass for the same belligerent woman who just ran into him from out of nowhere. "Amagasaki Chigusa, huh?" he muttered before absently pocketing the wallet and making his way toward the nearest Koban police box to hand it in. There was no way in hell he was going to chase that lady just to return it, not after how rude she'd been. So she could do the damn footwork to get it back herself. Heck, he was showing remarkable restraint by simply not taking the cash out before he handed it over to the lost and found section of the Koban as compensation for the woman nearly knocking him onto his face. Such restraint was far more than most other teenagers could muster. After handing the wallet in to the on-duty officer in the box, a kindly young man who'd thanked Izuku for his good deed, Izuku had left and picked up the pork his mother had requested before he started heading home. As he walked, he began making mental plans for training Hierophant Emerald sensory barrier in more open and crowded areas. He hadn't done that yet, mostly due to the risk of sensory overload from the sheer number of people who could be moving through a crowded street. That and the fact that the normal version of sensory barrier was a fixed and immovable zone designed to lock down and contain an area to prevent a large number of enemies from overwhelming him. Normally when I use that technique, I completely disassemble Hierophant Emerald into its natural strand state and spread it over the area. My zone has expanded both as Emerald has grown larger and as I've learned to spread it outward into thinner and thinner strands. He pondered absently as he went over the technique in his head. With my current level of skill, I could probably create a reasonably sized barrier without completely disassembling Hierophant Emerald. Perhaps, as long as I leave the majority in its humanoid form, I might be able to create a mobile version. I could start with just the cape, since those strands have always been the easiest to manipulate in their disassembled state. Granted, it would reduce the resulting barrier's area of effect significantly, but the benefits of being able to freely move and maneuver while keeping my defensive area active would definitely be worth the cost. I'd also need to work on adjusting their intangibility to keep them from snapping every time I move the barrier past a stationary object. Half lost in thought as he tried to plan and formulate a new application of one of his stand's strongest abilities, the green-haired boy made his way home. The next morning, the body of a surprise victim, off-duty police officer Yamada Keisukishir, age 24, was discovered outside his apartment complex earlier this morning by one of his neighbors as they were leaving for work. The news commenter stated seriously. This is the first known instance of the Bloody Ripper breaking their once-a-week pattern, which experts believe shows an alarming and dangerous shift in their mentality. Police and local hero agencies are advising all residents of Mizudafu to exercise extreme caution when moving around after dark and to only do so in cases of absolute necessity. Izuku suddenly froze as the news screen shifted to show a picture of the murdered policeman. Izuku? Izuku? Honey, is everything all right? Inko asked anxiously as she noticed her baby staring in frozen shock at the screen. When I was grabbing the pork yesterday, I found a wallet someone had dropped and turned it into the local Koban to him, the verdette eventually offered, swallowing slightly as he pointed to the image on the screen before them. He was quite a nice fellow, thanking me for being a good citizen and wishing me a safe evening. Oh, sweetie. His mother quickly moved next to him and wrapped her son in a protective hug. I'm so sorry. Do you want me to call you in sick today? No, Mom. I'm fine. Izuku seemed to quickly pull himself back together, giving his mother a strong squeeze in return. Thank you, but I'm fine. It was just quite the shock to see someone I just talked to yesterday displayed on the TV like that, you know? Oh, my brave boy. Inko pulled him into a tighter hug. Mom, Izuku half-heartedly complained as he felt his ribs creak at the strength she was gripping him with. Later. Classroom, Aldera Junior High. As one might expect, most of the conversation going on throughout the school had to do with the latest change in the Bloody Ripper case. Even teenagers were interested in a vicious serial killer running around their town. Hushed, whispered conversations were abound this morning, each carrying varying levels of fear and disquiet at the sudden death of a police officer. At least for those that had more empathy and emotional range than your average teaspoon. That is, so what if some fucking cop was offed? Bakugo Katsuki grunted in annoyance toward his nervous cronies. No cop has got a quirk worth a damn. Otherwise, they'd have become heroes instead. What was this guy supposed to have again? Squirt gun. Or some shit like that. Nothing but a freaking short-range water pistol. Just another weak sauce extra. This fucker's just a coward going after extras that can't fight back. If he'd tried that shit with me, then I'd have kicked this Roper guy's ass in 10 seconds flat. Ripper Bakugo. Izuku pointed out irritably, in no mood to deal with his former friend's usual boastings. They're calling them the Bloody Ripper, and they've managed to kill 26 people in less than half a year. Fuck off, Deku. The blonde bomber sneered back. What the hell do you care anyway? I met Officer Yamada yesterday after school, he stated simply, his cold tone making the growing sneers on Bakugo's various cronies fall as they instinctively stepped back. I simply handed him a wallet I'd found dropped on the ground, and he thanked me for doing a good deed. And now he is dead. His minions might have been reacting instinctively to the verdette's cold tone, but Katsuki Bakugo was made of sterner stuff. He saw the cold rage burning in his former friend's eyes. The nerd was actually pissed off that some no-name cop had been offed. Why? Just because he'd met the man the day before? Typical. The nerd had always been disgustingly soft. A lot of the bullshit that Izuku had always prattled on about had never made any sense to him, but years of interactions in their younger days had allowed him to at least gain some understanding of the nerd's thought processes. He was compassionate, as his mother had called it, and despite the cold persona the bastard had built up and worn since his quirk manifested, that obviously hadn't changed. For Izuku to have met a person and interacted with them, however briefly, and for them to simply been killed just a few hours later, it was something that would get Deku's blood boiling. TCH, same stupid fucking Deku. The explosion, Wielder sneered sharply in his head, getting serious about some background character. In Bakugo's mind, there was simply no point in getting concerned about some random extra or background character dying if he'd had nothing to do with it. But while he might have never been the most empathic of people, Katsuki was at least smart enough and self-aware enough to realize that his own opinions were fairly different from the norm, and so he chose to keep them to himself on the matter, for the most part. Don't do anything stupid, Deku. I'm the only one allowed to kill your ass, he grunted aloud before turning and ignoring his former friend. Izuku momentarily froze in shock. Was Katsuki expressing some form of actual concern? For him of all people? Would wonders never cease to amaze? Granted, he'd done it in the most antagonistic and biting way possible, but still, perhaps his old friend wasn't so without hope after all? You needn't worry. "I'm not you after all, Bakugo," he responded with a light smirk as he turned and walked away. All the blonde boy did in response was to let off a handful of crackling explosions while growling lowly. Katsuki knew better than to stain his record by outright attacking someone while still in the school building. After all, there was no way he'd let Deku bait him into damaging his perfect record or prevent him from fulfilling his destiny as the next #1 hero.
After school.
Izuku's room, Midoriya residence. Looking across the freshly printed map of Mizutofu, Izuku frowned as his eyes drifted across the various counters he'd placed across it, each denoting the locations where the various victims of the Bloody Ripper had been discovered, along with a small number pinned atop each denoting the order they had been killed in. Each and every one of them had either been lured or followed to some isolated area of the city, aside from Officer Yamada, who'd been killed right outside his own apartment complex in a fairly busy residential district. The increase in the danger of their chosen target could be explained by an increase in confidence, but why change where they chose to make their attacks? And why break their once-a-week pattern so abruptly and sharply? What was it about Officer Yamada that had triggered such a dramatic change? Shaking his head in frustration, Izuku swept the counters off the map and absently hid it behind his old corkboard. Just like their victims, there were no commonalities about the various attack sites that the Bloody Reaper had used in the past, save for the fact that they were all fairly isolated or remote locations. The police only knew that they were attack sites and not simply dump sites simply because there were absolutely no signs that the bodies had been moved after death, with blood spray in the surrounding areas matching what would have been caused by a sudden, violent decapitation. Gritting his teeth, Izuku tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been shadowing him since he'd learned about Officer Yamada's death. It was a cold, sharp feeling, like he'd somehow just barely dodged an unseen bullet. Every instinct in his body, refined and honed under Kakyōin's harsh tutelage, was warning him that something dangerous was approaching and that Officer Yamada's death was somehow connected. Something had triggered, or perhaps even forced, the Bloody Ripper to completely abandon their normal modus operandi and attack Yamada outside their normal time frame and hunting pattern. Perhaps it had something to do with the officer's position. None of the previous targets had been involved with the police force. They had been almost exclusively retired individuals, freeders, university students, or basic office workers. Izuku blinked before his eyes sharpened in realization. Over 24 deaths, and not a single one had been involved with the various emergency services, the Hero Safety Commission, hero agencies in general, or even actual government employees. That could not be a coincidence. No, somehow the Bloody Ripper was screening their various targets before selecting those that likely didn't have any form of backup or support, and whose death would not cause a sudden ramp-up in the manhunt due to the victim's relationships with someone important, which just made Officer Yamada's death a further outlier. So why had he died? Frown deepening, Izuku considered this new datum with everything that he already knew, only to come up with nothing. There was just too much that he didn't know, which was the same issue that the police were dealing with or something close to it. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Izuku slumped. Even if he did somehow miraculously discover some hidden truth about the Ripper, there was no way he could take it to police without exposing that he'd been spying on them. Nor could he move to act on the information himself, since vigilantism was very much illegal in the current day and age, even more so than it had been back before the quirked era where superpowers weren't even considered in the equation. Straightening with a sudden jerk, Izuku made his way over to his computer and did a quick search for the legal definition of vigilantism on the net. The result actually left him stunned speechless for a moment. Vigilantism is legally defined as someone acting in the same manner as a pro-hero and freely using their quirk to attempt to apprehend criminals and/or save lives and property, in direct defiance of the Japanese Vigilante Parting Act 2XXX, the Professional Hero Act 2XXX, and the Universal Quirk Restriction Act 2XXX.
What?
Izuku coughed out in disbelief. He was well aware of those three acts. The Vigilante Pardoning Act had marked the legal end of the Vigilante era and the start of the pro-hero system in Japan. It was, for lack of a better word, an olive branch to the more stable and moderate vigilantes during those first few chaotic decades that had followed the birth of the luminescent baby and the start of the quirked era. After Japan's government had been able to regain some measure of control over the populace after the emergence of quirks, This act had offered amnesty to any vigilantes that matched the Japanese government's criteria, on the condition that they either retired as vigilantes or took up positions as government-sponsored agents. That act had been followed several years later by the Professional Hero Act, which had grandfathered in and officially deputized the majority of vigilantes who had risen to combat a sudden violent upsurge in dangerous and powerful individuals after the original Vigilante Pardoning Act had been passed, granting them restricted rights to act as law enforcement in exchange for being restricted by certain rules and guidelines in the line of duty. It had also established the Heroics Regulation Authority, which had been tasked with ensuring that all the newly licensed heroes obeyed the regulations that were put in place to govern them, as well as establishing the necessary skills and qualifications a vigilante would need to qualify to be deputized. The Regulation Authority would later evolve and expand with the development of the Pro-Hero system to become the Hero Public Safety Commission, which was in charge of both monitoring pro-heroes and with helping establishing the requirements that hero schools needed to meet in order for their students to gain their hero licenses, as well as regulating, administrating, and monitoring the various licensing exams. Finally, the Universal Quirk Restriction Act had been the final nail in the coffin of any remaining independent vigilantes that didn't want to bow to public authority. Passed just a few years after the Professional Hero Act and the Pro-Hero system began to truly take form, it explicitly banned anyone from freely using their quirks in public areas unless they had a professional hero license issued by the government. The law would go through several legal revisions and amendments in the following years, with exceptions being made for most physical alterations caused by heteromorphic quirks, as well as quirks that had an involuntary trigger, eventually evolving into the legal quirk usage laws that were on the books today. Even now, 200 years later, possessing a pro-hero license was still the only way for someone to legally be able to freely use their quirk in public, in Japan at least. There had been the, relatively, recent development of limited quirk licenses that allowed those with particularly useful or practical quirks to use them in professional setting after the applicant displayed a suitable level of control over their quirk. Granted, the law wasn't the most heavily enforced. Minor or accidental use of quirks in public were mostly ignored or, at worst, issued a warning as long as it didn't cause a public disturbance. This was especially true for younger individuals, particularly those that hadn't reached high school age yet, since many children practiced with their quirks in the hopes of eventually joining a pro-hero course at schools like UA. It was how he and Bakugo were able to get away with their training and spars, as long as they kept them to out-of-the-way areas and didn't cause any real property damage. Kakyōin had professed to a good deal of skepticism and suspicion toward the HPSC after he'd learned about them after Izuku had explained the pro-hero system in more detail. Their entire remit was, as he had pointed out, far too broad with no actual limiting or supervisory bodies in order to act as a check and balance. Such situations had always been breeding grounds for corruption and abuses of power, particularly when it came to keeping that power securely in their hands. That particular conversation had led to Izuku doing some research on the subject, and what he'd found had been extremely suspicious. Enough so that he was forced to agree with his mentor that there was likely something rotten in the HPSC. It would be something he'd have to look out for and try and remove once he became a pro himself. Still, for the government to leave such a large and glaring loophole, he pondered, getting his mind back on track. He went over the situation again, and things began to fall into a more realistic picture. Yes, then again, why would someone attempt to be a vigilante while refusing to use their quirk? In stark contrast to how it had been during the early days of the quirk era, most people these days wouldn't be trying to become a vigilante out of a desire to help or protect others. Instead, most would simply be people out to prove something, whether to themselves or to society at large. People who'd failed to enter or were expelled from a hero course, people who'd been bullied because of their quirk, people who'd had their quirks looked down on, and even those who simply wanted to show off the power of their quirk. In such a case, these types of people wouldn't even consider becoming a vigilante for any other reason but to use their quirk, making the loophole moot. Shaking his head at such petty reasoning, Izuku quickly wiped his search history and closed his computer down, his thoughts growing dark for a moment as he thought of the sheer pettiness that seemed to pervade the entire world at times. In all of Aldera Junior High, there were maybe a dozen students, including both himself and Bakugo Katsuki, who were seriously planning on attempting the entrance exams for a hero course of some form. Of them, only himself and Bakugo did anything that could actually be considered training. The rest were completely confident in the idea that their quirks would be all they needed in order to gain entry into a hero course. Idiots. The rest of their various classmates had been convinced that unless one had a strong or flashy quirk, you didn't stand a chance of becoming a hero. Many were still going to make an attempt, if for no other reason than to say that they tried. A waste of time in Izuku's opinion, since none of them had ever made any efforts to train themselves or their quirks, and many were simply underutilizing what could be quite useful quirks if they just tried to practice with them properly. Again, idiots. Pettiness and laziness seemed to be a poison that was infecting the world at large these days. Seemingly everywhere he looked were people who were either too lazy to try and improve themselves, or were only acting for some petty reason. Sometimes both. He honestly prayed that he'd meet a better quality of people when he finally arrived at UA. Otherwise, he might well lose all hope for humanity. Having already finished his homework, Izuku got to his feet and headed toward the living room. Hopefully some TV would be able to pull him from his grim mood. The next day after school, streets of Mizudafu. Izuku's pace was slow and measured, expressing no outward signs of the chills racing up and down his spine. It had felt like someone had been walking over his grave ever since he'd left Aldera today. Every bit of paranoia and danger sense in his body was going off like an air raid siren, warning that some unseen danger was stalking him. With a thought, Hierophant Emerald manifested, floating a good 10 meters above his body. Using his stand's eyes instead of his own, he quickly located what had to be the source of his sudden paranoia, a very familiar woman in a boring, beige skirt suit. Amagasaki Chigusa. The pink-haired woman was glaring daggers at his back, even as she moved discreetly through the crowds behind him, hands slowly clenching and unclenching into claws and her heterochromatic eyes seemingly shining with barely suppressed rage. However, what had initially drawn Izuku's attention to her was what was floating just above and behind her shoulder. A humanoid figure completely enclosed in white armor with a feminine cast. It even had a boob plate. It had vestigial, red feathered wings emerging from its back, and tufts of bright red fur seemed to stick out from every groove or opening of the armor. Its limbs looked heavily muscled despite their feminine form, and its face was completely concealed by a white porcelain mask of a beatific female face, seemingly joined with the helmet's faceplate. And yet, despite how glaringly obvious and out of place the figure appeared, not a single person seemed to be paying it any attention. Normally, such a flagrant display of quirk usage would have drawn attention from nearly everyone else on the street, but instead all their eyes seemed to either ghost over it or look through it like it wasn't even there. Izuku nearly tripped as realization struck him like a thunderbolt, only his current focus keeping his shock from being displayed to the world. They couldn't see it, because it wasn't a quirk, it was a stand. Amagasaki Chigusa wasn't a quirk holder, but rather a stand user. The only reason he could see it was because he had a stand himself. Holy shit, wait. Izuku fought to keep his breathing even as everything started clicking into place. If she has a stand, then, could she possibly be? It made a terrible kind of sense. A stand, particularly a close combat stand, would easily be capable of exerting the kind of force needed to commit that kind of brutal feat. It would explain why no physical evidence had been found, since a stand would have been fully capable of committing the crimes without their holder ever having to get within arm's reach if its range was long enough. And the physical enhancements granted by a quirk like Cyclops would mean nothing to a stand, since they were nearly invulnerable to anything but another stand. If his suspicions were correct, which he was becoming more and more sure of, then there was no way in hell he was leading her anywhere close to his home. At the next intersection, he quickly and casually adjusted his course, moving in the opposite direction of his and his mother's apartment. Through the eyes of Hierophant Emerald, he watched as his stalker quickly changed course to follow after him, her own stand obediently following after her. She was so focused on watching him that she didn't notice Hierophant Emerald. Izuku's mouth set into a grim line. Now completely certain of what was happening, he knew just what he had to do. Only a stand could truly battle another stand. After all, over the course of the next half hour, Izuku gradually led his pursuer toward a fairly isolated area he was familiar with. It had once been a fairly upscale gated apartment complex, until a rampaging group of villains had turned it into a battlefield and devastated it to the point it had to be completely evacuated a few months ago. With all the various insurance claims, lawsuits, and other investigations surrounding the damages done, it had been left to rot until the legal matters were settled. Most people tried to stay clear of the place since there was a very real threat of the remainder of the building collapsing, but that only made it better for what Izuku currently had in mind. He kept his pace calm and casual as he slipped under the ragged police tape that was the only thing preventing entrance through the complex's large front entrance. He could easily spot where the large, wrought iron gate that had once barred entrance was still embedded into the side of one of the buildings from where a villain had literally ripped it off and threw it about in a rage. Despite having been abandoned for months, the complex's courtyard still clearly showed the remnants of the love and care that its residents had put into maintaining it, including the gazebo that stood at its center. Well, what was left of it anyway? Apparently someone, the villain who destroyed the gate most likely, had ripped the roof off and had thrown it like a frisbee. He could still see remnants of broken wood off to one side of the gateway. As Izuku casually strolled up the steps of the gazebo, he suddenly came to a stop and spun around. Leaning back against one of the gazebo's remaining supports, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. I do believe it's well past time we ended our little game of Onagako. Besides, aren't you a little too old to be playing children games, Amagasaki-san? He called out calmly. In the same instant, he dispelled Hierophant Emerald from its place, hovering in the air. There was a brief moment of silence, but then the pink-haired form of his adversary stalked into the courtyard, glaring absolute bloody murder up at him. "Little brat!" she practically snarled, teeth gnashing together as her black and white eyes practically bulged outward as they locked onto him. "We meet again, my good lady." Izuku responded politely with a disarming smile, ignoring the stand that was floating menacingly behind her for the moment. "So, would you mind telling me why you've been following me since I left school, all while looking like you wanted nothing more than to rip out my throat with your teeth? It's all your fault, you damned brat." Chigusa snarled out, her fingers practically forming claws as she swiped them through the air. "You and that stupid fucking cop. They'll know who I am now, and they're going to start hunting me like some fucking common murderer." "Ah, so it is because of the wallet I turned in." The verdette sighed softly in self-recrimination, offering a silent prayer of apology to Officer Yamada for accidentally getting him involved. "It is just as I suspected then, Miss Bloody Ripper. You've got some balls on you. Talking down to me like that, you stupid runt," the monochrome-eyed woman growled out. "Arrogant shits, always so proud of their fucking quirks. Yet none of them could so much as touch me now that I've gotten real power. 26 dead, and not a single one of them could even touch me. Ah, so you're quirkless then, and you've been attacking and murdering those with weak quirks to assuage your wounded pride and make yourself feel better? How utterly petty." Izuku offered with casual disinterest, his eyes like chips of emerald ice as he stared down at the woman standing opposite of him. "What the fuck is wrong with this kid? He's facing down an infamous serial killer, and he's not even rattled," said serial killer mentally growled out as she continued to glare at the teen in front of her, teeth clenching in barely constrained fury at the casual dismissal of her. "He can't be any older than fucking 13, maybe 14 tops, and yet he's not even batting a fucking eyelid at staring me down. Is this little shit really that confident in his quirk? TCH, time he learned his lesson." "So fucking what?" she scoffed aloud. "A brat with a fancy quirk can never understand the shit I've had to deal with. To be treated like you're not even human just cause of a fucking toe joint. To be constantly looked down on for your entire fucking life just because of some shitty genetics. Well, it's well past time I got some payback. I've hunted down every one of those bastards who took such pride in their stupid quirks and showed them the power of the quirkless. And you're next, brat?" Izuku merely continued to stare down at her balefully. "Of all the people you could have ranted at, you really did choose the worst possible person to vent your spleen at." Izuku bit out coldly. "I don't suppose you've ever heard of latent quirk syndrome?" "Nope," the woman spat out. "Then perhaps you've heard of its more common idioms, invisible quirk syndrome, or perhaps late bloomer syndrome? the greenette continued. The last one actually caused the woman to blink. Wait, you're fucking telling me? At the tender age of 4, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless, no different from you. Izuku confirmed coldly, eyes hard. For 4 years I was bullied and belittled for it, until the day a miracle occurred and I manifested my own abilities. So yes, I do understand what it's like to be quirkless, and it does not excuse your slaughter of innocents for nothing more than being born luckier than you or I. Fuck you. At least you actually got one in the end. Chigusa snapped back, eyes practically glowing as glared at me with renewed venom, the condemnation seemingly only adding fuel to the fires of her rage. And how precisely have you been going about your grisly deeds? Izuku continued calmly. The exact methods of these murders should be impossible for a woman of your size without a quirk. He already knew the answer, but he had to admit he was curious on how precisely she'd acquired a stand. Had she had her own encounter with a ghostly visitor? The rage seemed to bleed out of the woman, her form going slack for a moment. Then she began to shake, a low malevolent chuckle rising up from her form, before her head shot up, mismatched eyes practicality glowing with malice and a sneer on her face. Quirks aren't the only powers to exist in this world, little boy, she whispered out, her voice just barely audible on the evening air. Thanks to that person, I not only gained a power unimaginable to most of the trash that infests this world, I even got a stupid, fucking quirk out of the deal as well. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly in interest at that admission. Fascinating. It looks like gaining a stand also seems to stimulate a person's quirk factor in some way, awakening it for a quirkless person. I wonder what would happen if a person who already had an active quirk factor gained a stand as well? More importantly, though, I must admit, my curiosity has been piqued. Izuku stated aloud, just who was this person that managed to give you your so-called power? Chigusa's chuckles died just as suddenly as they began, her eyes hardening. I think I'm done talking to you, she hissed out. After all, it's not like the dead need any answers. And what exactly did I do? I'm well aware you're going to have to try and kill me now that I know exactly who you are, Miss Ripper, but why were you hunting me in the first place? Did our little encounter the other day really piss you off enough to sign my death warrant? I must say, that kind of temper is most unflattering. Fuck you, the pink-haired woman snarled back, her previous frenzy quickly returning as she was reminded of just what had brought her here. It's because you fucking grabbed my wallet and handed it to that dumbass cop. Somehow that one-eyed bastard managed to splatter a bit of his blood on it, and that overly nosy pig saw it. He handed the thing over to his fucking precinct, and now there's no way to get it back. She was losing more and more control the longer she spoke, looking almost like she was in the midst of some form of manic fit. Any day now, they're going to get the results back and figure out just who I am. All of my hard work, ruined. All because you and that pig couldn't keep your noses out of my business. It's all your fault, she practically shrieked near the end, once again looking like she was ready to try and rip him apart with her bare hands. Izuku merely raised his eyebrow at the woman's ravings. Bastion of sanity, this woman obviously is not. Then again, the whole serial killer thing should have made that clear already. You could have simply chosen not to kill all those people, he offered dryly, mildly annoyed by the deranged woman arbitrarily trying to pin all of her issues on his shoulders. She was even more self-centered than Bakugo, and that was saying something from Izuku's perspective. You chose to take those people's lives for your own satisfaction. Now the consequences of such acts will fall flatly on your head. Deal with it. The murderess was practically frothing at the mouth at this point. Kid, I've never in my life met someone who's pissed me off like you have, she hissed out in a broken, strained tone. Normally, just wiping you arrogant pieces of garbage off the face of the earth gives me a fucking jolly, but you? I am going to enjoy making you squeal like nothing I've done before. You can count on that. If you believe you are capable of it, then by all means try it. The more senior of the two stand users replied coldly as he stared down at her. The time for talk was apparently over. He'd never get anything else out of her in her current state, so it was time to get down to business. After all, do you think I'd have led you to such a perfect battlefield if I wasn't sure of my ability to win? So please, come at me, murderess, and I'll thank you in advance for becoming the lab rat that I can use to test and see how far I've progressed with the last 5 years of training. That final remark seemed to push the pink-haired serial killer straight over the edge. Amanojaka judgment, she howled, the white and red figure behind her suddenly shooting straight towards him, arms extended forwards as it aimed for his head. Experiment number 1. Izuku mentally intoned as he quickly brought his hands together, before just as quickly pulling them apart. Begin. With a twist of his wrist and an adjustment of his arms, he brought the resulting surge of glowing green liquid around to bring it to bear directly at the charging stand. Emerald splash. In an instant, dozens of fist-sized emeralds shot out of the stream, streaking through the air straight at the figure that Izuku was assuming was named Amanojaka Judgment. The crystalline projectiles quickly began pummeling the opposing stand incessantly. This experiment was to test something that Izuku had been curious about since Kakyōin had first explained the normally indestructible nature of stands to him. Only the abilities or body of another stand should be able to harm the charging figure. In that case, his emerald splash should have done nothing more than push the opposing stand back. But his quirk, Emerald Hierophant, was different. It was inexplicably linked to Hierophant Emerald, or perhaps even its progenitor Hierophant Green. Either way, his quirk seemed to mimic the capabilities of a stand in many ways, so could it actually cause damage to another stand? That was what this experiment would hopefully tell him. Gaia! Chigusa suddenly shrieked in pain as welts, bruises and cuts seemed to suddenly appear across her face and upper body as her stand was rapidly pushed back by the barrage. Numerous small cracks were already covering its armor and mask-like face, mirroring the wounds appearing on its master's skin. What is going on? A partial success, at least. Izuku silently mused as he continued his barrage. I'm going at almost full power now, so my emerald splash should be traveling at about 1,320 feet per second, and the impact velocity should be at over 900 feet per second at this point. That would be the rough equivalent of an automatic shotgun firing number 000 buckshot at near point-blank range. And yet all I'm managing to do is cause surface wounds. Either her stand possesses a phenomenal defensive quality, a not impossible event given its armored nature, or my quirk's ability to affect stands is limited at best. Deciding that the experiment had gone on long enough, and he'd get no more valuable data from it, Izuku quickly cut the flow off from his quirk and readjusted his stance, arms crossed over his chest as he waited for the inevitable blow-up that was sure to follow. Someone so caught up in their own sense of power would undoubtedly react quite negatively to having someone manage to hurt them like he'd just done. Oh, how right he was. What the fucking hell was that? Chigusa shrieked out, one arm rising to wipe at the cuts scattered across her face. How? That fucking Cyclops? Bastard broke his goddamn fingers trying to hit me, and he couldn't even scratch. Amanojaka judgment. So how can a sawed-off runt with some shiny rocks hurt us like this? Hierophant Emerald. Izuku intoned simply, allowing his green and white stand to manifest directly behind him, perfectly mirroring his stance. The pink-haired serial killer's entire being seemed to freeze as she instantly recognized what she was now facing. A stand, she whispered in shock. She took a step back, head shaking rapidly in denial as her eyes scrunched closed and her hands fisted into her uneven hair. No. It's impossible. That person would never hand a stand over to some pathetic child.
No.
Not fair.
No.
I traded everything I had for this power. They wouldn't do this to me. She's referring to the person who gave her that stand so politely. Izuku mused curiously. It was an attitude he wouldn't have expected from the woman given all her previous behavior. Aloud, he simply announced, I am very much certain that we did not receive our stands from the same source, nor did I ever need to pay anything for it. As I said, I gained my own abilities through nothing short of a miracle. And just as obviously, you can see that my quirk and my stand are invariably linked, allowing me to fight your own with both my abilities. Even if my quirk can do no more than injure you at the moment, please do enjoy having a taste of the pain you seem to enjoy inflicting on others. If anything, Izuku's statement seemed to push the already unhinged woman further into the abyss. You damned brat, she snarled, eyes shooting open and nearly bulging out of her skull as she stared at him with a look of pure and supreme murder. I practically had to sell my soul to get my hands on this kind of power, and you just fucking stumble on it by pure luck? Why? Izuku merely shrugged absently, as if saying, "Why are you asking me? I am going to make you scream for mercy before you die, boy." The Bloody Ripper snarled out, crimson blood spreading across her face from her weeping wounds. "And I doubt I'll be in any mood to grant you any." Stand parameters: Hierophant Emerald, early teens version. Destructive power: B, amazing. Speed: B, amazing. Range: A, very amazing. Persistence: B, amazing. Precision: B, amazing. Developmental potential: B, amazing. Stand parameter ratings list:
X, image level.
very amazing. B, amazing. Seed about human level.
D, weak.
Really weak.
NA, non existe.
Chapter 4. Standoff. Same time. Unknown location. A man stepped into a room. The room itself was almost pristine in appearance, every surface looking like it had been religiously scrubbed and cleaned mere moments ago. However, aside from a single dentist's chair installed in the center of it, the room was also completely empty of any furniture or decorations. All in all, the combination gave the room a very Spartan air. One of the man's associates had even referred to it as barren. The man himself was actually quite similar to the room. Impeccable, but also largely unremarkable. His clothing was all perfectly clean and fitted but otherwise average in appearance. His hair was immaculately trimmed and well cared for, but was cut in a fashion that looked like it was taken from a stock photo, and his face was clean but easily forgettable. Even his expression was bland and mostly vacant. The man seemed the very definition of a face that could get lost in the crowd, the type of person that seemed to blend into the background wherever he went. He currently had a cell phone in one hand, pressed firmly against his ear as he spoke. "Yes, sir." Sadly, the current test subject was only a moderate success. She was able to survive the process without any physical degradation, but I'm afraid her mind was far more fragile than anticipated, he offered with a thin, reedy voice. As a result, she quickly began to devolve into a state of borderline psychosis and eventually became a serial killer. No, sir. I believe the main issue with our current subject was her age. She had accumulated far more resentment than we'd anticipated when we initially selected her, and that, combined with her lack of mental flexibility, is what resulted in her rapid degradation. By focusing our efforts on subjects in their mid to late teens, I believe we'll be able to create a far more stable product. That age range should still retain enough mental malleability to survive the process with minimal mental degradation, while also being mature and resilient enough to resist the physical deformation that was common among younger test subjects. He paused to listen for a moment. "No, sir, I don't believe acquiring further test subjects will be an issue. Despite the decreasing amount of quirkless being born with each successive generation, they still make up a solid 8% of the targeted population. Even with the increasing suicide rates among the younger generation, that should still leave us with a more than adequate pool of potential test subjects. If anything, the mental resilience of those that survive to the testing age will only increase our chances of success." Yes, that is my opinion as well. The increasing resentment of the quirkless population borne by the current society's focus on quirks and their own desire for power all aid in making them a perfect demographic for our procedure. The fact that targeting younger subjects will mean they have less time to build up resentment to the dangerous level of our previous test subject is also a benefit of decreasing the targeted age range. Another pause, followed by a sharp nod. "Very good, sir. I shall contact you once I have finished relocating my facilities and have gathered a sufficient number of test subject for approval to recommence." For the circle of DIO, hanging up his phone and returning it to his pocket, the unremarkable-looking man sighed as he brought his newly freed hand up to massage his nose. "Honesty. Now I have to go through all the trouble of relocating everything once again? That worthless test subject is proving to be nothing but a hassle. Even the stand she produced turned out to be nothing more than an utter disappointment, a complete waste of materials and efforts. Oh well, The data we gathered from her and her deterioration helped greatly refine the process, and she at least proved my theory accurately enough in the eyes of my superiors. Together, that should at least cover the cost of everything I was forced to waste on her. And I suppose even a dismal failure like Amagasaki can provide a useful foundation for future successes. Raising his voice a bit, the man called out the door behind him. Inugami, get in here. Another man quickly came through the door. This one was tall and handsome, wearing what had to be a designer suit and a bright and eager expression on his face. You called, Hierophant-sama? What can I do for you? He asked eagerly, his voice warm and velvety. We're relocating to Site K. The man, now identified as Hierophant, stated simply. The last test subject has drawn far too much attention to this area for the moment. Arrange things with your subordinates to handle everything as per usual. As you command. Inugami agreed with a quick bow, both hands in front of his chest as he wrung them together eagerly. Should I also arrange for the disposal of the worthless bitch while I'm at it? No, she's not worth wasting any further resources on. At her current rate of deterioration, she'll likely overreach herself soon enough and end up biting off far more than she can chew. The forgettable man stated clinically, a small, nasty smirk appearing on his lips. If nothing else, she'll at least continue to provide us with valuable data as her kill count continues to rise. Why throw away an asset while we can still reap some small benefit from it? As you say, Hierophant-sama, the handsome man agreed, his face still a mask of eager excitement. And the item? I will personally be taking it to the new location at once. Hierophant responded with a sigh. Oyakata-sama was very firm in stressing that it was to never be more than 10 meters from me until it was properly secured in our new base. As such, I will be leaving immediately. I leave the rest of the matter in your capable hands. I will begin making arrangements at once, sir. Inugami agreed with a nod before quickly turning and departing from the room. Hierophant watched him leave before quickly turning and making his way toward the dentist's chair. Placing one hand on the opposite armrest, he squeezed down on a specific trigger before kicking the chair's underside on a specific spot. A mechanical click echoed across the room as the chair's seat opened up, revealing a secret, reinforced chamber in the chair's base. Quickly reaching in, the bland man quickly removed a secure briefcase and a set of handcuffs. With a quick, practiced motion, he undid the briefcase's combination lock and opened it before leaving it to rest. Then, with immense care, he reached into the chamber again. Gently, almost reverently, he pulled out the last item in the hidden compartment. It was an ornate box, carved from redwood, and with a strange symbol emblazoned on its center. A golden heart with a section removed from its center, resembling the card suit of clubs. With deliberate care, Hierophant secured the box inside the briefcase before reclosing it and securing the lock once more before handcuffing the briefcase to his own wrist. With that done, he quickly used his free hand to reseal the compartment before departing the building, intending to grab a taxi to the nearest train station. Kanto was simply too hot for the moment, so a relocation to Kansai was definitely in order. In all honesty, Hierophant had never been happy about working so close to Yue. Not with that mutated abomination Nizu ruling there, constantly sniffing about for any threats to his precious school. Even if the quirked animal had no idea about the existence of stands, as his superiors believed, no one in their organization wanted to risk that situation changing. It was one reason their organization made sure that any information specifically regarding stands or their users was disseminated orally only, leaving no written or electronic records for the rat to find. Now that stupid Amagasaki woman had kicked up the hornet's nest, and Nizu would undoubtedly use the opportunity to poke its nose everywhere it didn't belong. It was enough of a risk that his superiors had decided that they needed to evacuate the entire facility immediately. It would save him some stress in the long run, but having to relocate so suddenly was still an annoyance. By the time Hierophant Haikim was snoring away on the Shinkansen to Kyoto, the battle back in Mizudafu would be over, and he wouldn't hear of it until much later. Something he would be cursing himself blind for a few years down the line. Abandoned gated community, Mizudafu. Amanojaka judgment. Amagasaki Chigusa shrieked, sending her stand forward to attack Izuku once more, who merely raised a skeptical eyebrow. That didn't work before I revealed my stand. What makes you think it'll work now that Hierophant Emerald is in play? Emerald Splash, he ordered, his stand already moving to obey. Floating in front of its master, it clapped its hands together before quickly drawing them apart and unleashing a withering barrage of emeralds at the onrushing, white-armored stand. Compared to Izuku's quirk version, his stand's Emerald Splash was on an entirely different order of magnitude. Faster, stronger, more numerous, and from what the quirkologist who'd examined samples of both emerald types before they dissolved had said, the gems produced by his stand were even harder and denser than the ones his quirk produced, making them a far more effective projectile. As the pink-haired woman's stand was forced to frantically dodge, duck, and weave to avoid the barrage of flying jewels, Izuku was mentally frowning in thought. In his case, gaining a stand had also given him, or perhaps simply awakened, his own quirk, and from the Bloody Ripper's earlier ranting, the same seemed to be true for her as well. The question currently scratching curiously at his mind now was if Amagasaki Chigusa's quirk worked like his and copied some aspect of her stand's abilities, or had it triggered the awakening of some latent quirk factor lying dormant in her. Then again, I haven't witnessed any of her stand's abilities yet either, he mentally groused. From what I've seen so far, it seems to be a mid-range type, since it's been able to move at least 5 meters from her in order to attack me, but it hasn't shown any form of unique ability just yet. Perhaps I can provoke her into doing something a bit reckless. She seems even more self-absorbed than Bakugo, so the best way to do that would be, "Is this all that you're capable of?" he asked aloud. I must admit, I was honestly hoping for far more than a simple close combat type with only brute force on its side. "Shut up, brat," Amagasaki shrieked back. "I mean, really, if this is all you are capable of, then I don't see why I am even wasting my time with you." Izuku continued, doing his best to mimic Bakugo's arrogance and mix it with calm, stoic decorum he'd learned from Kakyōin-senpai. "I might not look it, but I have quite a bit on my plate. If you're going to keep wasting my time with this farce, then I might as well just end it here and now." "Why you? The serial killer was grinding her teeth so hard that Izuku was sure he heard one crack. Then again, it might just have been some last vestige of her sanity. "You arrogant little shit stain.
Fine.
I'll give you the taste of hell you've been begging for." Amanojaka Judgment, Hell's Judgment. Responding to its master's command, the white-armored stand reared back, head falling back in a silent howl as it flexed its entire body. As it did, its form seemed to rapidly expand, every muscle bulging and growing until it practically doubled in size, looming over the two humans and Hierophant Emerald. The white armor covering its body seemed to split down the seams as it grew, withdrawing back until it looked like nothing more than a number of thin metallic bands, and revealing a massive apish form completely covered in bright crimson-red fur, the vestigial wings receding even further into its back. However, the freakiest part had to be its head, the beatific faceplate receding and revealing a snarling demonic visage with no nose and slitted, snake-like eyes. It was indeed a face worthy of a demon from the depths of hell. Huh. So, I take it that the previous form represents heaven, while this new form represents hell. That explains at least part of the name Amanojaku, a creature of both in heaven and hell. Izuku pondered as he studied the transformation. Still, something isn't quite adding up just yet. A power-up into an even bigger beat stick? Is that supposed to be impressive? He offered aloud, once again forcing as much contempt as he could muster into each word. With a wordless shriek of rage, the serial killer sent her stand forward at him once again, one of its arms already drawn back for a devastating punch. Really, could this woman be any more thin-skinned? He'd have thought that being quirkless for 30-odd years would have made someone develop a bit more resilience against that kind of thing. Then again, crazy serial killer. Without a single word or motion, Izuku had Hierophant Emerald unleash another burst of Emerald Splash at the onrushing stand. During their triennial meetings, Kakyōin-senpai had done his best to educate him on stands as well as all their other discussions, and he'd recounted what he could of a number of the ones he'd encounter while alive. One fact that had stood out was that those that had armored forms tended to use that armor much like its more mundane counterparts to reduce damage done to itself and its user. Those that could then shed such armor for boosts, primarily in speed with Kakyōin's favorite example, also lost that damage reduction when they lost their armor. Considering that Amenojaku Judgment's armor had been reduced to a mere accessory, Izuku was willing to bet that it had sacrificed that same defensive strength in exchange for raw power. The barrage of emeralds flew fast and true, slamming into the charging stand, and seemed to shatter harmlessly on impact with no visible effect on either the stand or its user. How unusual. Wait, did its eyes start glowing just then? Izuku pondered briefly before he was forced to react to the massive monster barreling towards him. With a though, Hierophant emerald vanished and reappeared, overlaying itself with Izuku's own body. The verdette then kicked down, using the boost of his stand's mimicry to launch himself into the air and over the berserk stand's rush, allowing Amenojaku Judgment's monstrous fist to smash into the remains of the gazebo, reducing it to kindling. This wasn't one of Kakyōin-senpai's own techniques, rather one he'd learned from watching his friend Kujo Jotaro. It was more suitable for a close combat stand, but even a stand of moderate physical strength like Hierophant Emerald could make good use of it. What the fucking hell? Chigusa was gaping at him, her monstrous stand returning obediently to her side. How the fuck did you manage that? I sincerely doubt that you have had your stand for more than a year, and in that time, you have done little more than use it as a tool for murder. Izuku stated dispassionately as he landed lightly on his feet a good distance away. I, on the other hand, have had mine since I was 8, and have made great efforts in understanding everything that it is capable of. Now then, was that all your stand has to offer? A power-up and short-term invulnerability buff? Seeing one eyebrow twitch angrily, Izuku guessed that he was at least partially correct. However, the slight twitching of her lips, like she was resisting snapping back about something, probably meant she had at least one ace in reserve. Opening his mouth, Izuku was about to announce that he was going to have Hierophant Emerald attack her, so he could test her invulnerability's duration before he suddenly clicked his mouth closed again. Why the hell was he going to announce his strategy like some idiot protagonist? Wait, are her eyes glowing as well? The greenette suddenly noticed that both the woman's heterochromatic eyes, one a pit of pure black, the other pure white, were glowing faintly in the dim light of the early evening. Everything seemed to snap into place in that moment. Shit, her quirk. I was so wrapped up in her stand that I forgot about it. Me, the quirk nerd extraordinaire, forgetting about a quirk. Bakugo must never learn of this, or he will give me unending hell over it. Elsewhere, Bakugo Katsuki abruptly sneezed into his hand before glaring around and demanding to know who was talking shit about him behind his back. And so, you turn to your oh-so-despised quirk, Izuku stated aloud, smirking slightly as he noticed the glow in her eyes vanish as her face momentarily morphed into an expression of shock. Some form of mental emitter type if I'm not very much mistaken, and I bet I can even guess what you named it. You seem to be able to compel your target to speak their intentions aloud to you, and I'm willing to bet that afterwards you can activate some form of secondary effect, issuing a counter order that forces them to perform an opposite action. Yes, Amenojaku is definitely a most suitable name for such a quirk, albeit one that makes it rather easy to decipher if your opponent is well-versed in traditional folklore. The Amenojaku, the so-called heavenly evil spirit, a yokai from Japanese mythology which had an extremely contrary nature and would always perform the exact opposite action of any order it was given. Izuku himself was rather well-versed in such stories thanks in no small part to Bakugo Masaru, who had a fascination with such old tales. His interest had been sparked as a youth because the only times that Katsuki had cried when they were kids was when Masaru would indulge in his love of spooky stories and share them during their occasional sleepover. Heh. Anything that could make the great Katsuki cry like a scared toddler was well worth spending some time studying. Elsewhere, Bakugo felt his ears burning and started to rage about people talking smack about him behind his back, before his mother whapped him across the head and told him to shut the fuck up and start eating instead of acting like an idiot, ranting out of nowhere like that. How the hell do you keep doing this, you fucking son of a bitch? Chigusa snarled out, clawing at her hair in frustration. How in the name of hell was this damnable brat reading her like this? I like to consider myself a fairly disciplined and intelligent individual, So the sudden urge to start shouting my plans like a moron was quite noticeable. Your quirk seems to have two rather glaring weaknesses. It is most unsubtle, and the compulsion to obey the initial urge is quite weak. In order to use it against someone effectively, you have to be sure they are either weak-willed enough to comply, arrogant enough to not notice the compulsion, or simply too distracted to resist. The more experienced stand user replied dryly. He decidedly did not mention that one or even both weaknesses was most likely due to the fact that her quirk was still very immature, having only awakened less than a year ago, and that she had likely spent little to no time training or practicing with it. Let me see if I can guess your modus operandi, Miss Bloody Reaper. Izuku continued disdainfully. You first start by poltergeisting your victims with your stand, scaring and distracting them enough that they can't resist when you activate your quirk and prevent them from trying to resist or escape. Then you use your stand once more to perform your signature finisher. My guess is that Katame-san wasn't so easily spooked, and instead he lashed out and met your stand for his trouble. It was only after he broke his fist against Amanojaka judgment that he was distracted enough for you to use your quirk on him. With every correct deduction, Amagasaki Chigusa felt her already boiling rage grow hotter and hotter. Her face grew redder, her scowl deepened, her eyes began to twitch, and her already tenuous hold on her sanity grew looser and looser. In the end, everything just snapped. Shut up. Shut the fuck up already, you little bastard. Just die already.
D. Fucking D.
Okay, maybe he pushed a bit too hard there. Crush him, the serial killer shrieked, her stand launching itself toward Izuku once more. Standard Emerald Splash attacks won't work as long as this form can keep its invulnerability active. Izuku pondered with a frown as he once again used Hierophant's leg strength to enhance his own in order to avoid the Hulk-like stand's lumbering attacks. Luckily, it seemed to have traded most of its speed for sheer power in this form. Still, all stand abilities have their limits, whether it is the power to stop time or invulnerability to damage. There has to be some limit to its invulnerability, perhaps a time limit or some limit to the amount of damage it can negate. Let's test that. Emerald Splash, Fusillade, he ordered aloud as he landed once more. His stand responded immediately, demerging from him and bringing its hands together, spreading them apart. Rather than launching a quick spread of emeralds, what instead emerged was an unrelenting, focused stream of gemstones. The hulking behemoth of a stand continued to charge forward, and at first it seemed to ignore the onslaught, plowing through it like a train. But after several seconds that Izuku was counting in his head, the stand began to slow down as the emeralds, rather than shattering against its skin, began to impact with actual force and began to deal damage. Welts and cuts starting to cover the monster's massive torso in an instant. Shit. Fall back. Chigusa spat out in pained anger as echoes of those same injuries began to cover her own body. Izuku could already see bloodstains starting to darken small patches of her clothes. 5 seconds, he concluded simply as the massive stand leapt away and Izuku had Hierophant cut off the attack. Fusillade simply wasn't a very maneuverable attack. It required too much focus to keep up to be able to move it much after starting it. It was a power-based attack designed to quickly whittle down slower and more durable enemies. The woman choked out, heterochromatic eyes wide and wild. Your stand's little invulnerability trick, it lasts for no longer than 5 seconds each time, from start to finish. Afterward, I bet it requires some form of recharge time before it can activate again. Izuku stated confidently. More than that, it doesn't seem to be a skill you consciously activate. Instead, it is an autonomous skill that activates independently whenever a certain condition is met, likely the stand is attacked by another stand. How, what the hell are you? How the fuck are you figuring all this out so fucking fast? The female stand user shrieked in outrage, her entire visage pale with shock and a mounting panic. Because its eyes started to glow red the instant one of my Hierophant's emeralds touched its skin, with the light fading as time went on. Izuku replied dully. The kind of split-second activation would require either reflexes well beyond anything you've shown, or an autonomous skill of your stand. I am willing to bet that you never even noticed the glow that accompanies it activating that particular ability, since it would only be visible if you were facing your stand when it activated. Unless you've trained with another stand user and they mentioned that there was simply no way for you to notice it. Really, Kakyōin Senpai's training gave him an almost unfair advantage against regular stand users, let alone someone like Amagasaki Chigusa, who seemed to rely on the most obvious uses of her stand and had ignored everything else. Fucking smartest brat, the pink-haired serial killer growled out. I know a thing or two about stands too, and that damn glowstick of yours is obviously a long-range type. That means it's next to worthless in close quarters. The second my Amenojaku gets its hands on it, you're both as good as dead. I think if your stand manages to get its hands on my stand is a better way of putting it. Izuku returned with a scoff. Your stand right now might be an excellent tank, but it is simply too slow to reach me before my Hierophant can overcome its invulnerability. Even returning to its previous form won't make it fast enough. Chigusa's face split in a bloodthirsty smile. Amenojaku judgment. Hell to heaven. The stand once more threw its head back in a silent roar. This time, however, it began to shrink, the armor plates expanding once more to cover its flesh. However, the process continued even after Amenojaku judgment returned to its base state. The fur that previous stuck out of the seams of its armor drew back into its armor, its limbs continuing to extend to an inhuman length, and the vestigial wings along its back grew and spread outward before they too were covered in white armor. When the transformation finished, the stand had completely transformed once again, leaving a thin, almost skeletal being in its place. Inhumanly long arms and legs scraping the ground as a pair of metal wings seemingly holding it aloft. It looked like some twisted mockery of a Western angel, or even the Tenyo of Japanese mythology. Ah, so rather than a standard transformation type, it is a stat redistribution stand. Izuku hummed in realization. The first form would be the balanced or neutral state, while the hell form is optimized for raw power. I'm guessing that this heaven form is likely optimized for speed and agility, then. You'll find out soon enough, brat, the serial growled out, biting down on her cheek in frustration. She just couldn't understand how the hell was this kid figuring everything out so quickly. This kind of analytical ability was something that she'd expect out of some kind of veteran pro hero, not a brat that still reeked of mother's milk. Crush that toy, Amenojaku judgment, she ordered aloud, pushing away her doubts for now. Then Amenojaku judgment vanished. Izuku barely managed to catch sight of a white blur slamming into Hierophant Emerald, the impact sending the green and white stand flying backward. Izuku felt a sudden jolt of pain, like someone had just rabbit punched him square in the chest. Still, it proved what he'd suspected. Amenojaku Judgment's most recent transformation had sacrificed most of its strength in exchange for speed. He was willing to bet that the vast majority of the impact that had sent Hierophant Emerald flying had been due to the mass of opposing stand being slammed into it at high speed. Well, I'll admit it, that stung a bit. Izuku offered offhandedly, one hand absently rubbing at his chest to relieve the phantom pain. But honestly, your stand has simply traded one over-specialization for another. And given how long its transformations take, there's simply no way for it to overcome me at this level. The fact that he'd casually dismissed her first good hit of the fight, like it was nothing, seemed to trigger the psychotic woman once again. Stop looking down on me, you damned brat. With another rage-fueled shriek, she sent her stand charging directly at him this time. Emerald splash. Izuku declared calmly, clapping his own hands together. Flechette blast. Ripping his hands apart, he revealed the aqua-green liquid flowing between his palms before his own emeralds burst forth. Unlike his normal emerald splash, which fired a relatively clustered burst of a couple dozen egg-shaped and apple-sized emeralds, this attack was far different. First, the burst was far more widespread. Second, the emeralds were only about the size of a walnut, and each was shaped into a small spike. Third, the number of projectiles was multiplied several times over to close to 100 projectiles being fired in each blast. Fucking shit. Chigusa shrieked in shock as she was forced to throw herself to the ground in order to avoid the incoming hail of spikes, even as several managed to slam into her Amenojaku judgment, falling onto the now angelic stand like a hailstorm, and instantly the small, Spike-like projectiles began to deal damage, proving that Amanojaka Judgment's automatic defense did not activate against Izuku's quirk. That made sense, as if Izuku's deductions were accurate, Amanojaka's automatic defense was designed to protect itself from other stands, which should have been the only thing that could truly harm it. Since Izuku's quirk seemed to straddle the line between a quirk and a stand, then it made a certain amount of sense that abilities that activated automatically against stands would fail to activate against his quirk. So, the storm of miniature stakes began to hit immediately, starting to deal damage right from the start of Izuku's barrage. Not much damage, it had to be said. Part of that was due to the fact that overly agile stand was still darting about like a fly to avoid the worst concentrations of the blast. The other part was because the armor that now completely covered its form was strong enough to resist the flechette rounds at its strongest points. However, damage was still being done. Small flechette rounds piercing through the armor at its various joints and other weak points. Chigusa shrieked as she writhed on the ground, feeling like someone was repeatedly shooting her with a nail gun. Small wounds were opening up all across her body, weeping blood and further staining her beige work suit red. I can't even get close to him. Chigusa realized as she slowly pushed herself back to her feet. Rage finally breaking as panic began to overtake her. For the first time since she'd gained her power, she was confronted with an enemy who completely overshadowed her. And in her heart of hearts, Amagasaki Chigusa was a coward, a bully happily lashing out against those weaker than her now that she had the power to do so. One that would only fight when she was sure that she could win. But every trick and technique that she'd learned since she'd gained her stand was proving utterly useless against this monstrous little brat. Every attack or trick she used only ended with her getting hurt instead. Her entire front was now covered in a myriad of wounds, while the worst she'd been able to give the brat was a bruise that he barely seemed to notice. This kid. No, this monster was simply on an entirely different level than her. She needed to get away. She needed to think, to plan, to hire a damn sniper to kill this fucking demon from a distance. A sudden throb of pain went through Chigusa's head and managed to cut through her mounting panic, reminding her that her time limit for maintaining heaven mode was drawing close. She could only have Amanojaka Judgment maintain either of its two different power modes for up to 3 minutes each, 5 if she was willing to endure a throbbing headache for the rest of the day. Not important right now. Her priorities were crystal clear. Get out and lie low for a while, then hunt down the little bastard's friends and family before sniping him in the fucking head and pissing on his corpse. But first, she had to get out of this situation. Putting such thoughts into actions, the pink-haired serial killer quickly turned on her heels and booked it back towards the entrance to the abandoned gated community that had been their battleground. Running in heels wasn't usually a well-advised option, but it was a skill that Chigusa had long mastered thanks to her asshole of a boss being such a demanding prick. And so, you show your true colors at last. That little bastard offered from behind her, amusement clear in his tone. But who said you could just leave? Then another of those damned emeralds the fucker, and his stand like to fire off flew at her. Only this time it seemed to emerge out of nowhere directly in front of her. It was sheer dumb luck that she was able to throw herself out of the way, not realizing that Izuku had deliberately fired it slow enough to act as a warning shot. Fuck. Where the hell did that come from? The female stand user demanded in panic. Take a good hard look around you. Izuku replied dully, gesturing around them. Chigusa did just that, and her eyes immediately bugged out in disbelief when she finally noticed. Long, linked strands of white and emerald green material now interlaced over every inch of the inner walls that surrounded the gated community's courtyard, as well as the pavestones that covered the ground. Hell, there were even several crisscrossing across the entranceway and stretching into the small tunnel beyond. What the hell is this shit? Chigusa shrieked out. Hierophant Emerald isn't a humanoid stand by default. The green-haired boy shrugged carelessly. What you see around you is his natural form, or part of it at least. It was then that Chigusa peeked over her shoulder to finally take a look at her tormentor, and saw his stand had returned to his side, floating slightly behind him. Its cape was gone, and several tendrils of green and white flowed down its back and into the ground below. When the hell did you pull this off? Oh. I had my Hierophant start setting the stage for the grand finale of our little show once you showed your last trump card, the vedette replied absently. I drew your attention back onto me with a bit of taunting, so Hierophant Emerald could be free to spread his web for when your courage finally broke. And just like I thought, like every other bully in the world, when confronted with someone stronger you turn heels and run. Sadly for you, now that my emerald barrier is erected, there is no escape. Any and all movements within it will be detected and will result in a barrage of emerald splash on your location from 360 degrees around you. You might wish to surrender, but I'm afraid I'm well past being willing to accept it. Izuku was very angry right now. In fact, his anger had only been growing steadily since this fight began. 26 innocent people were dead, including Officer Yamada, all murdered just to feed this angry, petty woman's jealousy and spite. Instead of trying to do something good with the power she'd gained, she had instead used it to become the worst sort of bully imaginable, brutalizing, tormenting, and murdering others just to satiate her hatred and appease her own sense of superiority, all the while acting like she was the victim of some grand tragedy. All men are not created equal. It sucked, and it was painful, but even at 4 years old Izuku had been able to realize that. To see a woman twice his age unwilling to accept that fact, using it as an excuse to justify misusing her newfound gifts to satiate her own bloodlust, was utterly unforgivable to the young stand user. More than that, even if he did simply capture her and leave her for the police to arrest, modern quirk suppressing technology was worthless against stands. Even Tartarus, the infamous impregnable jail, likely wouldn't be able to contain a stand user simply because they had no idea that stands existed, or that they operated on a fundamentally different level than quirks. The cold rage brewing in his stomach, mixed with the logical conclusion that capturing her would only lead to further deaths, all lead to a single inevitable ending to this night. Amagasaki Chigusa was not going to leave this place alive. Fuck you. You're just a fucking kid. Chigusa hissed back, panic lacing her voice, whirling around to glare at him. There's no fucking way that you have the balls to kill me. No sooner had she said that 4 more emeralds burst from the surrounding strands, perfectly framing her head between them. She froze in shock and terror. If those had been even a millimeter closer, her head would have been pulped. I admit, I certainly don't want to. Izuku stated steadily, emerald eyes cold. I want to be a hero, and heroes only ever use lethal force as a last resort. However, you are simply too dangerous to try and capture alive. Not only do you know my face and my stand, but modern measures to contain quirks don't work on stands. Even if you were sent to Tartarus, there is a possibility that you could manage to escape. I simply cannot afford to take that risk. Fuck you. Like hell I'm dying tonight, not to some brat. Chigusa barked out in defiance. Amanojaka judgment. Her stand, long reverted back to its base form, reappeared at her side, instantly moving to rip a large paving stone out of the ground and hurl it at her hated enemy like a discus. As it did, the serial killer turned heel again and ran toward the exit, her eyes locked onto her target. If she could reach it, she could escape. She was sure of that. I'm afraid it's not your choice. Izuku responded dryly as Hierophant Emerald blasted the slab of stone into pebbles before aiming toward Chigusa with his next salvo. Emerald splash. Somehow sensing that this barrage was seriously aiming to end her life, Chigusa managed to throw herself forward to avoid the first barrage. The second wave would have still struck, but her stand interposed itself and managed to weather the small squall of emeralds, its 5 seconds of invulnerability allowing it to weather the second burst mostly unharmed. Izuku could feel his own resolve starting to shake. It had taken the entire fight to build himself up to the level that he was willing to make this final push, and it was becoming all that much harder to keep hold of it. Emerald Splash Storm, he bit out. He needed to end this now, and permanently. From every angle around her, a barrage of emeralds was fired near simultaneously. There were only 2 holes in the coverage, the arch of the entryway ahead of her and the small silhouette around Izuku's form. All in all, seeing the dozens upon dozens of emeralds flying through the air towards Chigusa, who gawped in disbelief at the sheer scale of the attack for a moment before scrambling to think of a way to avoid it, was both awe-inspiring and beautiful. It was an attack designed to be all but unavoidable. An englobement attack that struck at the enemy almost simultaneously for an almost complete 360 degrees around them. Even if she ordered her stand to block some of the ballistic emeralds, Chigusa could block, at most, a very small part of the attack. Even running and dodging in addition to that wouldn't help much, as there were so many emeralds being fired from so many different angles that it was difficulty for even Izuku to keep track of all of them, let alone a panicking coward like Amagasaki Chigusa, who had no combat training and no ability to enforce calm on herself, to even try and track so many moving targets. Izuku had developed it over the last year as a way to make use of Kakyōin Senpai's 20-meter radius Emerald Splash attack. Ordinarily, his mentor paired it with a sensory barrier that allowed him to track and shoot at any movement that occurred within said barrier, but Izuku had yet to reach the same level of skill with his own Hierophant as Kakyōin Senpai had with his, not yet anyway. At his current level, it was limited to an either slash or. It was either using it as a sensory barrier or activating an Emerald Splash barrage on a single point within his stand's entrapped area. Amanojaka Judgment. Chigusa shrieked desperately as she ran for the exit, her stand once again interposing itself between her and the larger number of incoming emeralds. Only this time its invulnerability had already been spent. The semi-armored stand tried to punch the emeralds away, but it was pointless. Not only was it not fast enough to hit nearly enough of the projectiles to make a difference, it also wasn't anywhere close to being strong or tough enough to counter Emerald Splash directly without taking serious damage. So, when the stand punched out and struck an emerald head-on, Izuku wasn't surprised to hear the sound of breaking bones from the hand of both Amanojaka Judgment and Amagasaki Chigusa. The pink-haired woman screamed in agony as her left hand deformed and spurted blood seemingly of its own accord. So that is what stand backlash looked like at its worst. Izuku noted with a grimace. He had known that damage dealt to Hierophant Emerald would be reflected back onto him and vice versa, and had even felt it occur just moments ago. But to see it occur for such a grievous injury, it was something very different indeed. Chigusa herself was crying from the pain of her hand being crushed, but she used it to spur herself even faster, one arm desperately extending toward her target. If she could just reach dash. A ballistic emerald shot in and slammed into her arm, just beneath the elbow, ripping the limb off in an explosion of blood and gore, and making the serial killer scream in agony again. Clutching the stump of her limb with her only remaining hand, she collapsed forward and rolled, but she still managed to reach her target. She passed through the entranceway and into the tunnel beyond. Amanojaka Judgment, Hell Mode. Fueled by its master's desperation, the stand, now one-armed as well, shifted into its muscular form far faster than Izuku had previously seen it and punched upwards, smashing the tunnel's ceiling and causing it to collapse as it and its master fled, leaving the bleeding form of Amagasaki Chigusa's arm twitching in front of the collapsed tunnel. Damn it! Izuku cursed, mentally commanding Hierophant Emerald to retract all of the strands laid out across the courtyard, quickly. He scowled at the rubble-filled tunnel and quickly deduced that the structural damage to it caused by the previous villain fight must have been far worse than he'd initially assumed. Stupid villains, causing problems even after being locked away in Tartarus. Once his stand was once more collected in a single form, Izuku used its physical enhancement overlay to hop from the ground and leap up the balconies until he reached the nearest rooftop. Looking around, Izuku let out a groan. Given how many side streets and the like there were in Mizudafu, there was almost no chance he could track down the Bloody Ripper now. Even if she had let her blood drip on the ground like a trail of breadcrumbs, she'd likely have her stand carrying her away by now. She could be anywhere in Mizudafu at this point. There's nothing more I can do now, Izuku thought with a scowl, cursing his own hesitation for allowing her to escape. Best case scenario, she'll bleed out before she can find some underground doctor willing to see to her wounds. At worst, she's been weakened and won't be able to hurt anyone else until her arm can heal. At the very least, she'll be forced to flee the area in an attempt to recuperate, with the heroes and police nipping at her heels. With her weakened state and her face likely soon to be plastered across the country, she shouldn't be a threat to anyone for a good long while. With any luck, The heroes and police will find her soon enough and finish the job. God knows she's shown herself to be the type that would refuse to let anyone capture her alive out of sheer spite. That'll have to be enough. His sharp ears suddenly detected sirens drawing closer and cursed again. Their little clash had caused more of a ruckus than Izuku had anticipated. As he really didn't want to explain anything about this situation, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor and used his Hierophant to quickly carry himself a good distance away before starting to take a long, winding route home, so he had a chance to smooth out his uniform and remove any hints that he had been in a fight. He didn't want to worry his mother. After all, on that night, 3 things happened, only one of which Izuku was aware of. First, the police and heroes discovered Amagasaki Chigusa's severed arm in the ruins of the gated community, with a warrant being issued for her arrest within the day. Second, Amagasaki Chigusa, and thus the Bloody Ripper, had fled Mizudafu in the Kanto area of Japan, taking refuge in Hokkaido. Fear and hatred of Izuku and his stand had been carved into her mind and body, which kept her from committing any more murders due to her fear. She also started seriously training with her stand and quirk in order to eventually take revenge on the bastard who had stolen her arm. And finally, the circle of DIO agents in Japan took notice that someone had defeated one of their experimental test subjects. Weak as she might have been, their interest was piqued, and they upped their interest in the Mizudafu area of Kanto as a result. Izuku was blissfully unaware of this, but he had luckily stopped casually summoning his stand in the streets as a result of discovering that he was no longer the only stand user in Japan, so they couldn't find him. The gears of fate continued to move as the future came closer with every passing day. Chapter 5. A Bizarre Day at UA. A week after the confrontation, Nizu's office, UA High School, Mizudafu. Interesting. How very interesting. Principal Nizu, Japan's top investigative hero and principal of UA High, offered as he reviewed the information listed on the papers before him. I'm afraid we still don't have a clue on what exactly happened that night. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa offered. He was an average-looking man dressed in the light brown trench coat that was quite common among police detectives. Right now, the man was looking particularly drawn and haggard. Officer Yamada died, getting us the clues we needed to finally put a name and a face to the Bloody Ripper, only for her to vanish into the wind right before we can move to arrest her. My current leading suspicion is that Amagasaki Chigusa tried to attack a target that was far more dangerous than she initially suspected, one that was capable of protecting themselves rather violently against her usual modus operandi. Nizu remarked absently. It's currently believed, and I agree, that she targeted Yamada either out of hopes of either stopping him from turning in her wallet to evidence or out of vengeance for the same act. If the latter is the case, then she likely also attempted to target the boy who handed it in. Have we had someone speak to him yet? Midoriya Izuku-kun, you mean? Yes, I had Office Tamakawa Sansa handle the interview since I was preoccupied with the hunt for Amagasaki herself. Tsukachi nodded. His account of the events is fairly basic. He was apparently taking a detour away from his usual route home from school to pick up some meat for dinner when Amagasaki ran into him. She then ran off after they exchanged a few harsh words, and he noticed that she had dropped her wallet, so he handed it over to the nearest Koban, which Officer Yamada had been staffing. He then finished his errand before returning home. The kid was apparently quite horrified when he found out about Officer Yamada's murder on the morning news the next day, but he claims that he hasn't seen Amagasaki since. Quite curious. Given the profile we now have for our infamous Bloody Ripper, she definitely seems to be the type that would try and lash out against anyone she deemed as responsible for her identity being revealed. Nizu remarked offhandedly. They had been able to call in a psychological profiling specialist with a quirk known as remote psychometry that allowed her, in combination with her psychiatric training, to build a psychological profile of a target as long as they had some of their DNA, which the arm they'd managed to recover from the demolished apartment complex had been more than sufficient for. The resulting profile had not been pretty. A petty and narcissistic woman, already deeply jaded and spiteful due to years of being looked down on for her quirklessness, that had become utterly drunk on her newfound sense of power, lost her hold on reality, and was now using her new ability to strike back against everyone she perceived as looking down on her. Midoriya did mention something interesting. When Sansa asked if he'd noticed anything strange in the intervening time since his encounter with Amagasaki, he mentioned that on the day the Ripper lost her arm and vanished, he felt like someone was stalking him on his way home from school, but that the feeling disappeared about halfway there. The detective offered thoughtfully. From the way things are looking, she was indeed targeting Midoriya-kun, but either someone interfered before she could attack or another target stole her attention. Has Recovery Girl been able to find out anything from the arm? According to Shizenji's findings, it was neither cut nor severed by a sharp instrument. Instead, it appears that it was struck by a blunt object with enough force to physically tear through the muscle and bone and literally rip the arm apart just beneath the elbow. Nizu reported calmly, as if discussing the weather, even as Tsukachi's face paled at the visceral image that sprung into his mind. It sounds like it would be quite the excruciating, painful experience. I'm honestly surprised that our suspect actually managed to survive it. Anyway, Recovery Girl suspects that that object was some form of projectile, ovoid in shape, approximately the size of an adult's clenched fist, and moving at roughly the same speed as a number 000 shotgun pellet. That is quite the detailed description, Tsukachi stated, regaining his balance. I'm honestly amazed that she was able to find out so much just from the damage done to the arm. Do remember that Shizenji Chiyo is one of the most experienced rescue heroes to have ever lived, Tsukachi-kun. The mysterious mammal put in with a smile. She has seen nearly every kind of injury and damage that can be inflicted upon the human body, from bullet wounds to burns to sharp and blunt force trauma of every shape, size, and origin, to even mastication by several dozen species. It was a very wise idea of yours to bring her in for her expert opinion. I'm afraid that our own medical examiners were just scratching their heads trying to pull something usable from the arm. She was simply the best choice available. One of the perks of working in Yue's backyard. The detective deflected, blushing slightly at the compliment. Anyway, we've already put an APB out for Amagasaki Chigusa's arrest. With one arm missing, it should be fairly easy to track her down, but we both know that things are rarely that simple. She'd already drained her bank accounts by the time we were able to issue the order to freeze them. There was enough in those accounts that she could likely afford to have some back-alley doctor either restore or replace her missing arm. I know of at least 3 in the area that could accomplish that, and I've already sent out a few officers to rattle their cages and see if we can find out anything from them. Unfortunately, that means she could be anywhere in Japan at the moment. Normally, I'd think that her pathological hatred for anyone who enjoyed their quirk and badly deteriorating mental state would make it all but impossible for her to stay quiet for long. We'd simply have to follow the bodies when they start showing up again, Nizu offered, his tone showing that he was distinctly unhappy with the idea. Finding out about Amagasaki's hatred for anyone who enjoyed or took pride in their quirk had actually helped identify how the Bloody Ripper chose her victims. A bit of backtracking had revealed that every single one of them, outside of poor Officer Yamada, was reported to have shown off their quirk in some way shortly before they'd been killed. Sakana Ataru, the first recorded victim whose quirk, gills, simply gave him a set of working gills in addition to his normal lungs, had been coming home from a morning swim. Ishikusho Akane, the second victim whose eye color quirk allowed her to shift the colors of her eyes to any color imaginable, had apparently been enjoying using hers as part of a drinking game with her friends before she'd been killed on her way home. The next victim, Hanataka Ueso, liked to use his long nose quirk, which allowed him to freely extend his nose to up to a meter in length, to entertain the neighborhood children, balancing things off the tip of it. And so it went, up to the second-to-last victim of the Bloody Reaper, Katame Ikko, who liked to show off the strength his Cyclops quirk granted him in order to try and pick up women at his favorite bar. Nizu shook the thoughts away. Hindsight was truly 20/20, as the old saying went. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on your point of view, our profiler was also able to gather one more bit of information from her arm. Whoever was responsible for taking it from her has managed to carve both an intense rage and bone-rattling fear of them into her heart, and now she has become utterly obsessed with them. She is terrified of whoever managed to defeat her but, at the same time, is nearly incandescent in her rage and practically frothing in desire for revenge. Right now, I believe it is most likely that the Bloody Ripper will be remaining in hiding for quite some time until she manages to train her quirk enough that she is confident that she can defeat the one who caused her to flee. So that trail likely won't lead us anywhere fast. Even if we find out who the other party involved in the fight was, there's no way of knowing how long it will take for her to re-emerge. Tsukachi stated with a shake of his head, before deciding to change the subject. You know, the quirk factor test we managed to run on blood samples taken from her arm came back with interesting results. She was quirkless for over 30 years, but then, all of a sudden, she manifested a powerful mental emitter quirk. Latent quirk syndrome is a condition that modern medical science has only recently begun to study. How exactly it works and what triggers it are still a major medical mystery. Nizu pointed out reasonably. Another thing is that both Amagasaki Chigusa and Midoriya Izuku were both diagnosed with that same syndrome, sir. The detective known as Truthman continued seriously. For two people suffering from the exact same rare disorder to both show up involved in the same incident like this is a bit too suspicious for me. You suspect that one, or perhaps even both, of them were gifted their quirks by All for One, don't you? The principal guessed before shaking his head. While I admit the coincidence is indeed suspicious, I've personally looked into the matter and confirmed to my own satisfaction that LQS is a very real syndrome, though I do not doubt that the symbol of evil has made ready use of it for his own gains. The fact of the matter is that All for One has always been reluctant to part with any of the rarer and more potent quirks that he has managed to acquire throughout the centuries. Those he willingly sells and trades away have always tended to be fairly mundane, common, or come with some untenable downside. Midoriya's quirk is too complex and potent to be something that he would part with easily, and what little information we have been able to discern about Amagasaki Chigusa's quirk points to it having a potent mind-controlling aspect as well, the type of quirk All for One particularly covets to better aid in his manipulations. More than that, All for One never parts with one of his quirks without either receiving a great deal of money or significant favors and influence in return. Neither the Midoriyas nor Amagasaki have the type of funds to afford the prices he'd ask for, and all of our evidence points to the murders being based on Amagasaki's need to satiate her ego and hatred, so I doubt they were done at his behest. More than that, Chigusa likely only manifested her quirk shortly before the killings began, likely a year ago at the earliest and All for One. Nizu trailed off. Both Nizu and Tsukachi knew that All Might, the symbol of peace, had gone against his nature in order to try and kill All for One nearly 2 years ago. According to him, he'd crushed the man's head like a melon, torn off most of his face with a punch, and done his best to reduce every bone in his body to paste and ensure that the 2-century-old living nightmare was finally put to rest. Neither of them doubted that Yagi Tashinori, All Might's actual civilian identity, had gone plus ultra in his efforts to see the most evil man to live since the start of the quirked era dead, but the sheer number of quirks that All for One could have gathered over the past 2.5 centuries was so exhaustive that neither could completely banish the idea that he had managed to survive. Even if, gods forbid, he had somehow managed to survive the encounter, he would have undoubtedly been left all but crippled and would likely need a great deal of time to recover. And the symbol of evil's pride would have never allowed him to let himself be seen by anyone, save perhaps 1 or 2 of his most fervent followers, while he was in such a state. Which meant it would have been all but impossible for him to have granted Amagasaki Chigusa her quirk. All Might himself hadn't survived their confrontation unscathed. While undoubtedly the victor of the conflict, the injuries he'd received had still been dire, and he was slowly losing the ability to use his quirk, One for All. Due to its unique nature, One for All could be passed down to a new holder chosen by its current bearer, and Nizu had been trying to urge the symbol of peace to at least start looking for a suitable successor. Sadly, Tashinori was nothing if not bullheaded at times, but luckily time and his gradually decreasing ability to fulfill his self-appointed duties as the symbol of peace were starting to wear him down and forcing him to come around to Nizu's point of view. Well, if that's everything, I should head back to the station to supervise the manhunt. Tsukachi sighed as he tiredly rose up from his seat. There's still a chance that her injury has slowed her down, that we can catch a lead before she completely disappears. After all, thank you again for all your assistance with this case, Principal Nizu. I'll be sure to keep you up to date on any information that we manage to find, but I'm starting to fear that the Mizudafu Bloody Ripper case is going to go cold. Sadly, I think you might be right. If she has already managed to fully go to ground, it will be nigh impossible to track her through the underworld. Nizu offered with a shake of his head. While he'd come to understand a great deal about the human justice system over time, he still couldn't quite comprehend why humans had so many rules about what is or is not lawfully admittable evidence. As Tsukachi walked out of his office, the mysterious mammal paused briefly to consider a few things he'd been purposefully keeping off his mind in the detective's presence. More specifically, the link between Midoriya Izuku and Amagasaki Chigusa. While he stood behind his arguments that neither were likely the creations of All for One, he was also quite certain that there was still some kind of link between the two formerly quirkless individuals that they had yet to uncover, particularly since Nizu was at least 83.7% certain that Midoriya Izuku was the one that had robbed the Bloody Ripper of her arm. That is one thing that I don't think I'll be bringing up to Tsukachi unless circumstances directly require it. Besides, unless he questions Midoriya-kun himself, there is currently nothing beyond circumstantial evidence that so much as hints to his involvement. Even if there was more solid evidence against him, the child was still being attacked by a serial killer with a double-digit body count. The stand your ground section of quirk laws would mean that even his maiming of the woman would have been perfectly permissible. Honestly, human laws could be so annoyingly contradictory, endorsing certain actions in one circumstance and condemning them in another. Yes, no need at all to raise a fuss over this. Silly human overcomplications be damned. As one can easily imagine, Nizu had a very distinct view of right and wrong when compared to that of most humans. To him, fighting back against something that was attempting to kill you, a predator, was not only something that should always be perfectly allowable, but should be readily encouraged. The aversion to, and even laws against, such actions was yet another aspect of human society that Nizu had never been able to grasp, and thus he typically tried to avoid involving himself in such cases and never put the full might of his full-spec, empowered brain towards unraveling any threads that lead to what he'd heard some humans refer to as a justifiable homicide. Bringing up Midoriya Izuku's profile onto his computer monitor, Nizu carefully reviewed all the information available on this particular human. Notes about him constantly acting argumentative with upstanding students and unwilling to cooperate with staff, despite near-perfect grades, and no official disciplinary actions translated to him as Midoriya being particularly unwilling to bend to teachers' desires or give ground to a student they viewed as having high potential of becoming something big. So an individualist, and a rather bold one at that. How excitingly rare given Japan's somewhat conformist culture. Then he noticed a note on his future aspiration that made the mysterious mammal giggle maniacally. So you are aiming for my school then, Midoriya-kun? Well, that is certainly a pleasant surprise. After all, I find this little mystery surrounding you to be quite stimulating, and am eager to find its conclusion. Having you here will not only make that far easier, but also ensure an interesting time here as well, I think. Now, we just have to see if you can go plus ultra. The quirked animal mused to himself, a chilling grin stretching across his muzzle. He had no idea just what he and his school were going to be getting into once Midoriya Izuku arrived. Yue was truly in for some bizarre times to come. Over a year and a half later, February 26th, gates of Yue High, Mizudafu. Midoriya Izuku, now officially 15 years of age, couldn't help but pause and look up at awe as he got his first good look at the school he'd been dreaming of attending since he'd first decided he wanted to be a hero. Yue High, the best school of heroics in Japan, and definitely one of the top contenders for the spot of #1 on Earth. To actually be here at last. Oi, Deku. Get out of the way. A familiar rough voice growled out from directly behind him, forcing Izuku out of his pleasant daze as he turned to face the scowling visage of Bakugo Katsuki. The past 18 months had been rather tense between the two young men. Somehow, Bakugo had been able to sense some subtle change in Izuku after he'd almost killed Amagasaki Chigusa. Instincts most likely. Even with Izuku's distaste for his former friend, he couldn't argue that the aggressive boy had the sharpest and most highly tuned fighting instincts that he had ever heard of. Whatever the source, this shift in Bakugo's extremely grudging, respect for whatever he detected had allowed for an unspoken mutual détente to form between them in the intervening months. Neither boy had interacted with the other in school, choosing to mostly ignore the other's presence unless forced to interact by classwork or other outside interference. Even Bakugo's friends, Reed, his minions and hangers-on, had followed their leader's orders to back the fuck off and had left Izuku mostly alone. Not that any of those idiots could prove to be any kind of threat, but not having to waste his time or mental energy constantly verbally, and occasionally otherwise, smacking them down was a much-appreciated relief. On the other hand, their formerly bi-monthly spars had increased to near-weekly bouts, with Katsuki's skills having increased, to make a terrible pun, explosively as a result. At this point, Izuku was now being forced to treat the other boy as a semi-serious threat, as in, if Bakugo had been at this level at the start of middle school, the him of that same time would have had to put his everything into the fight in order to win. Yes, he was still quite a bit ahead of Katsuki by his own measure, but the spars were also benefiting him as well. He had grown by leaps and bounds since his encounter with the Bloody Ripper, that brief instance of life-and-death combat offering more insight into his own weaknesses and strengths than any spar could. He was quite certain that the him of today could have easily defeated the him of his first year of middle school with little effort. Naturally, this disparity often left Bakugo gnashing his teeth in sheer bloody frustration, particularly since he had still failed to land so much as a single solid hit against his hated rival, since they were both 8. However, the blonde bomber seemed to be using these frustrations to constantly push himself to greater and greater heights. Izuku had long since realized that his former friend was the type that needed a rival, or a target as the case may be, to push himself forward even farther than before. Without their rivalry, he didn't doubt that Katsuki would have plateaued years ago and not gotten to nearly the level he was at today. "There's plenty of space around me, Bakugo," Izuku responded dully, eyeing the expansive path that led to UA's main building from their front gate. "Why don't you try to go around a problem for once, rather than just charging through?" "Tisich," Katsuki clicked his tongue in distaste. "Just keep your head down, nerd. I'm going to take the top spot, and I don't need you chasing my tail." The verdette merely rolled his eyes. "Try making that kind of statement after you manage to land a solid hit against me at least once and I might treat you as an actual threat." "Maybe. If I'm not too bored anyway," he offered dryly. That response earned him a brief, intense glare that threatened to set him on fire before the blonde let out a frustrated huff and shouldered past him without another word, heading straight toward the school building. Izuku merely shook his head in disappointment. One day, Katsuki was finally going to let his mouth and ego write a check that he simply couldn't cash, and then he'd learn just how weak he was in the grand scheme of things. Some of things he'd learned from Kakyōin Senpai had shown him how truly vast and dangerous the world could be. He himself had a long way to go before he was ready to face any of the true dangers that lurked in the shadows. Shaking such thoughts away, Izuku started walking towards the main building himself. The exams wouldn't wait for him after all, when he suddenly tripped on apparently nothing. Falling forward, his face went utterly deadpan. Oi, what the hell, me?" He was about to use Hierophant Emerald to catch himself, when a hand suddenly brushed against his back and his fall came to a sudden and abrupt halt. "Wow, that was a close one." A girl's voice came from directly behind him. "You all right? Sorry about just using my quirk on you without permission, but falling like that before a big test would have been a major bad omen." Managing to twist himself around in his floating state so he could get a look at his apparent rescuer, Izuku actually blinked as he caught sight of a pretty brunette wearing a thick brown coat. She had warm brown eyes, and her fingertips all had small pink nubs on the bottom, like the pads on a cat's paws. Those must have been what she touched him with, and, given that there was one on each of her fingers, her quirk likely required a 5-point contact to activate. "Perfectly fine, and thank you for the assistance," he offered aloud even as his mind began to break down her quirk. He was actually quite good at multitasking these days. "I certainly wasn't looking forward to having to meet Recovery Girl before the exams even began." "Yeah, that would have been a bummer." The brunette agreed with a giggle as she absently reoriented his free-floating body so it was back in a standing position before pressing her fingertips and the pads covering them together. "Kaijo, release." Gravity suddenly reasserted itself, Izuku easily catching himself as he landed, fairly used to those kinds of sudden shifts thanks to using his stand to move. I do appreciate the timely rescue, and that is quite the interesting quirk you've got there. Ah, that's nice of you to say, but I didn't do much of anything. Just reacted, you know? The girl offered with a slight blush. Izuku noticed that her cheeks seemed to have a bit of a perma-blush that only darkened when she was embarrassed. It was cute. Oh, the name's Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku. And it was certainly something to me, so, please, just accept my thanks. The verdette replied firmly. Well, okay. If you are going to insist. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka accepted with a smile, before a beeping came from her pocket. Oh, we'd better get going, otherwise the exams are going to start without us. Checking his own watch, he frowned as he realized she was right. That seems to be the case, so I suppose I'll just wish you the best of luck then, Uraraka-san. I hope to see you in UA's hero course when the new year starts. Right back at ya, Midoriya-kun. The brunette responded excitedly as the two made their way into the school building. After the written test,
Auditorium.
Phew. I am certainly happy that I kept up my extra study habits. Aldera's lackluster education certainly wouldn't have prepared me for that kind of test. Izuku thought as he settled down into his assigned seat, which was unfortunately right next to Bakugo's. TCH. Why the hell do people keep constantly jamming us together for every fucking thing? The blonde growled out, obviously just as unhappy with the arrangement as Izuku. I've been asking myself the same question since middle school. Izuku let out an irritated sigh. Trust me, it has been a far greater pain in my ass than it has for you. Oh great try-hard Pomeranian. Eh? You trying to start some shit here, Deku? The bomber snarled back, one hand half raised as he whirled to face the verdette. No, simply passing time by poking a few more holes into that overinflated blimp you call an ego, Bakugo. Izuku returned blandly. You want to fight right here and now? You fucking egotistical little sack of shit? Yeah. Thankfully, Bakugo's impending detonation was aborted by the sudden appearance of the voice hero, present mic at the hall's front lectern. The exuberant pro then started giving the gathered applicants a very on-brand briefing about the practical exams that were about to start. They'd be heading to one of several different testing grounds and facing off against 4 different kinds of robots, 3 of which were directly mentioned. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Their primary goal for the exam was to accumulate as many villain points as possible using whatever means they wished, with the only caveat being that attacking other examinees, either physically or with your quirk, would see you immediately disqualified. When one particularly stiff jackass stood up from a seat a few rows down in order to question present mic on the 4th and final villain bot, Izuku honestly had to fight to keep from rolling his eyes. For the love of all that was holy and bright, did this particular stiff-neck have no patience, or had he simply been spoon-fed everything for his entire life? Seriously, there was such a thing as being a smart idiot. After the jackass sat back down, present mic then happily thanked him for the segue, explaining that the final villain bot was worth precisely 0 points and was instead meant to act as a course hazard or obstacle to be avoided during the fighting. Izuku absently eyed the comparatively bulky silhouette of the 0-pointer in comparison to the other villain bots and quickly filed that description in the highly suspicious dossier he'd been building since present mic started explaining the exams. May you all suffer joyously in the trials to come. With that last foreboding statement, the voice hero dismissed them to the nearby changing rooms to get prepared, and from there to their assigned buses. Izuku himself quietly changed into a deep green tracksuit that was both cheap and disposable, having purchased it from a 100-yen shop a week ago. He was expecting these exams to get pretty rough, so he had decided to just buy something he wouldn't mind ruining rather than risking needlessly damaging a good outfit. When he boarded his assigned bus, he was pleased to spot someone he was already acquainted with and dropped into the seat next to her. Hello there, Uraraka-san. He greeted the brunette with a small smile. It looks like we're in the same testing group. Hey, Midoriya-kun. The brunette offered him a bright, if slightly shaky, grin. She was dressed in a tracksuit as well, this one black, gray, and pink in color, as well as a set of well-worn trainers. Man, the written exam was a lot tougher than I expected. Yes. I'm personally glad that I did so much extra studying, or I'd have never passed it. Izuku agreed as he felt the bus start trudging off towards their assigned testing ground. As it is, I do believe I did quite all right on most of it, though some of the hero law questions were a bit overly complicated, and I have never been the best at the more advanced mathematics. It was a true enough evaluation. The hero law questions he was referring to had referenced several rather obscure and highly specific clauses on very pinpoint subjects regarding both quirk and hero law. As for the math questions, he was humble enough to admit that mathematics had never been his best subject. I had trouble with the hero law questions too, those in English, Uraraka admitted, rubbing the back of her head. My school wasn't all that good with academics, and I had a part-time job, so I kinda had to let one or two subjects slip by so I could focus on the ones I had the best chance with. A reasonable enough plan, given the circumstances. Here's hoping we both passed, the verdette offered, and that we both do so again with the practical exam. Yeah, I'm kinda nervous about this to tell the truth, Uraraka confessed, absently tapping her fingers together. I mean, I've never had to do anything like this, and we can only enter the hero course if you'll accept a bit of advice, I'd say to just go in and think to yourself, how would a real hero react to this? And act as you believe the answer would be. Izuku offered reassuringly. That's what the staff here will be looking for after all. How you will react to a new and dangerous situation. Who's your favorite hero? 13. Uraraka responded instantly, smiling again. A bit more honestly this time. She's saved so many people with her black hole quirk. She's the reason I want to be a rescue hero too. An admirable choice, but sadly not one that works best with this situation. 13 tends to avoid combat missions, both due to the lethal nature of her quirk and her own pacifistic leanings. Izuku mused aloud. He had nothing but respect for the rescue hero even if he didn't agree with all of her philosophical decisions. Do you have any combat heroes that you are fond of? The girl paused to think before snapping her fingers. Gunhead. I saw him stop an armed robbery on TV once, and he managed to do it without letting anyone get badly hurt, including the villains. Now that is a fine choice. Gunhead is an exemplary combat hero. Izuku agreed with a nod. In Izuku's personal opinion, Gunhead was the perfect example of what a mid-ranking combat hero should be. While lacking the raw power needed to stand amongst the top-tier heroes, he used both his quirk and his skill in unarmed combat to always take down criminals without doing unnecessary damage to anyone or anything involved. He had even managed to develop his own form of fighting arts, gunhead martial arts, which he happily shared with any intern, placement, or sidekick that joined his agency. The man was the very embodiment of a tough but fair hero who always put saving lives first and foremost. When the test starts, just keep him in mind and try to act like you believe he would in your circumstances. Honestly, I think gunhead martial arts would work really well with your quirk, particularly if you work with an expert to customize it a bit. Really?
Uraraka asked with a blush.
Yes, of course. Izuku agreed with a sharp nod and no hesitation. Your quirk is obviously a 5-point emitter type that goes extremely well with gunhead martial arts focus on grappling, throwing, and locking techniques. That does make sense. I'll give it my best shot. The brunette, her body practically starting to glow with determined energy. You do your best as well, Midoriya-kun. But of course, anyone who isn't prepared to give their all for these exams wouldn't be worthy of attending UA, the stand user stated with a sharp grin. When they finally arrived at Testing Ground Gamma, the gathered applicants quickly piled off the bus. He was personally relieved to see no sign of Bakugo in the area. He offered a quiet thanks to whoever had decided to separate people based on their middle school. Deciding to limber up before the test began, Izuku began to go through a quick set of stretches before he was interrupted by a hand abruptly seizing onto his shoulder from behind. Turning his head, he barely withheld a sigh at the sight of the overly stiff jackass from the lecture hall. You there. Kindly cease and desist from distracting the rest of the applicants with your strange movements. Some are attempting to prepare for the exams in peace. The boy admonished him loudly. Izuku's eyebrow twitched. Alright, no Mr. Nice Guy with this one. Time to channel Kakyōin-senpai. You have precisely until the count of 5 to release my shoulder. Izuku stated simply. If you are still holding it when I finish counting, I will begin breaking your fingers until you let go. 1. You would not dare. The boy recoiled slightly, but did not release his shoulder. You would immediately be disqualified for attacking another applicant. I believe that only applies to the exam, which has not yet begun. Izuku replied absently. 2. At last, the stiff boy released his shoulder. You are a most uncouth ruffian. Are you really here to become a hero? Are you? The verdette replied icily, turning slightly so he could meet the bespectacled teen's gaze with an icy glare of his own. You walk, talk, and act like some form of petty bureaucrat with a tin god complex, rather than a hero in training. If you can honestly become a hero with that kind of attitude, I'd honestly have to think that some form of bribery or nepotism was involved in getting you your qualifications. As the other teen recoiled as if Izuku had just punched him in the mouth, Izuku's mind suddenly caught up with mouth and he winced internally. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I said what I was thinking about aloud rather than keeping it to myself again. Darn it. Deciding that it would be easier and less emotionally distressing for the other boy if they avoided each other going forward, Izuku turned and quickly walked away, rejoining Uraraka a good way away. He tried so hard to get rid of his old mutter storm habit, but instead of managing to banish it, he had somehow managed to mutate it into a bad habit of saying exactly what he was thinking at the worst possible times. It was so embarrassing. Man, that guy really needs to unwind. Ochako muttered just loudly enough for him to hear. Nerves, most likely. Everyone reacts to stress differently, and he seems to be the kind that tries to enforce order to deal with it. Izuku replied with a tired sigh. Honestly, anyone who would be that badly distracted by me going through a few warm-up exercises obviously doesn't have the concentration needed to pass these exams. You can't honestly expect hero work to be calm and free of distraction, right? Yeah, exactly, the brunette agreed with a rapid nod. Both of them were unaware that several of the surrounding student hopefuls, who'd been watching the spectacle in rabid interest, suddenly flinched, as if an arrow bearing the words, lacking concentration, had just pierced through their backs. Anyway, this place is simply huge, Izuku observed, changing the subject adroitly as he resumed his stretches. UA's campus has to be the size of a small city in and of itself. Even from outside, it was easy to tell that testing grounds Gamma took up at least several square blocks of space, and it was only one of 5 testing areas, and who knows how many other facilities that UA had access to. Yeah, I wonder just how expensive it must have been to buy up all that land in the first place? Ochako agreed, wincing slightly as she recalled just how expensive even a small piece of land large enough for a single detached house could be in Japan, let alone near a large city like Mizudafu. UA was one of the first major hero schools established, so a lot of the original land was allocated to it by the government. But I think at least 40% of it was bought outright by the school itself over the past 100 or so. Izuku recalled. 40%? That's still so much, the gravity negator exclaimed in surprise. How could they even afford that? You forgot, UA has been producing top heroes since long before the hero billboard chart even began. A lot of its big-name alumni likely donate something back to the school, either for the prestige or as a way of giving back to the school, so I very much doubt UA has ever had to worry about funding, Uraraka-san. Izuku offered with a chuckle. In all honesty, he found the brunette's open and off-the-cuff personality quite refreshing. Spotting Present Mike stealthily moving across the large walls that separated Grounds Gamma from the rest of the school's grounds, he caught her eyes and offered her a wink before pointedly focusing on the closed gate, which thankfully clued her in to get ready to start. And start. Present Mike roared as the gates into the testing grounds suddenly swung open. Izuku and Uraraka both immediately charged forwards, leaving the majority of their testing group standing stunned behind them. I'll take the left, you go right. Let's do this, Uraraka-san, he called as they came into sight of the first intersection in the false cityscape. Right. See you in UA, Midoriya-kun, she called back as the two of them separated, each heading down the road in their respective directions. Almost immediately after separating, Izuku was set upon by a trio of one-pointers erupting from a side alley. All three machines were only vaguely humanoid, with a large, rectangular mono-eyed head connected a long, bird-like neck on top of a humanoid torso, all set atop a giant, motorized unicycle, with a pair of Gatling guns and shields acting as its hands and forearms attached to long, spindly arms. "Hero detected," one squawked in a vaguely familiar robotic voice, its single eyes lighting up.
D.
Izuku was already moving before the three machines could even begin to raise their arms to fire, clapping his own hands together with a single well-practiced motion. Emerald splash! With a roar, the young stand-wielder brought his hand apart, a stream of viscous, luminous green liquid forming between his separated hands for a brief instant before it erupted in a barrage of glimmering emeralds. The fanning sweep of nearly 3 dozen projectiles slammed into the trio of robots, each gemstone ripping through armor like tissue paper and reducing all three into little more than sparking piles of broken machinery in an instant. 3 points, an excellent start. Izuku allowed himself a grin as he slowed down, just a moment to study the destroyed remnants of his targets. This will be far simpler than I thought if all of these villains proved to be as poorly built and armored as these three. He had no way of knowing that the vast majority of the bots he and the other applicants were facing were built and designed by the support course students as part of their midterms and finals. Each class had been given a set budget and a set of requirements for the bot's functionality. The first years had needed to create a fast and agile combat bot with minimal armor. The second year's a combat bot with both long and close-ranged options, and the third year's a heavy combat bot. Each class was given a limited amount of materials to work with and a limited budget to acquire more, forcing them to learn how to budget, prioritize, and properly allocate resources in addition to the lessons on design and robotics. As always, Yui never failed to take an opportunity to go plus ultra with their lessons, both in teaching them and making the best use of the results. Unaware of any of this, Izuku proceeded to wage a one-man war against the villain bots, with the same being done across the other 5 testing grounds. In one field, a sparkly boy managed to turn a 3-pointer into scrap through a shot of his naval laser. In the same field, a pink-skinned girl agilely weaved between a small cluster of 2-pointers, melting them all with a deft application of her acid. In yet another testing ground, a red-haired boy hardened his skin into a stone-like state and used himself as a living battering ram to crash through a pocket of 1-pointers. In an entirely different testing ground, a certain overly aggressive Pomeranian in dire need of a haircut, in Izuku's humble opinion, was laughing in sheer, manic glee as he reduced robot after robot into smoldering piles of debris. Same time. Teacher's observation room. Well, we certainly have no small amount of talent showing up this year. Ectoplasm observed absently. The man's prosthetic legs were kicked up slightly as he watched a brown-haired girl not only negate the gravity of a 2-pointer with her quirk, but then use it as an impromptu projectile to hurl at a group of 1-pointers, causing the entire group to go up in a rather spectacular explosion. Yup, seems we've got quite a few diamonds in this here rough. Snipe agreed. The Wild West-themed sharpshooter was eyeing a monitor that displayed a blonde girl with hooves firing a pair of large horns off of her head and using them to pierce through the mono-eyes of a pair of 1-pointers, causing them to crash into each other. Now that's what I call shootin'. Oh yes, there are certainly some passionate youngsters out there. Midnight practically purred, her own screen showing a pair of girls working together against a small swarm of villain bots. A blank-faced girl with dark hair was using her size, altering quirk to turn any hunk of debris she could get her hands on into either a barricade to block the bots' attacks or throwing them before enlarging them to smash the bots. Her apparent partner, a purple-haired girl with jacks emerging from the tips of her extremely long earlobes, was attacking any bot that managed to get close to them, jamming her jacks into their joints and various weak spots before releasing high-powered sound waves directly into their delicate internals and shaking them to pieces. At least it doesn't look like we'll have to dock any points for excess collateral damage this year. Cementos offered with a relieved sigh. He was currently watching a screen that showed a large boy with 6 arms pouncing on a 2-pointer and smashing it into bits with a spectacular display of strength. If this keeps up, I'll likely be able to get all 5 of our testing grounds back up to working order with just a few hours of work, at worst. That is good to hear, Cementos. Nizu chirped happily. One furry brow quirked upward as his monitor displayed a boy with purple balls with hair managed to jam a 3-pointer's cannons with a lucky, and slightly panicked, throw of his balls, jamming the mechanism. A moment later the bot, in an act of suicidal stupidity, attempted to fire said cannon, causing a backfire that took off the entire top half of its torso. Majima-kun, could you take a second look at the programming for the 3-pointers? I know we wanted them to act as the dumb brutes this year, but one just displayed a particularly extraordinary act of stupidity that I really can't abide by. I set the core directives to exactly what you asked for, sir. Power Loader, otherwise known as Higuri Majima, protested. Unless someone managed to sneak in and mess with the programming after I finished last night, they should all be up to your exact specifications. Nizu merely typed a few commands into his console and sent a recording of the robotic self-destruction he'd just witnessed to the head of the support department. Opening and watching the video, Power Loader frowned as well. All right, you got a point there, boss. The excavating hero agreed with a nod. I'll start double-checking the programming right now. Hopefully it was just a glitch in the system. No program is perfect after all. With that, Majima's fingers began to dance across his keypad, showing a degree of precision, deftness, and speed that was quite surprising for someone whose quirk turned their fingertips into large digging claws. Nodding, Nizu returned his attention to his monitor, which was now displaying Midoriya Izuku using some unseen force, most likely the invisible projection aspect of his quirk, Nizu noted absently, to launch himself into the air over a pair of aggressively charging 3-pointers before unleashing a barrage of gemstones down onto them from directly above, quickly reducing them to scrap metal. Grinning at the display, the mysterious mammal turned to another seat at their table. Tashinori-kun, would you care to do the honors and start the final phase? Yagi Tashinori, the emancipated true form of the number 1 hero, All Might, leaned forward. As you say, Mr. Principal. Flipping the plastic cover at the near center of the table, Tashinori pressed the button that was simply labeled Yuruki-on. Less than a second later, the 5 massive forms of the 0-pointers erupted from their hidden bunkers at the direct center of the 5 testing grounds, an area the villain bots were programmed specifically to avoid to keep the examinees from getting caught directly in the destruction caused by its emergence. Now, let's see which of our dear hero aspirants actually have the mettle needed to try and become the real deal. Nizu offered, a particularly sharp smirk still on his face as he locked his screen onto the feed tracking Midoriya Izuku. With Izuku catching sight of the massive form of the 0-pointer as it erupted from the ground near the center of the field, a large parking area that he'd noticed was suspiciously absent of villain bots, Izuku took a half-second to mentally pat himself on the back for being rightfully suspicious about the true nature of the 4th villain bot present. Mike certainly hadn't been kidding when he called it an obstacle that should be avoided rather than directly confronted. Granted, he hadn't been expecting something quite like this. I mean, seriously, I get that it is supposed to be a course hazard, but isn't this a bit much? He observed as the massive robot negligently swatted an arm through a 3-story building as it plowed forward, sending rubble flying in all directions. Around him, many of his fellow examinees had quickly fallen into a panic at the sight of the mechanized kaiju, most completely forgetting about the exam and turning tail in a panic. Izuku rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Just what made this bunch of cowards think they had what it took to be a hero if they lost their heads at the first sign of unexpected danger? Besides, these weren't even real villains, for crying out loud. Yui wouldn't let their testing robots actually maim or kill their applicants. They had insurance liabilities to worry about, for God's sake. Help! Izuku froze for a moment as the faint, but painfully familiar, cry reached his ears, his stand immediately taking to the sky as it looked around, sight synced with his own. He quickly caught sight of what he had been worried to find. Uraraka Ochako, currently pinned helplessly under a large slab of rubble even as the 0-pointer slowly rolled its way toward her like an encroaching mountain. For a split second Izuku was at war with himself, his finely honed sense of logic reminding him that the robot had to have been programmed against truly harming, let alone killing, the examinees. Said sense of logic was then swiftly punched in the face before being utterly brutalized by his heroic instincts that were currently screaming at him to go save her. Regardless of Kakyōin's influence and the cool mien he had developed, regardless of the logical and meticulous methodology he'd learned to employ and even embrace at times, and regardless of whatever logical arguments his mind could come up with, the core of the boy known as Midoriya Izuku had remained unchanged. He still had the heart of a hero who refused to stand idle while someone else was in peril. In an instant, Hierophant Emerald vanished from the sky, its lower body reappearing a moment later, overlaying Izuku's own before he launched himself towards Ochako's position. As he moved, he extended a pair of Emerald's tendrils from just beneath his arms and curled them around his shoulders to form a crude harness, even as he clapped his hands together and pulled them apart to create another rush of swirling green spirit water. However, rather than immediately fire off his emerald splash, Izuku then extended his arms further outward, throwing his arms out to send the loop of spirit water extending out into the air where it briefly formed a large semicircle. Then, with speed and efficiency born of long practice, Izuku brought his hands down sharply, extending it even further, before finally bringing his hand back together to complete the circle. The result was a massive circle of pulsating spirit water nearly 4 meters in diameter. With another movement, Izuku pressed both his palms forward into the center of the circle, causing more spirit water to erupt from the bumps at the center of his palms and quickly fill the circle, forming a disk of pulsating and surging green liquid. With a mental command, Hierophant Emerald carried him upward, using the harness as an anchor, until he was higher than the massive robot's head. He took a brief moment to level his constructive spirit water for the best possible shot at the machine's seven-eyed face, even as it tilted its head up to observe him, its programming momentarily slowing as it tried to process this unfamiliar reaction. "Emerald Splash, Ballista Barrage," he roared out. With his command, the disk of spirit water began to fire off long spikes of pure emerald, each easily twice as long and as thick as one of Izuku's arms, at the exact same speeds of their far smaller counterparts. A veritable rain of emerald spikes flew from the circle of shimmering green water and smashed into the zero-pointer's head and upper body. The combination of speed, hardness, momentum, and the sharpness of the spikes' tips allowing for most of them to break through the mechanical monster's armor, with several even managing to fly through and out the opposite end. Even as he continued his assault, Izuku was deploying Hierophant Emerald's cape threads out of its body and down toward the machine, creeping across the air to aim at the multitude of new holes that were being opened into its armor. Breaking his hands away from the disk of spirit water, causing it to collapse into a fine mist that dispersed a moment later, Izuku brought both his hands together in another clap. "Emerald Splash Storm," he intoned in a deadly cold voice. "Demolition Special." At once, the invisible, to every watching eye but his own, tendrils unleashed dozens upon dozens of fist-sized emeralds at every possible angle, opening, and weak spot of the giant machine's head and neck. Metal buckled and bulged as crystalline gemstones of supreme hardness ripped into its external armor and internal machinery. Glass eyes shattered, various fluids leaked from countless cracks and holes, electricity sparked from exposed machinery. Izuku quickly noticed the sparks and quickly realized what was likely imminent. With a thought, he had Hierophant withdraw its tendrils back even as he directed them down in a dive toward where a stunned Ochako was looking up at him. "Cover your head," he shouted. "It's going to blow." She immediately ducked her head down and covered it with her arms. Izuku landed next to her a moment later, Hierophant Emerald completely demerging with him and spreading its cape wide to help shield the two teens. An explosion would be nothing to a stand, unless it was generated by a stand. After all, a moment later the zero-pointer's head went up in a terrific explosion, setting off a chain reaction that caused the entire machine to go off in a loud, flashy eruption of smoke and concussive force that was far, far weaker than something that size should have produced. Even someone who was largely self-taught when it came to basic mechanics from a single beginner's class, like Izuku, could tell that much. Still, it was enough that it would have sent him flying were it not for his stand acting as an impromptu shield. Once the smoke and dust kicked up from the explosion had died down enough for them to clearly see again, Izuku returned to his feet. Looking at the rubble still covering Ochako, he instantly sent a mental command to Emerald. The tendrils making up its cape and arms instantly unraveled before shifting and reweaving into a truly massive pair of arms that were grossly disproportionate with the rest of its lithe form. With tremendous ease, the newly muscled stand set to lifting and removing the large slabs or concrete that were pinning the girl to the ground. Truly, Reconfigure was a most useful ability and a mighty evolution to an already incredibly impressive stand. "Are you all right, Uraraka-san?" he asked as Hierophant Emerald tossed aside the last of the concrete blocks onto the still-smoking remains of the zero-pointer. The girl tried to rise, only to collapse back to the ground with a hiss of pain. "In my ankle," she bit out through grit teeth. "Which one?" "I've had some basic first aid training," Izuku offered, kneeling down. When she pointed to her right leg, he asked for and received permission to roll up the leg of her tracksuit's bottoms enough to reveal a badly swollen ankle. Using the gentle palpitation that he'd been taught during his first aid course, he was able to get a basic idea of the damage. "I don't think it's fully broken, but it does look like it's at least twisted. Maybe even a bruise on the bone or a hairline fracture at worst," he informed her calmly. "Still, I don't think you'll be gathering any more points today at least." "Time is up." Present Mick's voice cut through the air like an air siren. "Ah phooey, I only managed to get 34 points. Ochako complained, pouting in annoyance. Izuku couldn't help but find the expression cute. "I earned 35 myself," Izuku pointed out. "From what I managed to hear from the others running about, most people hadn't managed to get out of their teens before the zero-pointer showed up. With the chaos that thing was causing, I doubt anyone managed to gather any more points after that. You and I should still have done quite fine." "You think we both managed to pass?" the gravity negator asked in a small voice. "As sure as I can be until we actually get our acceptance letters," Izuku offered with a smirk. "Now, we should get you to the medics. Recovery Girl should be able to fix that ankle in a blink." Suiting actions to words, he easily picked her up in a princess carry, causing her entire head to turn bright red. Not that he was any less embarrassed himself, but it was the only way to quickly get her to treatment. The fact that she was soft and warm in his arms had absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. Chapter 6. Deliberations and Acceptance. The next day. Teacher's Conference Room, UA High. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we should take care of the relatively smaller task first, the distribution of the 4 recommendation students between Class A and Class B. This year our 4 top scorers who have accepted the UA invitation are Todoroki Shoto, Yaoyorozu Momo, Tokage Setsuna, and Hananuki Juzo," Nizu stated amicably as he sat at the head of the table, a large screen behind him suddenly lighting up and displaying the 4 students in question, before one enlarged and was accompanied by a collection of data points. "First up, we have Todoroki Shoto. He possesses the quirk, half hot, half cold, allowing him to generate large quantities of fire and ice. He showed both excellent control and tremendous power with the ice aspect during the recommendation exams, but he showed almost nothing from the flame aspect save for melting away the ice he had created after his test was completed at the site proctor's request. Seems a bit odd that Endeavor's kid would be reluctant to use fire of all things," Vlad King remarked, frowning slightly. "If his old man has taught him anything, then you'd think his control and ability with his fire would be even better than with his ice. Mike, you were the on-site proctor for the practical aspect of the recommendation exams. Did you see or hear anything else off from him?" Midnight asked, temporarily dropping her usual playful dominatrix persona. A student deliberately refusing to use half of their quirk could mean a number of things, most of them very bad. Nope. But then again, the little listener didn't really interact with anyone at the exams. Kid is seriously standoffish and more than a little rude. Seemed downright irritated when I asked him to get rid of all the ice he'd made so we could move on to the next round. Present Mike stated with a shake of his head. The kid who actually got the top score, Yurashi Inasa, I think his name was? He tried to strike up a conversation with Todoroki after they finished testing. Couldn't hear what was said, but Yurashi looked downright infuriated when he walked away a couple of minutes later, and immediately withdrew his application. Last I heard, he'd applied for Shiketsu. So we are looking at some form of socialization issues to go along with possible issues with half of his quirk. Nizu stated clinically. Aizawa-kun, I believe that it would be best if we put Todoroki-kun under your guidance in 1A. Fine. The perpetually tired and grumpy man that was Aizawa Shota groaned out reluctantly. If I can't pull his head out of his ass, then I'll have your full support against any shit Endeavor tries to pull after I expel his brat. So long as you can provide with a better reason, then he lacks potential. The mysterious mammal replied pleasantly. I'm afraid that particular excuse has worn itself thin and now means little more than that you've lost patience with a particular student not immediately understanding your lessons. The board is tired of the looming PR disaster that your constant expulsion and re-enrollment of students is risking. Please be sure to read the email I sent you regarding the matter for the full details. Now, moving on. In short order, Yaoyorozu Momo joined Todoroki Shoto in 1A, while Tokage Setsuna and Hananuki Juzo were assigned to 1B. From there, the staff moved on to the main course of the meeting, the top 36 general exam candidates that earned their positions in the hero course. The first set of students went by fairly quickly. Minoma Nido, Kendo Itsuka, and Mashireo Ojiro all had relatively simple and straightforward quirks and were thus assigned to 1B under Vlad King, who had experience and talent bringing out the potential of such quirks. Ashido Mina, Jiro Kyoka, and Sato Rikido were assigned to 1A under Aizawa, since all three had quirks that could be dangerous or harmful to themselves and others if mishandled, and Aizawa was an expert in ensuring his students learned proper control. Then the first point of contention amongst the staff showed itself, in a most unlikely source.
No.
Aizawa stated bluntly. Kota Koji is not 1A material. His issues stem from his lack of self-confidence, not a lack of control. I have neither the time nor the patience to build up someone too timid to climb out of his shell. Come on, Shoto. The kid's Ani voice quirk activates whenever he speaks. How is that not a control issue? Mike pointed out, gesturing with the boy's file. His quirk has absolutely no effect on humans, even those with animalistic mutant or transformation quirks, which makes it a non-issue. The erasing hero countered bluntly. He is also fluent in JSL, and seems to prefer to use it over communicating verbally. I'll reiterate, his self-confidence is the real issue here. He needs to learn to be brave enough to actually speak to his fellow students, something I am very ill-equipped to help him with. I pop overinflated egos, not try and help build them up. That kind of nurturing crap is Vlad's job. I honestly agree with Aizawa on this, the blood hero put in, though his eyebrow was twitching in annoyance at Aizawa referring to his attempts to help his students grow and develop as nurturing crap. His file really does paint the kid as someone in dire need of a confidence boost. Very well then. Nizu conceded, a push of a button marking Kota with a 1B marker before a new file took its place. The next one is one I had originally marked down as a 1B candidate, but given the reclassifying of Kota-kun, I believe she might qualify to fill the slot in 1A, Kodai Yui. Her size quirk is relatively simple and straightforward, but can pack quite a bit of power behind it. During the entrance exam, she formed a team with Jiro Kyoka, and the two managed to destroy over a dozen exam robots in less than 2 minutes. Another press of a button had a brief video file overlay the image, showcasing the two's performance. Aizawa watched the clip, taking in both the girl's use of her quirk and her stoic demeanor, before nodding as it ended. I think I can work with her. Accepted. The division of Tetsu 1B, and Kirishima Ijiro, 1A, went down to what amounted as a coin flip due to the two boys being so eerily similar to each other in both personality and quirk. Kamakiri Tagaru and Bakugo Katsuki were likewise split, this time due to the risk of their similar personality types causing an escalating conflict if the two of them were assigned to the same class. Bakugo was automatically assigned to 1A due to how destructive his quirk had the potential of being, with Vlad reluctantly admitting that he wouldn't be able to easily suppress the explosive teenager if things went out of hand. That left the equally aggressive, but less destructive, Kamakiri Tagaru being assigned to 1B, with Vlad being far more confident about dealing with the boy's razor-sharp quirk. Uraraka Ochako was also assigned to 1A due to how dangerous her quirk could be, albeit this time it was mostly to prevent any incidents caused by accidental activation. Hagakure Toru was also assigned to 1A with rest of the more recent female applicants, due to the belief that her odd inability to deactivate her invisibility quirk could be something that Aizawa might be able to assist her with gaining control over. Shoji Mizo was also assigned to 1A due to the raw physical power that his dupli arms could bring to bear at once. The next two, Nairinjiki Shota and Owaze Yosetsu, were assigned to 1B due to their quirks requiring more finesse to bring out their full potential, something that Vlad was more equipped in bringing out over Aizawa, who instead focused on instilling control into his students. The next two boys were brought up at the same time due to an odd interaction between their quirks that Nizu had noted while reviewing their files. Here we have Tokoyami Fumikage and Korwaro Shirhai. Tokoyami-kun's quirk, Dark Shadow, manifests as an at least partially sentient living shadow construct that lives within his body and follows his instructions. Korwaro-kun's quirk, Black, allows him to merge with and assume control over anything dark-colored, including shadows. This, in theory, would allow Korwaro to take control of Tokoyami's construct and use it for himself. Aizawa shook his head. Having the two of them in the same class is just asking for trouble. One student having such a natural counter for another is just the wrong fact to cause the most toxic sort of rivalry to start developing. Best to split them up? He looked over the two boys' files for a moment before picking up Tokoyami's. From what their files have to say, Tokoyami's Dark Shadow gets stronger and harder to control the darker his surroundings get. That's the kind of issue I will need to step in and deal with while hopefully also helping the kid build up his ability to control it on his own. And I can assist Korwaro in finding more combative and creative uses for his own quirk. Vlad agreed, picking up Korwaro's file. Nodding, Nizu made the appropriate notations. The next set of students was another pair, this time being the two foreign applicants, Poni Tsunatori, a Japanese-American girl that has spent the majority of her life in the United States, and Hierophant, who was a full-blooded Chinese citizen attending school abroad. Aizawa, not seeing a need to have either in his class, was willing to toss both into 1B, but Vlad argued that they should be divided between the two hero course classes to help foster international cooperation in all of their students. Nizu agreed with Vlad's logic, and Aizawa honestly couldn't be bothered to argue on the matter, so he simply accepted the decision. In the end, the slightly more offensively powerful Poni Tsunatori ended up being assigned to 1A, while the more defensively oriented Hierophant went to 1B. With the matter settled, the meeting continued. Kaminari Denki and Aoyama Yuga were quickly assigned to 1A not long afterwards due to both of their quirks having negative repercussions on their bodies if overused. Another toss-up came when Shiozaki Ibara and Ida Tenya came up. Both had fairly powerful quirks and good control, meaning both could be assigned to either class. In the end, Shiozaki Ibara was assigned to 1B to help alleviate the slight gender disparity that was growing between the two classes, while Ida Tenya was assigned to 1A. Next up for consideration is Mineta Minoru. Nizu announced. His quirk, Pop-Off, seems to be particularly useful for villain capture, and his written exam scores were quite good. However, he panicked quite a bit during the practical exam, with the majority of his points coming from a particular flaw in the three-pointers programming that his own quirk was uniquely suited to take advantage of. We also have a few notes from his middle school about some worrying conduct with his female classmates. Nothing actionable, merely some leering and a few crass comments, but still something to keep an eye on. Nope, Vlad stated bluntly, crossing his arms firmly over his chest. I can deal with a lot of issues, but I don't have any patience for that kind of perverted shit.
Fine.
Aizawa agreed with a tired sigh, already knowing that his counterpart wouldn't budge on this point in particular. I'll see if I can scare him out of that particular bad habit. Rio, I might need to send him your way if there's some underlying causes for his perversions other than just teenage hormones. The assigned guidance counselor for the hero course gave Aizawa an acknowledging nod. The rampant cowardice he showed during the practicals is honestly more worrying to me. If he can't shape up from that, then he's definitely not staying in the hero course for long. Someone who just panics when things get rough has no place in heroics. The meeting continued from there. This time 1B started to take the majority since they had the most spots remaining. Luckily, most of the more divisive students had been placed earlier, with the ones now up being those that could easily be placed in either 1A or 1B. Shishida Jiroda, Komori Kanoko, Bondo Kajiro, Fukudashi Manga, and Yanagi Reiko were quickly assigned to 1B, while Azui Tsuyu and Hierophant took up 2 of the last 3 places in Class 1A. Alright then, we now have only 2 students left to assign and 1 spot available in each class. Let's review them both and then decide on their assignments from there. Nizu stated happily, pouring himself a fresh cup of tea. First on the roster is Kaibara Senkuin. Quirk, Gyrate, which allows him to rotate his limbs at high speeds akin to a set of drills. His scores on both the written and practical exams were both more than enough to earn him a place in the hero course, and he has nothing but good remarks from his previous teachers in middle school, with the only notable concern being a slight competitive streak. So, your standard hero course applicant. Aizawa grunted blandly. Indeed. The other student is one Midoriya Izuku. Nizu offered, a small smirk forming on his muzzle. Quirk, Emerald Hierophant, a potent and rather unique quirk, the exact details of which are listed in your files. He has earned the highest score on the written exams in the past decade, albeit just barely. His performance was exemplary during the practical exams, earning a respectable number of villain points and the highest score of rescue points among this year's applicants. The only real notes against him come from his middle school file, which seems to paint him as confrontational and antagonistic. My own research instead seems to indicate that the young man is merely a nonconformist and individualistic thinker. He seems to have no issues challenging others, be they fellow students or teachers, and standing up for his own personal views of right and wrong. I think we can all recall his rather impressive showing during the rescue of Uraraka Ochako during the exams. An unnecessary action, Aizawa pointed out waspishly. Majima was seconds away from disabling the machine if its programming didn't stop it before him. Instead, the kid somehow managed to blow the entire thing sky high. True enough, but if you'll recall, Midoriya also visibly fought with himself for a moment before moving to engage the zero-pointer. Nizu stated, he seemed aware that we could stop it, but still moved to rescue his wounded competitor regardless. Most of our panel of judges seemed to regard that decision as having truly heroic intent, and he was rewarded an appropriate number of rescue points for it. It was rather well known among the faculty that Aizawa disagreed with the current format of the general entrance exams, believing that it focused too much attention on flashy, combat-oriented quirks and didn't allow other, more subtle or less directly powerful quirks to shine as well as they could. His personal example for this batch was a boy with a powerful mental emitter quirk known as brainwashing, a quirk that would be immensely useful in many forms of heroic operations, but was absolutely useless for the current exam layout. While Nizu could concede a few of Aizawa's points, he also had to counterbalance them with the man's biases. All in all, Nizu still felt that the current exams, when paired with the sports festival offering those applicants with less suitable quirks a chance to show their own merit, was still the best option available at this time. There was simply no way to accurately test all quirk types without making the exams too costly and complicated to run smoothly. As things are now, I don't think Midoriya would be a particularly good fit for 1B. Vlad spoke up first this time. Nothing against the kid personally, but I think he and a couple of my other students might clash. Monoma Nito and Kendo Itsuka in particular seem to both be big proponents of class unity from their own middle school comments. I can see Midoriya's nonconformist streak clashing with their ideals in that regard. Kendo's files paint her as diplomatic enough that she might be able to get through the kid's thorny exterior and get him to cooperate, but I can easily see Monoma and Midoriya coming to loggerheads before the end of the first few days. Fine, whatever. You take the other kid. I'll take the problem child. Aizawa grumbled, fully fed up with this meeting. Should I also try and break off a few of the kid's rougher edges? He asked, turning to Nizu. Not at the moment, Aizawa-kun. So far, his little acts of disobedience have all been mainly benign and protective in nature, something I can't support trying to quash merely because it will make some uncomfortable. As it is, his rather unique quirk has also caught my interest and I will be watching Midoriya-kun's time with us closely. If intervention is needed, I shall handle it personally. The mysterious mammal smirked again. With that, I believe that we have finalized the hero course rosters for our new first years. Well done, everyone. With another click, the principal displayed both rosters on the screen, side by side. Student roster 1A. R. Todoroki Shoto, quirk. Half hot, half cold.
R. Yaoyorozu Momo, quirk. Krízisen.
Ashido Mina, quirk. Acid. Jiro Kyoka, quirk. Earphone jack. Sato Rikido, quirk. Sugar rush. Kodai Yui, quirk. Size. Kirishima Ijiro, quirk. Hardening.
Baku Katsuki Kirk, explosion.
Uraraka Ochako, quirk. Zero gravity. Hagakure Toru, quirk. Invisibility. Shoji Mizo, quirk. Dupli arms. Tokoyami Fumikage, quirk. Dark shadow. Pony Tsunatori, quirk. Horn cannon.
Ida Tanya Quirk, Engine.
Kaminari Denki, quirk. Electrification. Aoyama Yuga, quirk. Naval laser. Mineta Minoru, quirk. Pop-off. Ajuitsuyu, quirk. Frog. Midoriya Izuku, quirk. Emerald Hierophant. Student roster 1B.
R. Toukage Setsune, quirk. Lizard tail splitter. R. Honenuki JZ, quirk. Sofenin.
Kendo Itsuka, quirk. Big fist. Monoma Nito, quirk. Copy. Mashireo Ojiro, quirk. Tail. Koda Koji, quirk. Ani voice. Tetsu Tetsu, quirk. Steel. Kamakiri Tagaru, quirk. Razor sharp. Nairinjiki Shoda, quirk. Twin impact. Owaze Yosetsu, quirk. Weld. Kurwaro Shirhai, quirk. Black. Shiozaki Ibara, quirk. Vines. Hiryu Rin, quirk. Scales. Shishida Jiroda, quirk. Beast. Komori Kinoko, quirk. Mushroom. Bondo Kajiro, quirk. Semidine.
Fukidashi Manga, quick. Comic.
Yanagi Reiko, quirk. Poltergeist.
Kaibarasen, quirk. Gurate.
Now, let us move on to the support course examinees. Anyone of interest stick out, Majima-kun? Nizu asked the head of the support course. Yes, sir. One of them looks like they could be either a rising star or a total nightmare, maybe even both. Hatsume, the excavation hero, responded with a nod. Girl showed off some of the most creative and innovative ideas for gear that I have seen in all my years. Unfortunately, she is also an utter gremlin with absolutely no awareness of proper safety protocols and doesn't care what she blows up on the way. Claims failure is just another step on the road to success, or something of that nature. I'd appreciate it if you could sit her down and hammer some sense into her head at some point, sir. Let's give her a month to settle in first to see if this is her actual modus operandi, or if she was simply overexcited about the exams. Nizu offered a compromise. Enthusiasm isn't a bad thing, after all. As you say. Power Loader agreed with a nod, absently eyeing Aizawa, who had already pulled out his sleeping bag while they were talking, slipped into it, and was already asleep after it was made clear that his participation, if not attendance, was no longer necessary for any decisions outside of the hero course.
Ah, Aizawa-kun.
You really do need to learn to better manage your time. Coffee and juice packs are not nearly enough to compensate for a lack of a proper sleep schedule. Sooner or later your body will give out on you, and then you'll have to deal with Recovery Girl. Nizu mused in exasperated amusement even as he continued to work with the rest of the staff to organize the classes for the general, support, and business courses. And we both know that if you rile her up, Chiyo will likely just tie you to one of her beds on an 4-drip for a few days like she threatened to last year. Shizenji Chiyo, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, was one of the longest active heroes in history, still on active duty despite several decades of decorated service, even if she was partially retired and heavily compensated, to act as UA's school nurse. Given her long career of service, it was a bit understandable that the woman had lost any and all patience when dealing with idiot heroes and their self-harming habits. Her two current favorite targets were All Might, with his insistence on still working himself to the bone despite his declining health, and Aizawa, who insisted on continuing his active service as an underground hero even while also working as a full-time teacher, particularly since the man practically lived off of caffeine to do it. Really, Nizu knew that he shouldn't take so much joy from the yelps of his two human friends whenever the irate medic lost her patience and vented her displeasure across their shins with her syringe cane, but he simply couldn't help himself. Now then, Midoriya-kun, Shall we start our dance? I do hope you will be an interesting partner. The diabolical gleam in the mysterious mammal's eyes went unnoticed by his staff.
6 days later.
Midoriya Izuku's bedroom, Midoriya residence, Mizutefu. Dressed in only a simple vest and some jogging trousers, Izuku gave a small grunt as he pushed himself back to his feet after completing his morning routine of sit-ups, push-ups, crunches, and stretches. He would have finished with a couple of laps around the block, but it was currently raining, and one of the few things his mother firmly put her foot down on when it came to his training regime was forbidding him from running in the wet. Doing a few cool-down stretches to ease his breathing and heart rate back to normality, Izuku gave himself a brief once-over before nodding in satisfaction. He was no all-might or endeavor by any means, but his strict exercise regimen had allowed him to develop a firm and defined musculature across the entirety of his body. His was the build of a swimmer or a long-distance runner, built for endurance and continued work rather than short bursts of explosive power. It was a body well-suited for the type of hero he wished to be, one who could keep saving lives no matter what occurred around him. After a quick shower to finish cooling off and wash away his thin sheen of sweat, Izuku changed into a set of his usual indoor clothes, which normally amounted to a set of joggers and a t-shirt, before heading into the living room. He was surprised to see his mother there waiting for him. She had said she was going to head out and do some shopping close to 10 minutes ago. Looking at her in concern, she rapidly shook her head before mutely holding out a letter, clenched and trembling hands, to him. Curious and still a bit worried, he took it and instantly recognized the seal holding it shut, Yue's symbol. Realizing just what the letter likely contained, Izuku momentarily locked up, old nerves rearing their ugly head before he quickly suppressed them with the aid of years of mental discipline. Taking a cleansing breath, he quietly moved to take a seat on the sofa, his mother quickly moving to take a seat on the opposite end. With slow, deliberate motions, he tore the letter open and pulled out both a letter and small, circular device about 2 inches in diameter. After examining the strange disc for a moment, he noticed that one side had a small "this side down" sticker placed at its center. Now honestly curious, he placed the small device as instructed onto their apartment's small coffee table, causing it to make a slight whirling sound before it began projecting a hologram into the air above it. "I am here. Tio, deliver your exam results." The booming voice of the symbol of peace himself echoed across the apartment as an image of All Might stood in midair. The image was even more surreal because the giant of a man was currently clad in mustard yellow pinstripe suit of all things. Inko let out a startled squeak of shock. All Might? Izuku mutely looked down at the envelope still in his hand with wide eyes. It was definitely from Yue, and not the Might Tower Agency in Roppongi, right? "Greetings, young Midoriya. Not who you were expecting to see, was I? I was asked by Principal Nizu to do these holographic acceptance letters for all of the students who earned a spot in the general exam's top 10. The #1 hero proclaimed grandly in explanation. As I still have to do 9 more of these today, let's get straight to the matter at hand. In the written exams, you managed to squeak your way into first place by a bare 2% at 98.5%, also managing to beat out the previous high score for last decade by a 0.5%. Congratulations. A hero needs a keen mind just as much as he needs a strong body and quirk, something that your scores and performances clearly show that you have taken to heart. Oh, Izuku. Well done, honey. Inko was beaming with maternal pride. She knew her baby was smart. I wasn't expecting such a high score, the green-haired boy replied absently, clearly stunned. I suppose those hero law questions weren't as complex as I originally thought. Next comes the practical exam, where you once again showed true heroic mettle. You managed to earn yourself 35 villain points via taking down faux villains. The projection continued, small screenshots appearing behind the holographic All Might showing various small snippets of Izuku's path of robotic destruction. On its own, that score would have seen you pass, albeit not nearly as high, but combat potential wasn't the only thing that our proctors were watching for in this exam. I should have known that Yue would be testing for more than just destructive power. Izuku cursed himself for not having realized that sooner. Several times throughout the test, you moved to aid your fellow examinees without undercutting their own efforts. the screenshots surrounding All Might's images to show him helping and supporting his fellow test takers. And that is not even mentioning your actions to protect and rescue this young lady. The symbol of peace added, this time stepping to the side as a single screen took up the center of projection, showing a recording of Izuku destroying the zero-pointer, which caused Inko to yelp in fright. Midoriya Izuku, why on earth did you attack that thing? That was far too reckless. It was about to run that girl over, Mom. Izuku protested, indicating the image as it got to him, shielding Uraraka from the zero-pointer's detonation. Call it cheesy, call it trite. But what kind of hero school would UA be if it didn't acknowledge that kind of selfless behavior? All Might asked rhetorically as he retook center stage. It is to measure that kind of heroic intent that U.A. created the secondary, hidden scoring system called Rescue Points. A team of judges reviewed each examinee's performance and watched for instances of rescuing and aiding fellow examinees without benefiting themselves, particularly when the zero-pointer was released, and rewarded those deserving examinees with rescue points based on their heroic valor. Midoriya Izuku's final score. Villain points, 35. Rescue points, 66. Granting you a total score of a whopping 101 points. That matches my own record back in the day. Well done, young man. You have officially taken first place in both the practical and written exams. Inko couldn't hold it in any longer, erupting into a waterfall of proud tears. Her boy had been working so hard for this since he was 8, but now his personal hero had just vindicated all of his hard work and efforts. Izuku himself was stunned speechless again. He'd come in first place. He'd actually managed to outperform whatever score Bakugo had earned in a test of destructive power. Even he couldn't argue that the basic premise of this exam was perfectly suited for the aggressive combat fanatic that was Bakugo Katsuki. What's more, this young lady stepped forwards after the test was completed, and I think you should hear what she had to say. All Might continued, causing a smaller screen to appear over his shoulder as the camera zoomed in on it and his face. On the screen, the image showed one Uraraka Ochako speaking to the test proctor, Present Mike. Mr. Present Mike, sir, do you know that green-haired boy that was in our testing ground? Midoriya Izuku-kun? She asked nervously. The one that saved me? Would it be possible to give him some of the points that I earned? If he hadn't had to stop and save me, he probably would have earned a lot more. So please help me repay him a bit. With that, she bowed deeply to Mike, who seemed pleasantly surprised and amused by the display. Thanks for bringing your request to the station, little listener, but I'm afraid that's a big no-go, he stated with a smile as he reached out and pat her on the head. But I don't think you need to be worrying about your pal, because that kid showed off some real chart-topping moves back there. He'll be fine on his own, just you wait and see. She really? Izuku was honestly and sincerely moved. No one had ever done anything remotely so selfless for him before. She hadn't known him for more than a few hours, but she had been willing to do more for him than anyone had ever done barring his own mother. Never let it be said that a powerful quirk is all that someone needs to be a hero. All Might stated seriously, his image returning to normal. In your actions today, you showed a true hero's heart, and that inspired that young lady to perform a selfless act of her own, regardless of what it might cost her. That is what it means to be hero, to be an inspiration to others. And just to reassure any worry you might have, Uraraka Ochako, villain points, 34. Rescue points, 45. For a total of 79, taking third place. Such a good girl. Inko sniffled out, nodding firmly. Her boy had already made such a good friend, and school hadn't even started yet. Izuku, when you see her in UA on the first day, be sure to invite her over for dinner. It's the least we can do to thank her. Izuku merely nodded dumbly, still too shocked to comprehend what his mother had said. Suddenly a list took over the holographic screen, showing the top 10 students who passed the exam. Examinee name, villain/rescue, point total. 1. Midoriya Izuku, 3566, 101. 2. Bakugo Katsuki, 85/085. 3. Uraraka Ochako, 3445, 79. 4. Kirishima Ijiro, 34/35, 74. 5. Shiozaki Ibara, 36/32, 68. 6. Kendo Itsuka, 27/40, 67.
7. Ida Tenya 52/9, 61.
8. Tetsu 49/10, 59. 9. Tokoyami Fumikage, 48/10, 58. 10. Awaze Yosetsu, 56, 56. Izuku couldn't hold in the deadpan snort that escaped his nostrils as he noticed Bakugo's name in the second-place spot. No rescue points at all. That had to take some doing, he reckoned, particularly given the number of villain bots he'd have to have taken down to earn that score. Bakugo must have been going out of his way to not help people in order for that to happen. Still, 85 villain points, that was both utterly ridiculous, but also expected of Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo may be a lot of things. The vast majority of them Izuku now found extremely unpleasant, but even Izuku couldn't deny that he was an extremely capable fighter. Granted, Izuku himself knew that he could have earned far more points had he ignored it whenever he noticed a fellow examinee in danger, but that was not who Midoriya Izuku wanted to be. To ignore someone in trouble just to earn a better score, to act like Bakugo, ugh, just the thought made his stomach turn in disgust. Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia? All Might concluded grandly and proudly before the hologram cut and vanished from sight. Izuku suddenly let out a small oof as his mother hugged him tightly from the side, crying happily into his shoulder. After taking a moment to recover his bearings, Izuku returned the hug with equal fervor, a few pinpricks of tears working at his own eyes. This calls for a celebration. Katsudon for dinner. Inko informed Izuku as she finished sobbing in maternal pride. I am so proud of you, honey. I knew you were something special. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiled back, before frowning. You know, Bakugo is going to throw an utter and compete hissy fit when he finds out he came in second to me. That is going to be tedious. I'll call Mitsuki in a bit and give her a warning to make sure she keeps an eye on him. The Midoriya matriarch sighed out. She knew that Izuku and Katsuki no longer got along, that her son went out of his way to avoid the blonde whenever possible. It honestly hurt a bit when she remembered how close they'd been as children, not to mention how close she and Mitsuki had always been, but she supposed that they just had to move forward. The two boys had simply developed into two very different young men, and things simply couldn't go back to how they were. Meanwhile, with Katsuki, that fucking bastard! The red-eyed blonde roared out as he stomped around his bedroom in a complete and utter fury. Every few seconds he'd stop to send a murderous glare towards the innocuous-looking disc that was sitting next to a letter and envelope on his desk. His acceptance letter from fucking UA, which he had received less than an hour ago. Again. That worthless fucking bastard somehow managed to cheat me out of my win again. Katsuki growled within his own mind, small explosions popping and sparking across his hands as he barely withheld the urge to unleash his quirk on something just to give his rage an outlet. Not only had he not managed to come in first on the written exams, something that he had reluctantly accepted given what an utter educational shithole Aldera was, but somehow that shitty little Deku had managed to beat his score in the practical exam. Rescue points? He quietly snarled in disgust. What kind of complete and utter bullshit is that? Wasting my time to help those weak-ass fucking extras? Fuck that noise. If they couldn't handle themselves, then the dumbass shouldn't have signed up for the exams in the first place. He still remembered All Might's explanation in the holo letter about the secondary, hidden set of points that he had missed out on. Heroes are supposed to win. That's why they're heroes. Weaklings should just stay out of the way. Katsuki's worldview had taken a serious hit as he discovered that, despite his own best efforts, Deku had managed to beat him in both fields, just like every other time since they were 8. It royally pissed him off, and he swore that he would up his personal training even more just to take that smug little prick down once and for all. The idea that a hero school, particularly one as famous and highly acclaimed as UA of all places, would know better than him about what made a potential hero die a violent, miserable death in the face of Bakugo Katsuki's burgeoning superiority/inferiority complex. His entire worldview had been built around the idea that he was the best, but that damned Deku kept interfering, showing him up in some way, shape, or form. Aside from that annoying pebbled-turned-fucking mountain, no one had ever managed to match him in anything he put an effort into. He had the quirk. He had the work ethic, the determination, and the ambition. He had everything it took to be the next number one. He knew it. Everyone had said he could do it for his entire life, ever since he got explosion and showed the world his potential. Even that shitty Deku had once looked at him with awe back then, a thought that only embittered the foul-tempered boy even further. Fucking screw it. Screw those shitty rescue points. I still did better where it really mattered. That's all that counts. The blonde quietly snarled in the safety of his own mind, his pride managing to reassert itself by simply altering the way he looked at his current reality. Without those fucking pity points, then that loser would have just been 7th. Finally where he belongs, beneath my feet. His pride did not let him take into account the fact that Izuku coming in 7th would still have placed him in the top 10 of the over 1,500 students that had applied for the exams. His need to protect his own ego overrode any ability to recognize that 7th place was still a significant accomplishment, instead focusing on how he should have been first by his own standards. His own view, that coming in even 2nd place was just as bad as coming in last, further tainted his ability to recognize anyone else's achievements. If you were going to try something, then you'd better be the best, or it wasn't worth trying at all. That was how Bakugo Katsuki lived his life. And, that damned fucking Deku aside, he had succeeded on that for his entire life. Now that they were both going to be attending UA, there would be no better place to finally reassert his dominance over that damnable annoyance and finally prove to everyone why he was the future number one. Count the days you've got left, you fucking sparkly little bastard. Katsuki growled out. Because I'm going to make you regret ever standing in my path.